Yo, welcome back to the OCA Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese753, who's AFK apparently.
Yeah.
Fix that. And Greenline.
Present and accounted for.
Significantly more trustworthy and honest, Greenline. All right, so let's jump right into it. I apologize for this being a late one today. If you guys want to support the OCA Podcast, I invite you to head over to ocapodcast.com/support, where you can donate to us directly via PayPal, or head over to the OCA Podcast Patreon, Subscribestar, or Ko-fi. We love you, our patrons. You're the reason that we get up in the morning. We love you so much. Please tell your friends about us and encourage them to also become patrons.
So that we can get up in the morning for them too.
Yeah. And so that I start to levitate out of bed, right? Living on Easy Street. All right, we've also got our Subscribestar. So that's another option for you if you hate Patreon for whatever reason. And a Ko-fi, which I don't even really know how this one works, but that one exists too. Cool. Let's jump right in because we went from having a very light show to I think I need to skip some shit show. All right. Starting off, teens are now using AI chatbots for romance and friendship. Whoa. In other news, teens are also using AI to make porn. So, a new study reveals that 1/3 of teens are now using AI chatbots for friendship or romance. And apparently, many of them find the conversations more satisfying than actual human interaction. Do you know why? Because AI actually listens. AI actually listens and affirms what you're saying instead of just waiting for you to be finished so they can talk about themselves. Thanks, AI. What could possibly go wrong when an entire generation starts thinking dating a glorified calculator is peak emotional fulfillment? A new Common Sense Media survey found that 72% of American teens have used AI chatbots like ChatGPT, Character.ai, or Replica, with 1 in 3 using them specifically for friendship or even romance. Even better, a solid 31% said talking to these bots felt just as good or even better than chatting with actual people. Have you met women these days? Am I right? Why deal with awkward silences, social anxiety, or rejection when your AI waifu will always listen, always agree, and never ghost you? Bots don't argue, don't judge, and won't text your embarrassing messages to the group chat. That's what you think. Let's be honest. That is going to happen eventually when data breaches occur. Some teens even use AI for flirting advice or full-on dating simulations. Meanwhile, lawmakers are waking up from their tech coma and scrambling to regulate AI companions for kids under 16. Even OpenAI's Sam Altman called it bad and dangerous for teens to rely on bots. But that hasn't stopped the emotional outsourcing from accelerating because what teen wouldn't choose a girlfriend? The word girlfriend and glorified have tripped me up twice now. Wouldn't choose a glorified yes man over the chaos of real human beings. Well, I'll be honest with you. I would prefer a woman over a yes man. This isn't a trend. This isn't just a trend. It's the beginning of a generation raised by algorithms. And if you think that's fine, go ask your AI girlfriend what she thinks about it. She'll agree with you, of course. Well, there's that article. Who's got pickups? I've got so many pickups. I'm going to invite Greenline to go first.
Wait, me first? Damn, I thought I had more time. No, yeah, I can go first.
I can go first if you want.
No, I can go first. Can you get the baby on the screen for me?
Yes, I will try. No, I can't. I can't switch the brand. Reese, switch the brand.
You can't switch the brand. Okay.
It's stuck. Reese has to do it. Thanks, Reese. Baby. All right, Greenline, you have the stage.
Baby. Okay.
All
so
right.
I have a poem for you guys.
Oh, yeah, okay, I forgot about those.
I have a poem for you guys.
Can I move this baby? Yeah. Wait, I know this one.
Violets are blue. This show's about panties.
Yeah.
I picked up
Colorful.
Colorful. And holy shit, is it hilarious. Like, it is.
What do I do? How do I stop?
Here, I'll just put up
Oh, yeah, show the back.
Yeah,
That's
put it
even
over to
better.
the left, would you? Screen, thank you. Whoa, okay, that's better.
So, I picked this up. It's from ADV. It's an ADV release, obviously.
Yep. It's gotten 3 releases, actually.
Oh, 3. Oh, yeah.
Each with a different pair of panties on the front.
This is the black edition.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There's also a white edition and a second white edition, I think.
So, I did not expect the show to be so funny. It's like Golden Boy. It like reminded me heavily of Golden Boy. This show.
Watch Club after Manifesto and everything else we're still trying to get through.
Right.
I thought you did Golden Boy.
It's short.
already.
It's
No,
a
he
series.
did go.
Colorful.
This is colorful. Yeah.
Yeah. Colorful.
It's short. Yeah.
It's a series of shorts, but it's so freaking funny.
I'm
It's
game.
So it's just it reminds me so much of Golden Boy. There's a scene with a guy like who's got long hair like I do, but longer, and it like the wind blows and it blows up a girl's dress, and he's with his buddy with short hair. He's with his buddy with short hair, and like
Fucking win. There you go.
the wind blows,
Yeah.
and like the skirt comes up, and they're like, "Oh, but he can't." The other guy can't see
Because
because
of
his
the long
hair's
hair.
in his face. He's just like, "Ah,
Lesson
what
learned.
happened?" Yeah, so that's my pickup. Is
Wow.
that. Okay,
Is that-
I'm
All
good.
right. Okay. I'm gonna leave the baby on screen because I've got a lot of pickups.
Oh, I also have a pickup in the Velvet Room if anybody wants to check that out.
So first and foremost, I finished rewatching Attack on Titan with my son, and not that I'm expecting to watch this with him, but I picked up Love Alternative, which for those of you who don't know is what inspired Hajime Izayama to write Attack on Titan. I am not a sci-fi fan for the most part, though, so I don't know if I'm going to enjoy it as much.
How far are you up Attack on Titan's ass? You picked up the work that inspired it.
Yep. So, a couple other things arrived. Season 2 of Alice in Wonderland. I believe these are on burned DVDs, right? This is from Dreamscape. This contains Season 2. I don't know how many episodes. 10 hours. 3 DVDs, 10 hours, 34 minutes. Damn.
And it's just Japanese only, right? Or I forget.
It might be in English because I think it was dubbed way back in the day.
Probably dub only.
Yeah, I'd actually almost expect that over the alternative. Doesn't really say though. Doesn't say anything actually. Doesn't really say. No. It's from Holland, Ohio. That's what it says. All right. I also picked up Doberman Cop, because why not? Sunny Chiba. That's something worth looking at, I guess. Okay, there you go. That's Doberman Cop. I also picked up a recent release from Colty Picks called His Motorbike, Her Island.
His motorboat, her boobs. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Now the thing that everybody has been waiting all of this time for. You guys know I was collecting Asia Pulp Cinema. So I managed to get the rest of them. Some of them are still in the mail. Haunted Lantern. English with Japanese. English and Japanese with English subtitles, so that's a good one. Some of these I found out are not in English. I don't know. It says Her Love Is Forever. I'm gonna move past this one.
So you get to watch like shitty dubs.
The shitty dubs are the best part of it.
Oh yeah,
that's the goal. Legend of the Devil. His heart craves vengeance. His sword demands blood. This is pretty wild, just based on the cover of the book. He's emerging from another person's skin. And then I picked up literally the one that looked like it would be the worst of all that were available, the Dimension Travelers. And you know how I could tell it was going to be the worst? Okay, that's not true. I could tell it was going to be the worst just because it looked boring as shit. But I now have confirmed it's the worst because they sold so few of these that the one I got has a saw cut in it. And I've already bought a replacement for it. I also picked up Baptism of Blood. What does that say? Sakura's about to uncover a horrifying family secret. She's holding a bloody brain. Now, they also released Sunny Gets Blue and Blowback Love and Death as a 2-pack. So, if you guys know me well, you know what the next one is. Second Coffee, so that I can put them where they belong in the collection. Also picked up Close Your Eyes and Hold Me. This one I expect to be marginally better than Dimension Travelers because it's looking pretty salacious on the back. Then I picked up Zero Woman Assassin Lovers. Zero Woman the Hunted. There's like a piece of tape right here that they put a mark on. I don't know why. And then Zero Woman the Accused. Now, in purchasing Zero Woman, I decided that even though these are the ones released by Asia Pulp Cinema, that I would go ahead and collect the rest of the series, because the whole point in buying these was so that Dan and I would have something to watch when he comes back into town around Christmas. So I picked up Discotheque's first ever DVD release, Zero Woman. Oh, no, wait. You saw nothing. Zero Woman Red Handcuffs. Whew. Thank God the baby was on screen. Now, I can show the back. Oh, you know what? Actually, the front is completely tang. Never mind.
I was gonna say, like, wait, what? Like,
it's the inside cover. That okay? See how it's so tame. Okay,
So it shows the inside cover.
I just have to cover up the parts that I couldn't show you. All right. Yeah. Phew. That was lucky. The only problem is this thing is in like mint condition. Mint.
Why is that a problem?
They put it in a very small box, exactly the size of this thing. And it kept it perfectly protected, except for this little flap that came folded over. And so now it's ruined. So there's that. Now, the company that made Zero Woman, the original ones, because it's got kind of a storied history of changing hands, they also put out a series. They did this thing that's called like Scorpion Prisoner 871 or something like that. And wouldn't you know it, they also, Asia Pulp Cinema, put out Scorpion's Revenge, which means I already have the Arrow Video like high-end Blu-ray of this whole collection. But now I'm going to need to locate any additional ones that might not be in that collection and also download it because that Blu-ray is in my storage unit. Now, I've saved the most salacious for last. But you should know that when you are attempting to buy things of this nature, eBay starts to recommend things. And sometimes you're like, yes, okay, fine. So I thought this was part of the Asia Pulp Cinema Sex Medusa, but it's actually been released by Tokyo Shock. No big deal. Still worth getting, I'm guessing. Another from Asia Pulp Cinema. This is where they start to get real salacious. The Ladies Phone Club. One called Does It All. Can I show this? Yeah, I think I can. It is from the creator of the hit erotic anime Ogenki Clinic. One might call it a hentai, if you've seen it. That might be a more accurate description. So yeah, this does this one have English? Was this the one that didn't have English? I don't know if this one has English. It actually doesn't say. It just says, oh yeah, no, English and Japanese with English subtitles. Great. Nice. Then there's also just making sure there aren't any nip slips happening. Seduce and Swindle. That guy's about to get swindled. Then there's also Beautiful Hunter. All right. Murder never looked so good. And then the elusive Big Boobs Buster. You know, that thing that Discotek is now going to put out on high-end Blu-ray with a 4K scan. That thing.
Pictures.
Wow, whatever it is, I don't give a shit. I'll definitely buy their version. Quote unquote, it's not porn, according to AnimeGo / Media OCD. Yeah, so it's a very strange. This is the one I like. Literally, I bought all of these because the trailer for this one looks so fucking funny that I'm just hoping some of these other ones are even 10% as good. Like that's why I bought this. $200, and then within a week, Discotek announces that they're putting it out on high-end quality. Now, again, when you've purchased Big Boob Buster and Seduce and Swindle and other natured like Sex Medusa, eBay feels the need to prey on you by just tempting you with a little nudge. And I found a DVD released by Nikatsu called, can I even show this? Lolita Vibrator Torture. And come on. You think I'm not going to buy that? That sounds hilarious, right? It is labeled here. Where do they have it? Impulse Pictures is proud to present the Nikatsu Erotic Films Collection, a continuing series of critically acclaimed classic eroducation designed to shock and titillate fans of Japanese erotic cinema. The eBay listing listed it as J-horror. That sounds hilarious to me. If this was actually a horror movie and not just some smut fest, right? That would be really fucking funny. Now, naturally, when you buy things, again, and then you slide down that slippery slope where eBay's like, hey, what about this, big spender? You want this too? At the beginning of my collection, I have oddities, including documentaries and weird things of that nature that don't really fit in the rest of the collection. And since starting the channel and attempting to prepare for the eventual room tour that I am deluding myself into believing is still going to happen at some point, I have collected some very unique and strange items. But none stranger than these. They are a educational tutorial guide to shibari rope bondage.
What the fuck?
Nice.
Not actually porn, just a guide.
Just a guide on how to, yeah.
And I was like, fuck yeah.
Just a guide to bondage, that's all.
Yeah. Now I have to figure out how to keep these from my kids. Because
like,
the spine here is a little risque.
Like, where in the collection do these go? Like
right at the beginning. So the collection goes oddities and things that don't fit. then numbers, so titles that start with a number, right?
Mhm.
And the number has to be written numerically, not alphabetically, right? If it's written
570 per
alphabetically,
second,
it goes
91
into
days.
what's up?
570 per second, 91 days.
Exactly, right?
86.
Then of course it's alphabetical from there. So that's how I roll. Anyway, let's jump into the Discord pickups. Could probably get rid of Baby Son. I hope. Anime Fan 007 says a childhood game that I could never beat but loved, and a game I always wanted to play. I'm guessing Mega Man NT Network, because I don't think this was your childhood game, right?
Yeah, it also wasn't around, but yeah, Cult of the Lamb is.
Reese, do you want to tell us about John Bernthal and Ben Affleck and The Accountant?
I've got The Accountant 2. I actually watched that today.
Oh,
Pretty good.
nice. That does not look like Ben Affleck to me at first glance.
Everybody has commented on it, has said that. Like, that's so
This
funny.
honestly doesn't look very much like John Bernthal at all either. Like, I can tell it's him, but like from here up, it just feels weird. I don't know. Very strange. Wow. These boots were made for walking
McDonald's.
to
McDonald's.
Can you guys believe it? We are now entering.
Oh! Randy's here. Randy, what do you think of these keychain, Mr. Collector McDonald's?
I had 2 opportunities to buy them, and I chose not to.
What?
Yes, I know.
Fake fan.
Crazy, right?
Fake.
They're
fan.
not feet, they're shoes.
They
cover the feet. Like
You should like these.
they come with the all dressed fries, like shaker fries at McDonald's, and well, they don't come with. You are allowed to purchase them if you buy the fries. They are $3.25.
And you drew the line at having to buy food?
No, I bought the food, but I didn't want to buy the keychain.
I wish you had said yes, because that would have
Like,
made our
but
lead into a
are
much
you
later
kidding me?
article.
Like
All right.
Me refuse to buy the food. Do you remember that I'm a fat ass? Is that
so?
Such hurtful
said it.
words.
We have some comments. Let's get caught up on these. Don't use too much. Okay. Yes, thank you. Oh, I didn't put that in there. I'm gonna pin your. I'm gonna have to go pin your comment there, Seb. Bring the Discord back to life. Oh fuck! Have I done a bad job? Apparently, I said this. What? Mean. I remember the episodes were quick and funny. For colorful, yeah. I remember Augie saying Muv-Love wasn't good, and AC was like, wow, that show must really suck because Augie said everything. I do remember. I do remember saying that. But to be honest, if Augie didn't like it, it's probably brilliant. Closest pickup I can add is I saw Shin Godzilla in theaters yesterday. I never saw it before. Really good. Oh, cool. I don't know what to tell you. I have nothing, no defense, and no regrets. Collector, don't tell me you have common hentai? You mean hentai common?
Hentai common, yeah, it is.
I don't actually have that one. That's the one with the guy who he's like a superhero who wears panties on his face or whatever, right? I don't actually have that one. That was probably released by Tokyo Shock, and I'm probably on the hook for getting it eventually. Enriff says I saw Accountant 2 in theaters with my dad. It was a decent flick. Got my money's worth. Nice, cool. All right, let's jump into this unless Randy has any pickups.
They can wait.
Good. because I already put the placeholder text for next podcast. Japan Supreme Court rules liking defamatory posts can constitute illegal conduct.
Nobody like that.
They single-handedly killed the internet in Japan. Seriously. Imagine liking a post completely unaware. I mean, how many times have you scrolled through Instagram Reels or something and accidentally liked one of them when you were trying to like pinch to zoom or whatever? You know what I mean? Like,
or like double tapping
Yeah.
on a picture to zoom in.
Yeah. The internet is no longer safe.
I think about that all the time when I'm scrolling. Like, oh, I accidentally liked that, or like, especially on TikTok, when you're like clicking and because on TikTok you can press and hold on the side to like do double time, like 2x speed, and so it's right next to like
that is
comment.
news to me. I like that. Thanks
Yeah.
for telling me.
And they have this new thing now. If you press and hold and then drag down, it locks in the 2x speed. So you don't have to sit there and hold it for the whole time. But
Wow.
anyway, so sometimes you'd accidentally hit the like button or something. It's like, no, I don't want to like that.
Yep.
Or the
All
follow
good.
button. That's the worst one. And you follow someone, and then you just get their content, and you're like, why don't I keep seeing this person's stupid comment? Or
Every
content?
time I accidentally like something, I always I don't let it go. I always unlike it. Sometimes I dislike it just to say fuck you, right?
Well, I don't do that, but
yeah. So
I think about the time that like I forget who it was, but like there's been like people that have been like, you know, you used to be able to go see the public likes of Twitter accounts, right? And it's like, oh, this like random Japanese guy liked this like horny like girl account, right? And it's like, oh, horny man, and it's like maybe it was just an accident. Although when there's like 20, when there's like 20 of them, it becomes less likely. But
the accident was that he did it on his main profile. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
So a recent post by the legal department of major talent agency Amuse has drawn attention after Japan's Supreme Court upheld a ruling that liking defamatory posts on social media can, under certain circumstances, constitute an unlawful act under civil law. The case in question was unrelated to Amuse, but centered on whether pressing like on defamatory content posted on Twitter could be considered an actionable offense. The Tokyo High Court previously ruled that such an act could amount to an illegal act, reasoning that a like is generally understood as showing positive or approving feelings towards a post. And what the fuck if I am?
So
like,
there's a in a lot of different, like on TikTok, there's a like and a favorite.
Yeah.
And same with on YouTube, right? Well, I think they got rid of their favorite thing, but there used to be like and favorite. And so like, okay, so if I like someone, that's a public like endorsement, but if I favorite it, that's a private endorsement. If I favorite something, am I still going to be on the hook, or is it just the public thing?
If I recall correctly, we covered this as it was unfolding because of the Hana Kimura thing that happened on Terrace House, where she commits suicide from all of the online backlash she got for something that the producers put her up to doing. And her mom went on a crusade to find all the people who had bullied her, including ones who had simply liked a post bullying her. Now, that's not defamation necessarily. You know, I don't know that bullying, telling somebody to kill themselves, I mean, I don't think you should like that kind of content, but I don't think that it should constitute, you know, like guilt by association, or because like I said, you know, how often do you accidentally like something? It happens all the fucking time, at least once a week, right? So I don't know. It doesn't seem like a very foolproof plan here. The court stated that the intent behind the like should be judged based on specific factors, such as the relationship between the person who liked the post and the individual targeted, as well as the circumstances leading up to it. Although this does seem like the likes that were in the comments on Twitter being liked by industry people against Vic Mignogna, I mean, I definitely think that was an attempt to echo the sentiment and add fuel to the fire, right? Like, I can definitely understand where they're coming from because, yes, it does happen, right? But I just think that the concept behind it is like a blanket, if it basically, to me, it kind of feels like turning a lawsuit for defamation into a class action lawsuit that envelops everybody who liked the post as well. You know what I mean? Should be judged based on specific factors as a relationship to the person who liked the post and the individual targeted, as well as the circumstances leading up to it. In this case, the person who liked the defamatory post had a history of publicly criticizing the victim and had repeatedly liked numerous posts attacking them. The court concluded that this demonstrated an intent to harm the victim's dignity and, given the individual's influence, determined the act went beyond what is socially acceptable. As a result, the individual was ordered to pay damages. On February 8th, 2024, the Supreme Court rejected the appeal and upheld the High Court's decision, making the loss final. Amused noted that while the X platform has since changed its design so that likes are no longer visible to anyone but the account owner and the post creator, the original case occurred under the old system where likes were public. Honestly, the reason that Elon Musk made likes private might be because of this exact scenario.
Well, I think it was more because people were getting fired for it, right?
Possibly. But I'm just saying that, we're going to look at situations that have arisen because of legislation in certain countries that it just becomes easier to apply the standard across the board, right? Let's see. With Life Republic. Therefore, whether the same legal reasoning applies under the current setup depends on the specific facts of each case. However, the company pointed out that other major SNS platforms still display who has liked a post, meaning the ruling remains relevant as a precedent. The agency also reiterated that not only reposting defamatory content, but also repeated harassment via posts or direct messages can violate Japan's anti-stalking ordinances, which carry criminal penalties. You know what? Now that I don't have this enormous stack of pickups, also let's hide some of these in the middle of the stack instead of all. I've reversed the order, so now the worst stuff is on top.
Oh no!
Let me just shove these into the middle right here.
Hey, Dad, I was gonna check out your this rope thing, this rope show that you got. Eli,
is it about jump rope?
Yes. Put that down.
Yeah. Okay. Let me lift this up because my seat has become quite uncomfortable as of late. Oh, I forgot to mention the Shibari rope bondage tutorial DVDs were sent with these nice Japanese snacks. The first one came with this little nice thank you letter saying, "Thank you for your purchase. I hope you enjoy the product. Arigato gozaimasu mashita."
Something to snack on while you practice. Huh?
Yeah. So honestly, I don't think these are snacks. I think these are napkins or tissue. They're clearly meant to be food, but I'm pretty sure that's not what they are. And
it's disguised
the second
as
one that was sold by the second one was sold by the same people. They wrote basically an identical note, but this one came with 3 times the amount.
Wow, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah,
They
good for
really want you to practice your rope play.
Guess so. Randy, since you weren't here, I'll just show you. As I was buying all of those like semi-erotic Japanese live-action movies, eBay suggested I pick up this DVD on how to do shibari rope bondage. So
Nice.
naturally,
Had to get it. Yeah.
You understand, right?
Oh, yeah.
My hands were tied.
I mean, after that whole testimony about the body harness thing, it has to be great, right?
Oh, all right. Let's see. Oh, I got some of my drink on my trackpad, and now I can't use it properly. Get out of there. Okay. There we go. Speaking of drink, putting it back. So, the company pointed out that other major SNS platforms still display who has liked a post, meaning the ruling remains relevant as precedent. The agency also reiterated that not only reposting defamatory content, but also repeated harassment via posts or direct messages can violate Japan's anti-stalking ordinances, which carry criminal penalties. Amuse concluded by thanking fans for their continued support and for providing information that helps them protect their artists and take down harmful content online. I wholeheartedly disagree with this precedent and many of the other things we're going to look at tonight. I think that we have created a society that takes personal responsibility and offloads it onto the collective people instead of the individual, and I don't think that's a good thing. Randy, your camera. Oh, never mind. False alarm. All right, let's jump in. Kickstarter news. Just so you know, Randy, I have a strong feeling I'm going to skip some articles for time.
Okay.
But first, beginning after the end, 21 days to go. Very much exceeded its goal. It doesn't seem like it's that much higher than it was last time we looked at it, though. What day was our last podcast? The 10th? So, yeah. Well, it's like 50,000 more. Anyway, so let's see the stretch goals. I think we had already exceeded them all, right? Yeah, like... Oh, here, this one. They got the pearlescent print. Whoa! All right, book enhancements? What are they going to get? Soft cover book enhancement. All soft cover books will now receive embossing. Hardcover book will have one additional illustration, increasing the total number of illustrations per book to 11. Wow. All right. Anyway, we'll look at that next week. There is currently 21 days left. Tourists are pooping and peeing at iconic slam dunk railway crossing. An otherwise picturesque railway crossing at Kamakura, immortalized in Slam Dunk's iconic anime opening, has turned into a public restroom disaster zone. The picturesque spot, which became a pilgrimage site for global fans, isn't charming anymore, thanks to over-tourism and a lack of facilities. Visitors have resorted to open urination and defecation. Locals are furious. It's not just embarrassing, it has become a public health hazard. The trouble all began when authorities closed the only nearby public toilet at the unmanned Kamakura Kokomae station at the end of April, citing repeated blockages caused by visitors flushing foreign objects. Suddenly, travelers to the coastal crossing had nowhere to go. Some nearby cafes and shops tried offering bathroom access, but poor visitor manners led them to shut that down too. Local media report that a nearby hospital is now discovering feces in random spots on its ground, prompting staff to call for city intervention. Honestly, I'm all for just having certain parts of your country be off limit to foreigners and tourists, right? Like, there is no, moral reason to allow people to disrespect your culture, right? There is no, obligation to this. What once made the crossing neat, crowds of fans snapping selfies, now threatens the cleanup. The site simply wasn't built to handle this level of foot traffic. Government officials have inspected the situation and are reportedly planning solutions, but until a working toilet or some basic civil behavior returns, the area remains a dump. Damn. Meanwhile, Magical Mirai 2025 Osaka showers fans with screws. And if the images are anything to go off of, also nails. What was supposed to be a magical weekend with Hatsune Miku at Magical Mirai 2025's Osaka shows turned briefly bizarre when fans reported being hit not only with a silver tape confetti, but also with stray hardware. Quote, I was in the front row when a silver tape cannon fired. Suddenly, something smacked my pen light with a loud clang. I thought it was a cap, but it was a nail. Was someone trying to assassinate me? Osaka's final day was amazing. The silver tape flew as expected, but instead of a cap, a screw came flying. It hit my pen light. What is a pen light? So literally like a light pen? And is that is it because it's like a concert and they all have one?
I assume it's the concert.
What are the chances that both of these got hit by the screws? But thankfully I wasn't waving my hand at the time. Guess it's a weird memory now, LOL. Reports of nails and screws raining down during the concert quickly spread online, sparking both alarm and nervous laughter from attendees who narrowly avoided injury. In response, the official Magical Mirai Twitter account issued an apology and an update. Quote, we sincerely apologize for the concern caused regarding Hatsune Miku Magical Mirai 2025. Regarding reports of foreign objects mixed in with the silver tape used in our stage effects, we have inspected the cannon equipment. Since nails and screws are not used in the cannon's construction, we concluded it is unlikely they were ejected from inside the device. However, we will continue our investigation to confirm the facts. What'd you do? Go up to the already launched cannon and look down and be like, no screws in there. While organizers insist the cannons themselves weren't the source, the exact origin of the flying hardware remains unclear. The statement promised continued investigation and commitment to ensuring fan safety at future events. I mean, it's entirely possible that the cannon goes off and somebody in the front just goes, and chucks a bunch of screws behind him. Who knows?
It would be a little odd, though, but yeah, it's possible.
Well, I mean, yeah.
And nails, though. We got to be, equal about this.
I wonder if there's any bolts mixed in.
No, they're reserved for Disneyland or Disney.
Maybe what do you call it? A push pin or so. All right. Former Shonen Jump boss blasts Saudi Arabia Dragon Ball theme park. I forget, was the Dragon Ball theme park endorsed by Toei?
I thought it was.
I think it is, right? Former Weekly Shonen Jump editor-in-chief Kazuhiko Torishima has criticized plans to build a massive Dragon Ball theme park in Saudi Arabia, calling the move a betrayal of Japanese children who helped make the series a global phenomenon. So I guess he's just butthurt it's in Saudi Arabia, not Japan. Saudi Arabia's state-owned Qiddiya Investment Company and Toei Animation recently announced the project, but Torishima, who famously worked with Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama, says he would have blocked it entirely. Japanese children can't go there. Manga is created by publishers and authors, but it's raised by the readers. Ignoring those readers for short-term profit loses sight of the work's essence. He likened the situation to Tokyo Disneyland, accessible for Japanese kids versus a park placed in a politically unstable region aimed at wealthy adults. Torishima said he might view the park differently if it included initiatives like inviting Japanese kids for free or fostering cross-cultural exchanges between them and Saudi children. I don't think you want those children in Japan. Careful what you wish for. Although I think the Saudi Arabians are significantly better behaved, from what I understand, than most other Middle Eastern tourists. It should have the spirit of Shohei Ohtani donating gloves to every elementary school. Without that mindset, I can't be convinced. The veteran editor also touched on adaptation controversies, such as the sexy Tanaka-san TV drama deviating from its source material. He argued for clear rules at the start of any anime or drama project, including deadlines for feedback and defined responsibilities. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Sexy Tanaka-san was the drama that got so away from the actual source material that the actual creator killed themselves, right?
Yeah, or like bullying or like the bad fan mail or something. Right?
Yeah, well, like they deliberately disregarded the notes that they were giving to the point where they got so frustrated they just killed themselves or whatever, something like that. If you can't accept those terms, you should refuse the offer from the start. Torishima has previously expressed concerns about creators like One Piece's Eiichiro Oda taking on too much in adaptations, warning that excessive involvement can harm both health and quality. While Torishima acknowledges that trust between creators and publishers is important, he insists that financial and contractual rules must always be clear. Even with trust, there must be rules. Familiarity doesn't remove the need for boundaries. Dang. Hello, Barbaric Ape. I hope you're doing very well. All right. In other news, Weapons director Zach Cregger. Is it Cregger? I thought it was Cregger. Anyway, the guy from Whitest Kids You Know with the buzz cut, I think. Upcoming Resident Evil film, quote, won't adapt games, stories, or characters. Says fans, quote, already have that.
That's fair.
Is it?
Not really. I mean,
Because we haven't gotten a single Resident Evil live-action film that actually followed the games, right? The closest was Welcome to Raccoon City, but they made Leon Mexican and Jill Black. So I'm just saying, right? Like, I don't know. It was a great movie. Don't get me wrong. Like, I enjoyed the hell out of it. But I would have enjoyed it more if they had tried, right? I think he means because they already have the games, and the games, especially with the remakes, are basically cinematic quality anyway. You don't need that story to be told.
Yeah.
And I'm cool with that. I trust me, I'm actually the one who advocates for this more than anybody. I just think it's a weird way to phrase it because it feels tone deaf. Zach Cregger, director of Weapons and Barbarian, has revealed his intentions for his Resident Evil film. Rather than adapt storylines and characters from the game, Cregger states his intent to make an original story with new characters that fit into the series lore. In an interview with Inverse, Cregger explained that while he loves the Resident Evil series and well-known characters such as Leon S. Kennedy and Jill Valentine, he wants to tell a new story within that universe. Let me say this. This is not breaking the rules for the games. I am the biggest worshiper of the games, so I'm telling a story that is a love letter to the games and follows the rules of the games. Promise you, there will not be a puzzle segment in the movie that seems very strange and requires playing Moonlight Sonata on the piano. If there were, then I would believe it. Cregger's Resident Evil won't be an adaptation of any of the game stories, and likewise outside of the characters of the games. The director justifies himself further. Quote, it is obedient to the lore of the games. It's just a different story. I'm not going to tell Leon's story because Leon's story is told in the games. Fans already have that. For those hoping to see a faithful adventure with Leon, Cregger tells fans they can just play the game. These comments somewhat echo an earlier interview Cregger had with SFX magazine via Bloody Disgusting, wherein the filmmaker had stated his love of Resident Evil, though noting, I'm definitely not trying to be completely obedient to the lore of the games. I'm trying to tell a story that just feels authentic to the experience you get when you play the games. I don't think I'm breaking any major rules, but I also recognize that no matter what I do, people are going to come for me online. So all I want to do is just make a really good movie and tell a story that's compelling. I know that I'm going to be happy with the movie, and hopefully other people will too. I will also say I've never seen a movie like it. It doesn't jump around like Weapons and Barbarian, but it is still unto itself. Was Cregger being humble, explaining that he could never perfectly adapt a video game into a film in a way that satisfied all fans? Or did his comments generate backlash, leading to further emphasis about being lore accurate in the Inverse interview? Inverse previously reported on the comments made by industry leaker Daniel Rickman, who claimed to know details about Cregger's upcoming Resident Evil movie, claiming that the story is about a, quote, hapless courier tasked with delivering a package to a remote hospital. He finds himself caught in the middle of an outbreak and must fight through hordes of mutated creatures to survive. The rumor of Austin Abrams starring was also corroborated, with Rickman boasting, quote, when I scooped that Austin Abrams has been cast as the lead in the new film, I mentioned that his character is named Brian. People assumed it was a code name, and that he's actually playing Leon. I got to look this guy up. Shut up! Dear God. Fuck no. No, you're not going to make that Leon. What are people thinking? Oh my God, it just gets worse.
That's not true. That's impossible.
Hey guys, you see Leon here?
Yeah.
What about here? Is this Leon enough for you? That's about as Leon as the Mexican Leon from Welcome to Raccoon City. Yeah, holy shit. Whew, dodged a bullet there. Well, I can confirm his character is actually called Brian, and he's an original character, not from the games. The movie is not going to be a faithful adaptation. The live-action Resident Evil films have had a muddy history. The 6 films by Paul W.S. Anderson were poorly received by critics, but had its defenders among audiences, albeit growing quieter with each entry. Yes. Johannes Roberts' Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City continued the trend of critics hating it and audiences being lukewarm to it. Comparatively, all but one of the CG animated movies have been better received. Death Island? Yeah, because that sucked ass. Though a different medium, the plots of those films tend to follow the universe of games closer. The live-action films loosely adapted the stories from the games before telling original stories in their own continuity. We all knew all of this. I'm sorry that it was a worthless article. Okay, in other streaming news, Square Enix has issued a disclosure request to YouTuber behind Final Fantasy 16 reaction compilation videos. Oh, I feel like they changed the title of this article since I put it in the doc. I think Zach makes a decent point, and I do think he has the best chance to do a good job compared to the previous filmmakers, but I do think fans are fair to be annoyed. Fans literally just want a movie to actually be faithful, and they keep refusing to do it. I do think it's possible to tell an original story that's still respectful to Resident Evil, but I'd have to see it. No, I'd have to believe it when I see it. I know what you meant. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I find it strange that nobody wants to tell the actual original game story, right? Like, the original game takes place in the Spencer Mansion. And the whole plot of it is like weird shit starts happening while you're there, right? I'm baffled that nobody, not even an indie filmmaker, decided to take on that story. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's start this over. Square Enix issues disclosure request to YouTuber behind negative Final Fantasy 16 reaction compilation videos. A small YouTube channel known for compiling and posting 5-channel reaction videos with a negative slant towards Final Fantasy XVI, has reportedly been hit with a disclosure request from Square Enix, along with a demand to remove videos and a suggestion of possible legal action. According to the uploader, the trouble began after a video claimed Final Fantasy XVI had sold 3.5 million copies. Okay. Presenting the figure as fact. In reality, that number was a market and analysis estimate, not an official statement from Square Enix, and it was later corrected. Square Enix allegedly contacted the creator in April, requesting that the video be removed. The YouTuber says they didn't notice the request at first, ultimately deleting the video about a month later, but this did not prevent further action. They claim to have since received an official disclosure request and notice of potential legal measures from the company. I guess a disclosure request is like a doxing thing, right? Like, give us your address, we are going to serve you papers. In a final set of comments before taking the channel offline, the uploader criticized Square Enix for targeting a tiny channel and questioned why other sites and 5channel itself weren't also targeted. They also accused the company of trying to silence voices before deleting all of their videos. The future of this dispute remains unclear, but the case has drawn attention as an example of a major game publisher taking direct action against a YouTuber over alleged misinformation and negative campaign content. Man, I fucking hate this dystopian future we're entering. Can't fucking see it.
Japan seems to have a stricter sense of things.
Yeah, so Japan is very strange because in mom and pop, or like, you know, in a store, like an actual physical location where you go and you deal with a person who is working at the store, they have a saying, the customer is God, meaning they will bend over backwards to make sure the customer is happy. But at the same time, when it's a corporation that is developing the products that are sold at the store, that corporation is above even God, right? That corporation, everybody else needs to bend over backwards for them. It's the way they treat it. Anyway, Nintendo forbids a charity speedrunning event, RTA in Japan, from playing their games without prior permission. RTA in Japan has announced their upcoming charity speedrunning summer 2025 event will not feature Nintendo titles, after the company contacted them about using their games without permission, despite having done so with no quibble for 9 years. What possible benefit does Nintendo have to exert this control?
So, with other speedrunning streams and other tournaments too, actually, they've really not liked people using emulated games. And so they want to make sure that you have the official hardware and you're not using a modified game. Which is, like, I know Games Done Quick, I don't know if they have a similar issue with Games Done Quick. But I know that Games Done Quick go out of their way to try and not mention things like the EverDrive, or, you know.
Would you? The thing is not about that, right? Like, I don't understand why that would even come up, you know?
Well, for instance, like in the last event that took place, one of the participants said, like, oh, well, you know, I'm gonna set up for my glitch exposition. I'm saying the word wrong. Anyway,
exhibit.
They're going to do a glitch presentation. Yeah. Okay. Exhibition, maybe. Anyway, whatever. And they needed to switch the ROM on the EverDrive, and so they were kind of like trying to tell backstage, like, okay, we need to take the game footage down so that we could, you know, set up. And they were like, no, just go ahead. And they were like, okay, but like the thing that we're not supposed to say, like, and then eventually he's just like the EverDrive. And then he's like, I know we're not supposed to say that. So it's like, it seemed like they were trying to avoid talking about the fact that they were using an EverDrive.
So basically, what Nintendo wants when they say, "Hey, can we speedrun a game?" is like, "Yes, here are our terms. You must show the game being removed from the Switch cartridge or the Switch case and put into the Switch and played on the Switch. Like you must demonstrate the game being put into the console to show that it is not a ROM.
Yeah, I would assume they just. I don't know if they've talked to Games Done Quick at all. Maybe that's just a Games Done Quick policy to try and not get into Nintendo's bad so that they don't have these problems. I don't know. But I know that did happen, and I know that Nintendo has gone after tournaments. Why are we gone?
I'm letting my local recording catch up.
Oh.
I'm still listening.
Nintendo has gone after tournaments before because the tournament was using a modified version of a game on Dolphin. I think it was Smash Brothers that had like better netcode. And they were like, no, that's modified. We don't like that. You got to play official hardware, otherwise, you can't do that. And so that was an issue for the tournament at the time. So I assume it's something similar with these people, that they would have to confirm that they have the game. They're not going to be playing a modified game, not so much like, oh, we need you to show the game cartridge, but like they don't want to have the corporation of this speedrunning organization endorse piracy, I would assume. So.
Of course, I'll never catch up on my local recording when I'm also streaming the screen share.
Yeah.
Okay. So the organizers announced the news on Monday, just a few days before the Summer 2025 event begin. RTA in Japan has previously used Nintendo games, but on June 13, 2025, Nintendo pointed out that prior permission is required to use the Nintendo games by corporations, and that the previous use by our organization constituted unauthorized use without prior permission. It should be noted that Japanese fair use laws are different than those in the US, and it's not uncommon for streamers to ask publishers for permission to avoid any such issues. Nintendo has even handed out guidelines to streamers in the past. RTA in Japan wishes to continue using Nintendo games and has begun negotiating with Nintendo regarding permissions. As of now, RTA in Japan will submit permission requests to Nintendo on a case-by-case basis for each event and game. However, for RTA in Japan Summer 2025, we were unable to determine a clear policy at the time of announcing the selected games, so we have decided not to use Nintendo games for this event. For events held by RTA in Japan after RTA in Japan Summer 2025, we plan to submit permission requests to Nintendo in advance for each event and obtain permission to use Nintendo games. Organizers concluded that that submission guidelines and application requirements are expected to change, and that they sincerely apologize to those who submitted games relevant to this matter for the RTA in Japan Summer 2025. I mean, why doesn't Nintendo just say, hey, we want to provide you the games, and we would like to be there and give away prizes and shit? Like, there's a way to do this without it having horrible publicity for you, right? If you provide the games, you sort of like passive aggressively stop them from using ROMs, right? Like, we're here and you're going to play Super Mario 64. Here is the N64 with the game preloaded. Have at it,
Yeah, but if you start doing that, then you start getting into like, now it looks like Nintendo's endorsing the use, and not only just the use, but the whole event. So then if like someone says something bad, then it's like, oh, well, Nintendo endorsed.
Yeah, Japan are such pussies when it comes to controversy. Like, fucking that shit they did with Pierre Taki when he got caught with the cocaine was such bullshit, where they removed him from the game. The game was done. People in Japan were playing it with Pierre Taki in it, And then it's like a week into the game coming out. This was like Yakuza back in the day. We covered this for a while. They panicked and patched the game and put a new, like, made up face in there, like a custom character, to get rid of Pierre Taki, and re-recorded all of his lines and forced an update. Like, fucking bullshit. All because they're worried about the perception of an actor who did some drugs. Like, nobody fucking gives a shit.
Yeah, I don't think it was Yakuza specifically. It was like one of the spin-off games. I forget what it was called, but
it might have been the Like a Dragon or whatever, but it was one of those.
No, it's Like a Dragon is what they called the Yakuza games in Japan.
I'll look it up.
But there's a spin-off.
Judgment. That's
Judgment.
The game was called Judgment. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, starting in 2016, RTA in Japan has grown to the scale where there will be English commentary restreams of the summer 2025 event, which is likely one of the reasons Nintendo has shifted its attention towards them. Nintendo Japan's game content guidelines for online video and image sharing platforms, however, might be the more likely reason why the company has forbidden the speedrunning charity event to showcase their titles. Nintendo Japan's guidelines prohibit creators from posting game content without modification or with minimal editing, such as uploading raw gameplay footage, audio, or official trailers, and posting content created using unauthorized methods such as emulators, cheat tools, or data mining. Similarly, Nintendo Japan stipulates corporations or other. You know what they should speedrun instead is Pal World.
That is actually something that I didn't think about before, but like we've covered in the past that
they don't want you to see uninterrupted gameplay because it reduces your eagerness to play the game yourself. Is what
they don't want to become an alternative to actually buying and playing the game.
Right.
Yeah. So it was like there was a YouTuber that went to jail for just streaming the game at launch. Like a game, I forget what game it was, but it was like a story-centric game, and they argued that because it was mainly a story-centric
game, and once you know the story, it's like
pirating
telling
a movie.
Somebody the big twist in a show is like, well, now I don't even want to watch it. Like,
yeah.
Like if everything was,
why don't they go after game guides then? Like, come on.
Probably do. Have you seen a Brady Games guide in a while?
It's like tutorial videos on how to get past levels, that
kind those would be clips, but it would, for a speed run, you're playing the whole game. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
So,
or at least getting through the main.
Oh no!
Quest to get to the credits.
They watched that guy play Donkey Kong Country and warp to the last level in the first thing. Fuck! They'll never play it now.
I guess that might save them. Like, the speedrun has to have so many skips because if it doesn't, it's going to be violating.
Yeah, seriously. Like, I skipped so much that it's basically like edited video of gameplay, right? Where did I leave off? Maybe it's right here. Okay. Similarly, Nintendo Japan stipulates corporations or other legal entities must obtain Nintendo's prior permission to use our game content, which aligns with RTA in Japan's announcement notifying viewers and attendees that they have begun negotiations with the company. Again, this shows difference in fair use attitudes than those in the West. Boy, you know what'd be so fucking awesome is if I had a Chrome extension that could hear me when I'm doing the podcast, and as I'm reading the article, it would start highlighting the words so that when I stop reading, I know exactly where I left off, because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but in the last couple podcasts, I've started to get real shit at it. Like, RTA in Japan Summer 2025 runs August 9th through August 15th live on Twitch, raising money for Medicines Sans Frontiers, better known as Doctors Without Borders. Oh. Those playing will be aiming to beat games or specific sections in blistering times. pushing the games to their limits to shave off all important seconds. The games on show run the gamut from old and new, indie and AAA, casual and hardcore, and of course, the downright weird. This includes Cuphead, Dead Cells, Final Fantasy IX, Nova Drift, Nier Automata, The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, and more. While Mario and Kirby won't be back this year, games on Nintendo consoles are still permitted, like Kayak's Ketsu Butler, a game controlled by shoving a Joy-Con down the back of your pants and moving your butt around. I'm sorry, Ketsu Battler, not Butler. Okay. All right. Well, that took an odd turn. All right. Crunchyroll has partnered with Delta to offer anime entertainment on board.
You know how there's those memes where it's like you're watching anime and it's like it's a normal anime, but then as soon as like your mom walks by, it's like
that's the law of
boobs.
anime. I coined that at the beginning of the podcast. It's like the law of anime states that anime is completely wholesome until somebody else walks in the room.
Yeah,
and then it's lewd as fuck.
Now that's going to apply to like the people that are like looking over your shoulder.
What's this Berserk show?
I was showing somebody, like a friend of mine, her kids. My neighbor Totoro. She happens to glance back and walk in at the one bat scene. Yeah, the one new Ghibli fucking like. It was like, what? Why? It's not normally like this. I had forgotten all about it. And I'm like, oh, good.
Just start playing Berserk Golden Age Arc episode 2. Yeah. Oh, there's Casca's bush.
Me, when I'm 2 hours into my 5-hour flight and look across the aisle just to see this.
Okay, but like they don't have the rights to High School of the Dead.
No, yeah, but the idea is still.
The idea is still the same, but I'm just thinking the technical. Actually,
they used to though, didn't they?
No,
I'm pretty sure
I was watching Borderline hentai.
Watched it on Funimation.
Yeah.
They may have had like the streaming rights for it in association for High School of the Dead.
No.
Because I'm pretty sure it's always been Sentai who's had the rights.
Yeah, it's always been Sentai.
Yeah, but Sentai doesn't have streaming, so was it on Funimation?
They have High Dive, you moron.
Oh.
Okay, they.
You mean at the time they didn't have High Dive?
Like, yeah, at the time I watched it, they didn't have High Dive. So it might have been on Funimation. I don't know. Or maybe I just downloaded.
What is THO?
Though. High School DxD is though, like practically hentai.
Oh,
I'm guessing.
Got it.
Oh, I think he's saying.
And High School DxD is on Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll, yeah.
Oh, DxD, right, versus High School of the Dead. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right.
So, like, arguably a worse experience for everybody sitting around.
It's every single friggin' episode.
I just can't wait to watch Nuki Tashi on the way to my next flight.
That's on Ocean Vale.
Crunchyroll partnered with Delta Airlines to bring anime to the air, providing top titles for travelers to enjoy on their flights. It's a giant leap to make anime widely accessible to the world, even at 30,000 feet. Budget-friendly shonen hits to soothing.
Oh, it's gonna be a curated thing. Okay.
It's a fuck ton though. The carefully curated list has something for every anime fan. Let's take a closer look at how this collaboration is changing the in-flight experience and why anime fans should be counting down until their next flight. Crunchyroll and Delta's collaboration is not only about convenience, it demonstrates how anime is expanding into new horizons. In-flight entertainment is now reaching an increasingly international audience. This pushes anime beyond streaming media. Passengers can watch specially selected shows without extra downloads. This is ideal for those with no internet connectivity. Trending shows will be available in both dubbed and subtitled forms. Fans will be able to enjoy them from boarding to landing. This move shows recognition of anime's popular status in the mainstream. Airlines are now recognizing it as a valued genre. Such projects can potentially inspire others around the world. It favors casual fans and hardcore fans both. For studios, it is a fuck you. Hardcore fans brought their own anime on the show.
They brought
Fuck
their
you.
Yeah, they brought their
We don't
own
need your
stuff.
stupid curated, sanitized bullshit.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna watch Nukatashi on my own. I don't need.
It's funny you brought up Berserk because I did watch Berserk on a plane when we were watching Berserk 2016. For studios, it is about reaching new fans halfway through. Yeah. Enjoy the second half of Naruto on this. Like, for Delta, it represents a unique competitive edge. And for Crunchyroll, it's another step toward global domination. All are winners in the strategic entertainment play.
Luigi.
Crunchyroll and Delta have opted for a mixed library. Shonen enthusiasts have action-packed classics and new favorites. Romance and slice of life enthusiasts have soothing emotional choices. Even fantasy epics have their own on board. This range ensures visitors always have something to watch. Children can view anime that is suitable for everyone. The programs rotate occasionally to keep the content new. Frequent visitors will not see the same programs repeatedly. Anime's episodic structure is most suitable for in-flight viewing naturally. Passengers can view several episodes concurrently. Long flights are shortened when fully immersed in a story. Delta's in-flight screen quality brings colors to life in the air. Each one of these sentences feels completely disconnected from the rest. Like, random statement, like, throw just 10 of them in here, right?
Yeah. When was the last time you watched an episodic anime?
Seriously. From action-packed warfare to comedy, time flies fast. Stop and play between siestas and meals. Anime viewers no longer need to depend on downloads. Skies just became a little more entertaining. All of these, seriously, it sounds like somebody took the concept, gave it to ChatGPT, and said, can you give me a sentence that will act as the hook? Oh, all of these choices are so good. Let's just make the whole article each of these sentences.
It does sound like that.
Subbed and dubbed versions are both accessible. Passengers can view in their chosen manner. Dub enthusiasts prefer English voiceovers the entire way through. Sub purists may use original Japanese acting. Who the fuck wrote this? This is worse than AI. This is like Temu AI. Providing both formats enhances access for new arrivals. Newcomers to the experience can begin with the dubs.
You know what it looks like?
Just imagine some assholes on the plane. He's like, oh God, they've got anime on here. Quick, before we take off, while I still have access to Wi-Fi or the Edge network, I need to find a fucking article to help me know where to begin. Oh, thank God. Yes, I'm new to it. I will start with the dubs. Like, oh my God, who fucking wrote this?
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like someone did like a pitch deck.
Yes.
And made the PowerPoints and made like all of these are bullet points, right?
Yes,
in the PowerPoint.
That's exactly
and then they just
what it is.
We're like, we're gonna merge them all into a paragraph.
Yes.
It's fuck sentence structure. We're just gonna take all these bullet points, merge them into a paragraph, and call that a section. And each one of these headings, like
the entire article is just this. Like, that's all you need. All the rest of this is bullshit.
Like, you can see
longer, and if
you can see like
if I didn't have ad block on, we probably find that there's a billion fucking ads in between here.
Just imagine each one of these like bolded things is the title of a
and then the bullet points are
of a slide.
Sentence. Yes.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it feels like.
Slide.
You know? In the first place, veterans have the real experience they enjoy. The option makes this alliance even more desirable. This partnership showcases the growth of anime worldwide. What used to be a niche market has turned into a mainstream phenomenon. The addition of anime to airline entertainment systems shows the undeniable demand for it.
I think we can stop reading.
I'm so close. Come on. Crunchyroll has been consistently forming international alliances. This one gives the brand a high visibility boost. It also makes anime go mainstream as everyday entertainment worldwide.
They left the brand
across
that is such a pitch deck. Like,
seriously,
it gives the brand high visibility. Like, what the?
If successful, other airlines will be sure to follow Delta's example. Anime may become standard for in-flight program. It's going to take one. It's going to take one mistyped episode number for their curated list before it's a huge fucking scandal and banned from the airs, right?
What do they do about, like, episodes where there's things like planes crashing into buildings and stuff?
They probably just skip the entire series.
9/11 anime when. This one gives the brand a high... Oh, I already read that. Fans may see more anime on more flights everywhere. Crunchyroll may find more airlines. The model could extend well beyond airlines in general. Take cruise lines, trains, or even hotel entertainment menus. Crunchyroll's move sets a precedent for creative expansion. Anime's potential audience is almost limitless. Crunchyroll's alliance with Delta is a victory for anime fans, tourists, and the industry in general. With anime being delivered in flight, the alliance not only provides entertainment, but introduces the medium to completely new audiences. Binge watch your favorite show or find a sleeper hit you didn't know you adored. Flying just got a whole lot more fun for the fans. With the possibility of more such alliances in the future, anime could very well become a travel entertainment norm worldwide. Jesus Christ, I got cancer reading that.
That was an article.
Guess what? Sony's Crunchyroll makes layoffs as it restructures to lean into international growth markets.
But it has all that Delta money now.
Right? Let's see if this is a pitch deck. Anime streamer also plans to add jobs, establish tech hubs in US, Mexico, and India. Yay, tariffs! Crunchyroll, Sony's anime streaming service, is laying off a number of employees as part of a restructuring to shift resources toward high-growth markets outside the US. What? They're leaving us behind? The scope of Crunchyroll's layoffs could not be determined. Crunchyroll president, Rahul Parini? Oh, is this why we're going to move into the Indian range? Announced the news Tuesday in a memo to staffers that was obtained by Variety. The business has more than 1,000 employees, but has not disclosed an exact headcount number. Crunchyroll is making the changes to increase its focus on fast-growing markets such as India, Brazil, Mexico, Europe, and Southeast Asia. Quote, as we look toward the next 3 to 5 years, we believe the right path forward is a new organizational model that supports regionally empowered teams to lean into anime fandom even further. As such, some of our colleagues will be departing the company, some will be expanding their scope, and some will be assigned to new roles. He said the layoffs are, quote, not a cost-cutting measure or driven by financial performance. It's vengeance. Job cuts are occurring across Crunchyroll's 13 offices in 9 countries in North America, Europe, and Asia. LA-based Crunchyroll currently has more than 100 open job positions worldwide. Oh, okay. So it's based in LA, and worldwide it has over 100. I don't know why that was important to include. And expects to add even more roles over the next several months. As part of the reorganization, Crunchyroll is building engineering hubs in the US, Mexico, and India, according to Parini. In addition, Crunchyroll will invest in growth opportunities beyond its core anime biz, such as in collectibles, other merchandise, and manga. Yeah, you're going to do more fucking acrylic standee bullshit I don't want. The company is looking ahead to new initiatives and releases. That includes Crunchyroll's plans to launch a digital manga service as part of its subscription tier later this year. In addition, anime movie Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle debuts September 12th in the US and Canada. Skip. We're getting to that. That'll come later. As of the end of the first quarter of 2025, Crunchyroll had more than 17 million paid monthly subscribers. Crunchyroll is a joint venture between US-based Sony Pictures Entertainment and Japan's Aniplex, a subsidiary of Sony Music Entertainment Japan, both subsidiaries of Tokyo-based Sony Group. Sony in 2017 had acquired anime streamer Funimation, so all this is going to be like useless, right? We already know all this shit. Here's the memo from Perini. Team, as anime fandom continues its incredible growth and Crunchyroll continues to deliver tremendous value to fans, we have taken a deep look at our organizational structure to ensure it can support that growth and our ambitions now and in the future. As part of this analysis and subsequent changes, some of our colleagues will be departing the company, some will be expanding their scope, and some will be assigned new roles. These changes are effective today for those in the U.S. And the process, I love that. Just like here's a memo. Hey, did you read the memo? No, I got fired. And the process in the other countries will be managed according to local employment laws and timelines. We are sharing this information here first, so all team members receive it at the same time, and we appreciate your patience during this sensitive process today. We appreciate your patience while you wait to find out if you still have a fucking job. I'd like to share the context behind these changes. As we look forward the next 3 to 5 years, we believe the right path forward is a new organizational model that supports regionally empowered teams to lean into anime fandom even further. At the same time, engineering will benefit from centers of excellence that create more alignment to spark innovation and fuel transformation. These new locations will be based in the United States, India, and Mexico. We are also reevaluating how to make our 360 fan experience business stronger than ever. They continue to be a strength and differentiator in the industry, and some reimagination in these areas is important as we move forward. Our commitment to the 360 fan experience remains resolute and unchanged. This decision is the culmination of very thoughtful discussions and planning with leaders throughout the organization and is not a cost-cutting measure or driven by financial performance. Imagine that. Imagine telling somebody you're getting sacked, but it's nothing personal, and also it's not because we needed to. Just go fuck yourself. Like it's actually worse to tell me, like, it's not us, it's you. You know, like. There's a tremendous opportunity ahead of us, and these changes are about proactively setting up for scale and success. To those who are leaving, I sincerely want to thank you for your service and commitment to our fans and our brand. You've contributed meaningfully to our mission and culture, and we will support you in every way we can through this transition. No, you fucking won't.
Yeah, what company supports their fired employees?
For a few months? I know this is difficult and appreciate the space you will give for grace. Fuck you. Respect and kindness to one another. We'll regroup as a team at the end of the day and tomorrow morning to talk more about what this means and what comes next. I am confident we are well poised for Crunchyroll's role in serving anime fans around the world. God damn. That is some bullshit.
I'm waiting. I feel like we are like in the midst of just the dark ages of anime.
Absolutely. JT Vega says he very much fired Crunchyroll staff to hire cheap labor from India and Mexico. Absolutely he did.
Cheap labor regarding what though? I'm curious.
Just he's offloading some of the roles from Crunchyroll America into Mexico and India. So he's going to pay them less to do the same job.
Right. I'm just wondering what those roles would be.
That's probably localization. Am I right?
Probably. Could you imagine? I don't know. I just feel like I'm really hoping within the next 5 to 10 years we start to see this collapse of Crunchyroll just because they've spread themselves too thin. But that's just me.
All right. Just going to open these real quick. Japanese box office. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle. First movie stays at number 1 in the 4th weekend. And not only that, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle takes 6th place in Japan all-time box office chart in 25 days. A week ago, we covered this article, that there are now 0 Japanese live-action films in the country's top 10 because Demon Slayer had just bumped out the number 10 spot, out of the number 10 spot. So now it's moved up to the number 6 spot, pushing One Piece Film Red down and knocking House Moving Castle into the number 10 spot. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle first movie announces English dub cast with Channing Tatum and Rebecca Wang to join.
Who asked for this? Who asked for? I want to know. Who is the dickhead who...
We've talked about this a lot.
No, okay. I reserve judgment of like Tatum's acting skill.
No, we've just talked about this concept a lot on the podcast. And I will reiterate my point about it. Voice actors and regular actors are not the same. A regular actor perfects their craft knowing how they are perceived on screen. They act not with their voice, but with their entire performance. A voice actor does not have that luxury. They act with their voice alone. And so they perfect a level of acting when it is limited strictly to voice that live action full-on actors do not get the discipline necessary to perfect. It is very uncommon. The one exception is Mark Hamill voicing the Joker and other roles that he's done.
Right.
But the reason that he became a voice actor is because he got in a horrific car accident while filming Star Wars and became like he lost his position as like the Hollywood pretty boy that he held when he was in the first Star Wars movie. In the second Star Wars movie, they had to write it into the movie, which is why he gets smacked in the face by the Wampa or whatever the fuck. And then Han Solo cuts open the Tauntaun and shoves him in there to keep him warm. They had to write that into the movie because the actor got in a car accident that scarred up his face a little bit, and he no longer had that pretty boy look that he had previously been cast in movies because he had. So he literally stepped back from acting in the way that he had intended to enter the industry and eventually started pursuing acting via voice acting and became good at it because, again, the discipline required to perform well when the only thing you have is your voice is something that only a person who is an actual voice actor develops.
Right. I will like to...
Good.
I would like to point out there are a few more exceptions. I feel like Robert Pattinson in The Boy and the Heron did a pretty good job.
He was okay. I'm not. This is the distinction. It's not to say that a movie is automatically bad because a live action Hollywood actor voices a character in it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is to say that movie could have been equally good or better had they instead cast voice actors in those roles. As evidenced by literally all of the Disney-released Studio Ghibli films, which have American actors, well, not just American, but Hollywood live-action actors in the role of the characters, including Shia LaBeouf in Nausicaa and stuff like that. Right? So we have a whole slew. I mean, Mark Hamill voices a character in Castle in the Sky, right? But we have a whole slew of people who are elevated as being like big name actors and go see the movie because Lucy Liu voices a character in Kung Fu Panda. It's like, I see movies with Lucy Liu because she's hot, not because she sounds hot. You know what I mean? Like it's just sort of like a disconnect that producers have where they don't understand that the star power
it's that
even star talent.
ProZD skit that he made where it's like, Chris Pratt's in the new Mario movie, and it's like everybody like how they think you'll react versus like how you'll actually react to the.
All right,
like
but
that.
I have a rebuttal, and that is, my name's Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
I hope he does that.
Yeah.
Can I get an anime starring Tommy Wiseau, please? If we're gonna take this to its logical conclusion, please just give me the actors I just want to hear in anime roles. Right?
Don't give him an excuse.
Yeah. So Rebecca Wang is from a what was she in? She's in an actual animated thing. She's in Solo Leveling, right? Yeah. As so she was cast as Koyuki, and Channing Tatum has been cast as Keizo, who I understand is only in flashbacks. Is that correct, Reese?
It sounds like it. He's, spoilers, trained Akaza when he was human. Akaza is a demon on train.
We don't need more spoilers,
Wasn't Akazaka or something like that?
Akaza, whatever it is. But I'm just saying that it's his former mentor.
He's got a small role. That's all we need to know. Yeah. Thank you.
It's a very small role. It sounds like it appears to be.
Jeez. Key to voice acting is acting, and some voice actors can't act to save their lives. Yeah, did you see Monica Rial tearing up during her deposition? All right. He did a B movie roles. He did Guyver regarding Mark Hamill.
Mark Hamill.
Yes. Yeah, and David Hayter is also in that film, who also went on to be a voice actor as Solid Snake. He also did the Trickster for the 90s version of The Flash, which the voice inspired the Joker voice. Oh. Yeah. All right. So moon past this. Demon Slayer has worldwide tickets now on sale. It is going to open in the U.S. and Canada on September 12th, though Reese's Theater has a screening on September 11th. So he will be celebrating.
Most theaters
on the 11th,
will have most movies open a day before the advertised day.
And
I went to see Nobody on Thursday when the date was Friday.
If you are a Mega or Ultimate fan subscriber of Crunchyroll, you could see it on September 9th before everybody else.
Why aren't you seeing it on the September 9th, Reese?
Because the closest theater that's doing that is like 2.5 hours away. It's like
you're not a real fan unless you're driving 2.5 hours to go see the movie.
Ultimate fan, Reese.
I never claimed to be
How do they factor that in? Like, do
you could watch the cam rip on the way to the movie.
Buy the tickets
I'm not gonna watch a stupid freaking shaky cam rip, okay?
No, available at this Fandango rewards site.
But there'd be enough time that you could get the whole thing in and then watch it.
It probably has you log in through your Crunchyroll account or something.
Yeah.
Like when you log in through your Gmail or whatever. All right. Anyway, moon past this. Wait, actually, I don't know if I recall the guy who played Walter White was an anime voice actor. Bryan Cranston.
I don't know if he did anime. He did Power Rangers.
No, I think he was in. Was he in Boy and the Heron? No, I think you're right. I think he's in something.
He did Power Rangers. I know that.
Yeah, he was.
He was the monsters.
Cranston.
Race you. He was in. Oh yeah, he's in Armitage. Call of the Wild.
Macross, Street Fighter.
Dr. Slump and Arale-chan as Coach 1 in the Army Gold dub. Eagle Riders. Galaxy Express 39, Godzilla, the live action movie from 2014. Oh yeah, he's in the live action Godzilla.
Yeah, he's literally in the movie.
Hashire Melos, Kaite Daisenso I Know 2000 Miles special. Did these even get releases? He's in the little... Yeah, these are old-ass shows. He's in Moldiver, Orgus 02, Ramayana, The Legend of Prince Rama, Royal Space Force Wings of the Hone Amise, and Tekkamon Blade. He was cast as Bryan Cranston. He's also cast under the name Lee Stone in Armitage 3 and Macross Plus, and the Street Fighter 2 animated movie as Phil Williams. I did not know there was a Call of the Wild anime. That's hilarious. DVD when? Huh. Harmony Gold has him. Never. He worked for Harmony Gold for a while, I guess. Oh, wait. Oh, the Laserdisc. Damn it. Fuck it. All right, anyway, closing these. There isn't even a Japanese cast for the Legend of Prince Rama. All right. Anyway, closing. Cool. All right. Moving past this now. Angel's Egg 4K restoration is dated for North American theaters. It will be screening November 19th, which is a fucking Wednesday. What the hell is wrong with you, 11 Arts, or whoever's putting this on? G-Kids. So that's kind of annoying. I need to go see it. It's showing on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Like,
that is weird.
I work till 7 p.m.
It's a sub only, right? It's one of those ones.
I believe so.
Yeah.
But I don't. Yeah.
Still, I've heard amazing things about Angel's Egg. I just never watched it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact I haven't yet watched it, so I can first impression the shit out of it, right? I just don't know who I'm going to go see it with.
Has the DVD or the Blu-ray come out yet?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Didn't it?
No.
I ordered it. I just don't have it. Yeah. Okay, so
wait, it's available for order? Where?
Yeah, they have the 4K, right? From G-Kids.
They'll probably put it out on 4K, but not yet.
It will also have its New York premiere ahead of that at its New York Film Festival, which runs from September 26th to October 13th. Anyway, moving past this. You guys ready for this? You guys ready for this hilariousness? Artist trolls Twitter users complaining about whitewashed art. The character is a fucking car from the movie Cars.
It's the old lady fucking car from Cars?
He's got some large tatas.
Yeah, I feel like her backside should be larger than that. Like, holy crap. That's the old lady car. And she wasn't fucking black. The fuck you mean? Like...
An artist has seemingly trolled a Twitter user that was complaining about their art being whitewashed by producing a second piece of art featuring darker skin, and once again proving that such complainers can never be satisfied. The artist drew what seemed to be an anthropomorphized version of a character from the Cars series.
Is
she white? She's canonically black.
From what universe? She's a car.
Old man says, mind the gap.
A true old man.
If so, then I apologize. I forgot. I drew based on the car. I will try to make a black character later. Do not apologize. You made a nice art. This dude just wants to start stuff. It's all good. I forgot that the character in the original is black, and people are just deservedly outraged. At the moment, I'm already creating a second version to make everyone happy. Don't make a scandal out of art. After a Twitter user complaining about the character being white, the artist immediately responded by fixing and re-uploading the art.
It's not.
This isn't any better. It's worse. You could have at least tried to properly draw a black person instead of changing their skin color, giving them long nails, and also giving them hoop earrings.
That car would still wear hoop earrings if she was as fucking huge. Like, have they not seen the Cars movie? This is like...
I haven't seen the Cars movie.
Okay.
I have no idea
No.
what's going on.
I'm sure she's voiced by a black woman. That's probably why they're hella pissed off. But she sounds like she's from the motherfucking 50s because the car's from the motherfucking like 50s or 60s. So she's an older car. So she should, if anything, he didn't do it right because she should be old or older. Like,
Yeah, so you and giving her hoop earrings, right? I'm sorry. I thought dark-skinned people were people who had a lot of chocolate in their DNA and smelled like vanilla. I'll fix it. I'm sorry.
I think
Arguably.
I want to see the third attempt where it's just like the absolute worst black stereotype.
you literally
That's
can't
right.
win on Twitter though. If you
Just
make them stereotypically black, then they'll be complaining, "Oh, that's what all black people
Exactly.
look
That's
like
the
to you."
point.
It's
That
all,
was the
it
point.
is not about the whitewashing. It's about controlling free expression. Arguably, it's possible that the subsequent complainer was merely mocking individuals who complain about such art being too white, but the shenanigans are comical nonetheless. Comments addressing the play of events. You made her too white.
Yeah, like that.
She's canonically black. It's a green car. Make it black and they still mad. Shake my head.
Just take off her legs and put her on blocks. The tires are missing. The tires are stolen.
The car has no race, but the voice actor is Jennifer Lewis, a black woman. I thought dark-skinned people were people who had a lot of chocolate in their DNA and smelled like vanilla. Who here knows what vanilla smells like? LOL. As far as fucking sending me. I'm sorry.
so it is a troll. He's trolling that, like, the person who's like,
I want to make a fan fiction of Black Panther where it's all white characters. Nothing changes anywhere in the story, but all the characters are drawn white. She's canonically black. Turquoise car. Oh, yeah, okay, buddy. Chocolate DNA. This is killing me. Incredible how Stone Toss is always right. This dude said canonically black. Like, bruh, it's a fucking turquoise car with eyes. The fuck you on about? Dog, I'm dying. I feel so bad because you can tell English isn't their first language. I don't know what he was trying to say, but the translation came out funny as shit. Hey, at least the artist has an amazing sense of humor and made 2 nice pieces. Those kind of people you can't ever please. I hope the artist learns that soon. Anyway, just more of this forever and ever. All right. Now, this reminds me, Horikoshi posted this image of the character he created, Mirko, right? Bunny girl from My Hero Academia.
Yeah.
People lost their shit. They were not happy. They said, well, they were not happy, and people are now addressing the outrage of Horikoshi's art, showcasing this, which we've talked about, this, which we've talked about, and this, which we have not talked about, my Ghibli art, because I'm a real artist and don't rely on AI-generated slop. Yeah, you just redraw existing shit, but make them black. Real artist. So they said, black people who are sensitive to color differences oppose the easy act of darkening skin. For a race that doesn't even know about sunburn, Japanese anime is too advanced. Should we restrict viewing by black people or stop featuring tanned characters?
no, because then you know what? They'll complain that there aren't any black characters.
Yep. This person says, I'm black. There are other black people like me who have been watching anime since childhood. In the black community, we were mocked for watching anime and respecting the culture. The black people who are here now are the same ones who bullied us. They are not real fans.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Asians tan easily because we have more melanin than Europeans. We can also get brighter. It all depends on sun exposure. Not every dark-skinned character is black. Can Americans stop thinking the world revolves around them?
I feel bad because it's like it's not all Americans, but like holy fuck, like
just drawing attention to this.
Yeah.
If you looked at this photo and you covered up the dark spots, you'd say that character is white. If you cover up the light spots, the character is black, right? Because the Japanese, as they said, have more melanin and therefore are capable of a wider range when it comes to sun exposure.
There's also different ethnicities within Japan as well. Like there's some people that have have darker skin like naturally too. So
So somebody took it upon themselves to correct Horikoshi's artwork. No, you fucking bastards! It's a good thing I archived that shit years ago. It feels like. You ready for this? Shit, we was Japanimation and shit, cuz. Wow. Careful what you wish for.
I see no difference.
Yeah, so again,
it's the same.
The problem that we're dealing with here is because people are so self-absorbed in the West, they can't fathom that a show made by a Japanese person or a story written by a Japanese person, adapted into television for Japanese people, features Japanese people in it. Oh my God, mind-blowing, right? And yet they can't fathom the idea that because Asians are capable of tanning, 99% of black characters in anime are Japanese. And guess what? Almost 100% of white characters in anime are also Japanese, right? Dear God, it's not about you for once, right? Just think about it for a second. Anyway, in addition, I just had this. I'll throw this in here now to get it off my open tabs. Endymion had pointed out Mexican girls in Mexican cartoons. Whoa. Mexican girls in Latinx cartoons, right? And as well,
ugly as shit.
In Mexico, they've got like Freerin.
I love. Oh yes.
Murals.
Oh man.
The Mexicans deserve anime.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about the inner city Americans.
Like,
right, anyway.
If I owned that building, I'd be like, I'm keeping this.
So, past the monster meat, Milady reveals a summer seasonal art. That's it. That's the art. I was really scraping the bottom of the barrel on anime news this week. Though I am an inept villainess. Tale of the butterfly rat body swap in the Maiden Court. Anime reveals new character. Holy fuck, what a title. Here, I thought it was a crossover with Apothecary Diaries. In the Kingdom of A, 5 clans put forth their maidens as imperial consorts, but only one will be crowned empress. Just when frail and beautiful court butterfly Ko Reirin seems poised to marry the crown prince, jealous court rat Shu Keigetsu steals her body. Reirin wakes up in the dungeons as the conspirator, and things look dire. Or do they? Now that she's got a robust new body, not even the looming threat of execution can stop her. I just hope she takes her form the same way Captain Ginyu would. And that her frail body is because of the chest wound, right? All right, my status as an assassin obviously exceeds the heroes. Anime unveils Yoru character trailer. This is quickly becoming like the most watchable looking promotional stuff. Like that looks like I could watch that. Here is the trailer. He said not able to change the brand because of reasons. Intros and ads, please. Reese.
Yeah.
Intros and ads, please. Thank you. Okay. It's this one.
本能しか持たぬ魔物と一緒にするな。
猫夜でどうだ。
いい名前だ。
素晴らしい手触りだ。
やれやれ。出しゃばると主殿の手間が増える。俺は空気が読めるゆえ今から出かける。ナイスやる。
夜アメリアを守れ。
承知した。主殿。主殿。
俺は猫が好きなんだ。
主殿にはかなわん。
Some of those shots have like an old school anime filter look to them.
Looks watchable, right? Meanwhile, a not very watchable show.
You know, if they did get a celebrity voice, I would actually wouldn't mind if they got the voice of Salem from Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the voice of Giant Cat.
After the whole convo about not using
yeah, but that's the one
That's a voice actor, though.
Yeah, I guess he was a voice actor.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Captivated by You anime trailer previews Keina Suda opening song. I don't really care about any of that shit. It screams yaoi. It whispers yaoi? It whispers it. It doesn't quite scream it. It definitely doesn't say I'm hetero. It says
it's not shoving it down your throat quite yet, but
yeah.
It's just like
and there's nothing, so it's from the creators, I think, of Let's Go Karaoke, which seemed also very similar, where it's like there's nothing about this that is overtly gay that I have seen so far in the promotional stuff. But the lack of female characters and the normal, hetero agenda don't help its case, right? So it says here, Joji Emma goes to an all-boys school. After the school's athletic festival, Emma's eccentric classmate Miyoshi Hayashi starts acting bizarrely towards him. Yuichi Medaka goes to a co-educational high school. He ends up sitting behind Akira Nikaido, an unsettling student most of the school doesn't like. Explore an omnibus of stories about what it's like to be young.
And gay.
None of that said gay, but it whispered it, right? Because of the all-boys school. So I don't know. Jury's still out. We'll see. Wandance anime reveals a dynamic main visual. It is quite dynamic. It also looks like something I won't watch. Latair, the Earth short anime premieres September 5th. It is the level of cringe I didn't think we could reach. I'm not sure what to say about it, but it's epically cringe. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. That's by Shoji Kamori as well. Moving on. Rising the Show Zero Season 4 unveils a new Raphtalia-Centric key visual. There it is. She is a shrine maiden. Resolute.
Nico outfit.
Mm-hmm. Hope Season 3 is better than what I watched for Season 2. All right, and then speaking to our current conversation of hiring voice actors instead of random-ass people, DragonForce's singer, Mark Hudson, is playing the role of the vocalist of the Hayashi in the anime Dandadan, episode 18. We became a family. What's up?
It aired last week. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, but I didn't. Now we're covering it, okay? How about that?
Yep.
How about that? Can you shut up? It's streaming right now on ADN, whatever that is, Crunchyroll, Hulu, Muse, and Netflix. Mark Hudson said, quote, I'm beyond thrilled to announce that I had the incredible opportunity to be a voice actor in Dandadan, one of my all-time favorite anime series. I played the role of the vocalist for the Hayashi in Season 2, Episode 6. And getting to perform the Exorcism song as part of the character was an absolute blast. After making Starbound Stories, an album deeply inspired by anime, I was so happy to be invited to actually sing on an anime. It felt like everything had come full circle. The show is wild, creative, and full of heart, and definitely something I will be trying to watch on a plane, right? And it was a real privilege to be a part of it. As the vocalist of DragonForce, I've had the chance to perform on some amazing songs and albums, but this was a whole new and exciting experience. I can't wait for everyone to see the episode. Voice lines and call-outs were recorded at Bang Zoom Studios. Exorcism song recorded with Lewitt PureTube microphone. So Foodnum was saying that it sounds like he's just doing his speaking voice. He's not actually acting. Is that
probably doing the talking roles? But
Yeah, I'd say he was more talking. I'm not used to his normal voice though, so I don't.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird to me because, like, I mean, I don't listen to DragonForce that often, but aren't they known more for their like guitar than their singing?
Yeah.
But
everybody here has heard "Through the Fire and the Flames."
Yeah.
This isn't the same vocalist.
Oh, so
They
it's even
changed
less.
vocalists,
It's even less
like
of a
it-
get.
Yeah, they changed vocalist like in 2010 or something, which was news to me because I was like, that doesn't look. When I saw it, I was like, that doesn't look familiar because I remember.
So
seeing
they're
it.
banking entirely on the DragonForce name, and they're doing it in the way that like Kiss swapped out every member except Gene Simmons at one point, and they're like, yeah, the Starman from Kiss is like, oh, I love Paul Stanley or whoever the fuck that was, and then it's not him, right? You know, like, I don't know. Seems like a bait and switch to me. Meanwhile,
No. I had explicit instructions when I posted this. You have to play the video.
Oh, I didn't download the video.
I actually enjoyed the song that they played in the dub, though. To be honest,
Sharing the tab.
I don't know if Reese did, but I did.
Tell me
I
if
checked out the
you
dubbed
cannot
version of the song. Yeah.
Hey, my name's Mark Hudson, and
We
I
can
sing.
hear.
Hey, my name's Mark Hudson, and I sing for the band DragonForce, and I'm super happy to announce that I'm going to be the vocalist of the Hayashi in Dandadan, my new favorite anime. See you soon in season 2. Now let's get on with the show.
Yeah, you can stop that. Stop it.
Okay.
The music might get you copyrighted. I just wanted the point of him speaking. If you read the comment that I posted when I shared this
is that it
tweet.
seems overdubbed?
It's when now to be fair, when I'm watching it through StreamYard here, I don't get the same feel as when I watched it actually in Twitter.
Yeah.
But when I was watching it in Twitter, it looked like he overdubbed his own voice for that scene.
Yes, that did very much seem like it because he's not mic'd up.
And it seemed
It's
dubbed poorly.
It's too clean, the dubbing, for the fact that he's not mic'd up here. Like, because you don't hear anything around him. So it's not like they're using a microphone on the camera to get it. Because you'd hear ambient noise and the echo and stuff. It sounds like he's in a studio recording his line over something that he recorded on stage, that once they played it back, like, it's so cool for what we wanted to do, but you can't hear anything and it sounds ridiculous.
You know what? I almost have the opposite feeling, where of like, I would wonder. This may be wrong, but I feel like they recorded the voice line first, thinking we're just going to use this as a voice line, and then he's like, "Oh, I should do a video promo," and then just like mimed the voice.
Yes, that might be
because I feel like he would be like if he did any anime work, he would be a better like lip syncer.
Yeah.
Than what he did in this promo video.
I like how he's like, my new favorite anime because I'm in it. Like, I don't know. All right. Freerun staff feel a sense of stagnation in Japanese anime scene. Warns against chasing Western trends. Amidst the Japanese anime industry's population crisis-driven effort to grow their overseas audiences, Freerun, Beyond Journey's End director Keiichiro Saito and producer Takashi Nakame have expressed concerns at the tendency seen in some of their peers to chase Western trends, particularly as they believe this focus underserves the potential of the overall medium. Saito and Nakame offered their thoughts on the current state of I think you mean the current state of anime during a recent joint interview given to the Japanese news outlet Monton Web following their selection as candidates for the Global Anime Challenge. Per its official website, Global Anime Challenge is a 3-year program funded by Agency for Cultural Affairs. Its purpose is to nurture the Japanese anime industry's next generation of the creatives. 6 talented young animators, producers, and directors will be selected to experience internships at world-class studios outside of Japan for 3 months. Then they are to develop concept trailers to be presented at the world's top animation exhibition events, such as the Annecy International Animation Film Festival in France, as well as Anime Expo in the USA. In opening the interview, the pair were asked as to why they chose to join the program, to which Nakame took the lead and answered, "It's a bit vague, but I felt a sense of stagnation in the Japanese anime production environment. And when I was thinking about trying something different from what I had done before, I heard about the opportunity to learn about overseas production sites and became interested. I don't know if it will directly solve the issues I'm currently facing, but I decided to join because I thought it might be a starting point for something." Likewise, Saito recalled, quote, "I was thinking about studying abroad to learn the language when Nakame invited me to join. Like Nakame-san, I also feel a sense of stagnation in the current anime industry. And when I thought about how I would proceed in this industry in the future, I was interested in things other than what I had been doing so far. So I decided to participate." I can't fathom this because Frieren, the show that they work on, is like a fresh of breath air compared to all the other bullshit that's been coming out lately, right? Like, you're giving up the one thing that isn't stagnating to go do some other random bullshit for 6 months. From there, pressed as to whether they intended to use their upcoming education would in service of making a pilot film, the Frieren anime duo confirmed that while that was their plan, they were still. Good job. Good job being still.
They stayed still.
Like
calm.
Random 11 is right now looking at Frieren's feet.
Oh.
That is gross, though. I don't know
said,
why
quote,
they would do that.
"We haven't decided on the specifics yet, but since we've been given this opportunity, I feel like we should challenge ourselves. Since we can manage our own IP, we might be able to create a big trend. We'll have to think about the direction we want to take in the future." Nakame said, "When it comes to creativity, there are some things we won't know until we actually try them. But since it's rare to have our own IP, I have a vague idea that we want to do something more than just make anime." Saito said, "As mentioned in the courses, should we aim for something like like the Academy Awards in the US, targeting something that will be widely accepted? Or should we go for something more niche? We need to think about that too. With Japanese anime playing a major role in the overseas market, I've been thinking about how to proceed. Even before participating, I had a vague idea of using my own work to build connections overseas, so I want to study communication as well." On the topic of strengthening and expanding global communication via their art, when asked as to what they felt was important when promoting Japanese anime to the world, Saito and Nakame both pointed to the medium's unique identity, particularly in terms of the broad range of stories and art styles it can offer, which they felt was currently being underserved thanks to studios trying to chase Western audiences. Saito said, quote, "I have had the opportunity to attend overseas conventions and interact with overseas fans, and I have a vague feeling that the Japanese anime that overseas fans are enthusiastic about may be slightly biased. I feel that popular things are still popular, and there is a major trend. I also feel that this could lead to a disconnect between the creators and the fans. Because the trend is so strong, focusing too much on it can make that aspect of anime too dominant. Before that happens, I feel it's important to promote the diverse appeal of anime to the world. I want to create works that can attract global attention through various approaches. Nakame said, I feel the same way. Japanese anime tends to be created freely, but within that freedom, there may be a certain bias. I would be more interested if there were more variety. It's easy to get caught up in the mainstream, and while that's necessary for the work itself, I think it's important to consider various aspects.
I want to punch these two in the face. They're talking and not saying a fucking thing.
That is so common in Japanese interviews. They are masters at saying fuck all, saying a lot of words that mean literally nothing. Finally, in terms of what they hoped to glean from their upcoming internships at overseas studios, the director and producer affirmed that, simply put, they wanted to learn new perspectives with which they could inject new life into the Japanese anime scene. Bro, you're the tip of the spear in animation. What you're going to learn is to include diverse characters and trans people in your fucking anime. That's all you're going to fucking learn overseas. Nakame says, I haven't decided where yet, but I plan to go for about 3 months. It seems long, but it's actually short. I'm looking forward to learning about how they work differently from Japan, including their work style. I just hope you don't get murdered because you decided to go to London or someplace like that. Saito says, personally, I have issues, challenges, and future goals that I want to solve, and I want to find ways to solve them and gain new perspectives. I'm interested in the differences between post-production and pre-production in Japan and overseas, and I want to explore ways to combine the best aspects of both Japan and overseas to create something different from what has been done in Japan so far, rather than creating something completely unknown as a work. Even if it's the same kind of work as before, the content might be completely different. Nakame says, it's an extension of what we've done before, but I want to create while thinking, not just going through the motions. In that sense, there should be something new that can be created. Saito says, while the best outcome might be no change, I believe it's important to gain a perspective that hasn't existed before. Nakame agrees. That's right. Expanding our horizons will inevitably lead to some changes. Until now, we weren't even at the stage where we could consider such things, so it's interesting that we can now think for ourselves. Man. Wow.
Doesn't sound like you're doing much thinking. Jesus
No, seriously.
Christ.
I hope it wasn't a mistake to include this one as well.
I honestly think that's like, hey, as the people that made Freerun and Freerun's being so successful, the company is willing to, pay for a study abroad if you would like. Oh, we'll take that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do an interview on this. Oh, well, we just want to learn stuff.
Yeah.
Because we
need
think it's
a new perspective and to see things that don't happen in Japan. And I look forward to 3 months, which seems like a long time, and it kind of is, but it probably isn't going to be long. And did I mention we're going to learn new perspectives? Yeah, so I just highlighted these parts from this article. It says, Saito fears this trend could turn anime into little more than a formulaic product of algorithm-friendly hype. The both of them are seemingly unaware of the current isekai boom that all too often incorporates MMO terminology or elements from video games. And the era before that one was the moe boom, which saw an influx of shows attempting to imitate K-On! And Lucky Star, right?
I mean, Freerun was kind of on the edge of the isekai boom.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it's an isekai. I know I'm in the minority on that one, but I would still consider it an isekai.
We are making
Attack
really
on
good
Titan
time.
is an isekai too.
Yep.
Okay.
It's the another world argument we had earlier.
Yeah. I'm not going to open that up when I just said we were making good time.
Ooh.
Publisher Kadokawa hunts for overseas talent to fill manga shortage. Another way to say that. Publisher Kadokawa gives up on the Japanese and decides to scrape the bottom of the barrel by going outside of Japan to find talent that they won't find. Kadokawa, one of Japan's biggest publishing giants and steward of Gundam manga, has begun aggressively recruiting overseas creators to help fill Japan's shrinking talent pool. The company announced new global offices and an editorial system spanning 19 countries, with competitions like the Wordless Manga Contest, designed to court artists who can adapt light novels and deliver fresh content. On paper, the idea is simple. Japan's birth rate is cratered to 1.37, down from 3.43 in 1950, which has led to fewer young artists entering the manga industry. Kadokawa sees overseas creators as an untapped blue ocean of potential. But this raises the question, what kind of manga will actually come out of this global push? If the West's track record is anything to go by, Japan may be inviting the very creative rot that has plagued American comics. US and European publishers have been all too eager to force diversity checklists into their work, where every cast must have racial quotas, sexuality labels, and clumsy political lectures shoehorned into the story. These are not organic characters, but mascots for ideology, often at the expense of compelling plots or memorable art. Instead of tight storylines and timeless characters, readers get a checklist of identities meant to win Twitter applause, but not readers. Manga, by contrast, has flourished precisely because it hasn't been strangled by these constraints. Japanese creators still tell stories without worrying whether they've hit enough representation points, and audiences reward them for it. If Kadokawa leans too heavily on Western recruits without careful oversight, the result could be half-baked manga plagued by the same woke fingerprints that have made American comics a shadow of what they once were. Yep. I don't think any of that needed to be read. The sentiment was there. The headline said it all. It's going to be bullshit. I don't think we're going to get anything good out of this. Any thoughts? Cool. I didn't think so. All right. Fire Emblem Heroes temporarily replaces swimsuit Tiki and Mae art following Gao controversy. If you guys will recall, we covered this last podcast. He admitted to having a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old, and everybody lost their minds, rightfully so.
No good.
Unless he's also a 14-year-old, because his art kind of sucks.
That was a option.
In which case,
although I think it's
unlikely. In which case, he's actually a Chad. Fire Emblem Heroes has officially removed illustrations by artist Gao, following his recent scandal in which he admitted to having relations with a 14-year-old girl. The revelations led to his effective cancellation across the Japanese gaming and illustration industry, with many publishers distancing themselves from his work. Nintendo and Intelligent Systems had previously announced plans to replace affected artwork in Fire Emblem Heroes. That update has now gone live. The swimsuit version of Tiki and Mae, both drawn by Gao, have had their full body art removed. Until new art is commissioned and added, currently scheduled for early 2026, the game is temporarily using chibi-style sprites, the same ones that appear in-game during battles and menus, as stand-ins for the character art. Here is the before and after for Tiki. I think it's better. Right?
Nah.
Oh. No. Okay. Honestly, it's still better.
Oh, no.
Here's the before and after for Mai.
Well, it's better than a coming soon
Yeah.
JPEG.
It's better than what they did for Pokemon. The abrupt replacement has sparked mixed reactions among players. Some welcomed the swift removal of Gao's work, while others noted the unusual look of having premium special characters displayed with only simple SD models instead of an elaborate artwork typically associated with Fire Emblem Heroes. This isn't the first time a mobile gacha title has had to replace art following controversy surrounding a contracted illustrator, but the high-profile nature of Fire Emblem Heroes, still one of Nintendo's biggest mobile games worldwide, has ensured the changes are being closely watched. Damn. All right. Meanwhile, Marvel Rivals director responds to Gunnar game accusations, says majority of players like sexy skins. Get away. Nope. Go. You're gone. Get out of here. Goodbye. Tell your mom I want her to sit here. No, it does not. That is not what that means. Yeah. All right. Awkward article for her to come in on. Could be worse. Could be one of the missed news things. Rather than paying any mind to those more annoyingly puritanical sections of the internet that have written off Marvel Rivals character designs, in particular those belonging to its female roster picks like Psylocke and Squirrel Girl, as nothing more than disgusting pervert Gunnar bait, game director Guangyong Chen, Jesus Christ, these names, we're going to call him Chen, has instead chosen to focus his attention on those who have chosen to enjoy them. Chen provided his thoughts on the gay reputation during a recent interview given to the aptly named Rivals Assemble fan news outlet during the Marvel Rivals mid-season Ignite tournament, as recently held from August 6th to 10th in Guangzhou, China. You're telling me that Guangyong Chen lives in Guangzhou, China? Come on. Wow. What is the level of prescription in this lens? That's an.
I think he needs to take a new photo. Like, that's not a flattering photo.
This one looks like there isn't even a lens in it. Like it's perfect. It's almost perfect to the what you see around it. But this one, this cheek goes whoop, like. Is EOMM real? Met at the top of their time together with a request for details regarding his team's design process, the director explained, quote, when we were making Marvel Rivals, especially when creating the heroes, we really focused on how to bring the abilities of Marvel superheroes into the game so that players could truly experience the joy of embodying a superhero. A super body is more like it. I'm so tired of moral authorities. Let people enjoy their hobbies. Marvel Rivals did nothing wrong. Marvel Rivals did everything right. Marvel Rivals is the only thing with Marvel attached to it doing things right now. So in our design process, we always started from the unique traits and the characteristics of each superhero. From there, we designed the hero's skill set, then moved on to the white box stage, essentially a prototype test. Then we proceeded with art support and production. Finally, we integrated everything together and went through a very detailed polishing phase before arriving at the version of the game that players see today. Next, Rivals Assembled inquired with Chen as to what the dev team's general hero development cycle looked like, to which the director opened a lengthy recap by recalling, quote, first, we decide on the hero roster. This starts with looking at the season we're planning. We'll have discussions about the season's story, like with localization, it will, which location it will focus on, and what kind of story will unfold between certain heroes. Within that storyline, we figure out which heroes would be a good fit to appear. We then have in-depth discussions with the Marvel team, and only after that do we finalize the hero roster. Once that's decided, we move on to designing the heroes themselves. All those character designs were common in Marvel Comics during the 90s. Yeah. I grew up remembering that art looked good. Now, not so much. Our design team will first study the hero in depth, learning all the different aspects of their backgrounds and traits. Based on that, we create fun and engaging ability combinations. After that, we make a prototype to test those abilities. If the overall gameplay feels both feasible and fun, we start producing art assets for the hero. This stage takes quite a while. It usually takes quite a long time to produce the art assets. Once they're completed, we'll integrate all of the abilities into those assets and fine-tune everything to make sure it feels right. Then we'd release. Before release, we do extensive internal balance testing. Nobody gives a shit about this. Get to the sexiness. Here we go. In their final design-related question, the news outlet directly asked Chen, how do you guys respond to people calling Marvel Rivals a gooner game? Taking the question in stride, the director asserted, because our design, as mentioned earlier, is inspired by classic comic themes, including some very outstanding skins like Mantis and also Psylocke's Vengeance outfit. These all come from classic comic designs. To be honest, I think she's wearing more clothes than in the classic comic design. We take those classic comic designs and create some more fashionable designs based on them to gain players' appreciation. I think this also reflects the broad recognition from our players. As mentioned earlier, the Squirrel Girl and Krakoa Resort skin, which is itself a reference to Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso music video, these are actually designs based on real-world themes and the season storyline. For designs like these, we try our best to integrate the storylines from the season, including elements from Krakoa, and also blend some popular elements from real life. We created new designs based on that, and I'm very grateful these designs have been well received by the majority of players. Holy shit. That headline is the thing that I should have stopped at. Anyway, moving past this, that was all actually an elaborate lead-in for sexy heroes returning to Overwatch 2 after Blizzard's woke faceplant. To which Raging Golden Eagle says, if only they did this before Marvel Rivals took their audience.
Damn.
Blizzard's announcement that Overwatch 2 will be phasing out its stranger oddball heroes in favor of sleeker, more aspirational characters doesn't come across as a bold new vision. It looks more like a desperate crawl back to the players they once drove away. Yeah. Lead concept artist Daryl Tan explained the new design philosophy as focusing on aspirational physiques and cool, attractive heroes fans can look up to. While he left room for the occasional oddball character, Blizzard made it clear that sprinkling them in will be the exception, not the rule. On the surface, it sounds like creative direction. In reality, it reads like damage control. Overwatch once had a strong roster of sexy, iconic female characters who drew players in. Characters like Widowmaker, Mercy, and Tracer defined the franchise's popularity. But in recent years, you skipped Diva, what the hell? But in recent years, Blizzard leaned hard into woke design trends, toning down or outright avoiding those styles in favor of safer, politically acceptable archetypes. The result? Player disillusionment and dwindling fanbase. Now, Blizzard is suddenly eager to return to cool and aspirational designs that just so happen to align with the exact kind of traditional feminine sexy appeal they spent years running away from. Instead of standing by its woke shift, Blizzard looks like it's realized just how much it lost by alienating fans who actually liked feminine beauty in games. What's being sold as a design refresh looks suspiciously like backtracking in desperation to win back those players before Overwatch 2 becomes completely irrelevant. Damn. Let's skip this one for next week. Go on to this one. PETA demands Nintendo remove Mario Kart World Cow's nose ring.
It's a sign of oppression.
Do you see the smile on this cow?
He's happy as fuck.
Yeah. He has a fetish for this. Don't take it away from him.
Oh no. Now we need to take it away from him.
Animal rights organization PETA is asking Nintendo to make a change to Mario Kart World's newest racer, urging the company to remove the brass nose ring from its cow character. Just put a fucking leather jacket on him and then it'll even out.
That's a golden nose ring if I ever saw one.
The cow marks the first time the long-running racing series has featured the animal as a playable character and has already become a fan favorite. But its design has sparked criticism, with PETA claiming the ring glosses over real-world cruelty in the meat and dairy industries. In a letter addressed to Nintendo President Shuntaro Furukawa, PETA argued, quote, "The brass ring in cow's nose glosses over real-world violence and cruelty to animals. That's why we're asking you to give this beloved bovine a small but meaningful upgrade. Remove the nose ring and let cow race freely without any painful reminders of the industries that treat animals like profit-making machines." Nah.
How about no?
How about we replace the go-kart with the PETA logo? So he rides PETA by pulling on the rabbit ears. I like that mod. Give me that mod. This isn't the first time Nintendo has been in PETA's crosshairs. The organization previously released a vegan guide for Animal Crossing New Horizons, discouraging in-game fishing, and once petitioned for its Not a Nugget chicken mascot to be added as a DLC in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We covered both of those. Other developers have also drawn PETA's attention. In 2022, a group called on Sony Santa Monica to implement a no animal violence code in God of War Ragnarok. Boy. Next, you're going to be asking them to stop making animals killable in Minecraft. Oh, wait. They probably already did that. Some people never went to Overwatch 2. A tech tuber I watched said that she quit when the game changed. So it's not just male gamers who hate Overwatch 2. Have you heard of nose ring theory? It's a theory that people who get them are inevitably broken and wear their trauma like a suit. It's their entire personality. Not a single person finds them attractive. So, yeah.
I went to Overwatch 2 for like 1 minute. And I was like, all of the mechanics are different now because they've changed to, well, that's an overstatement, but like they changed from a 6v6 to a 5v5, and they changed the way the maps work so that the overall dynamic of the team battle changes. And then they switched to the where you have to like unlock the character by grinding out playtime, or you can just pay for it. And then they made, because they were locking the characters behind paywalls, they were cranking out more characters, like, and they kept doing it. And I was like,
"Yep,
this is
we
stupid."
talked about like they keep doing the tie-ins too with other franchises.
Oh yeah, that's more recently, yeah.
Which
that seems like a
annoyingly-
desperation call.
Yeah,
That's just a skin though, as opposed to like releasing a new character that you have to learn all of their moves for and be aware of like what they can do, so that when
it's
you're playing
losing
the
its
battle,
identity is what we argued previously when we brought it up. Because
that's definitely
now,
also happening.
Now it feels like you've entered Ready Player One, right? Where all the characters no longer look like Overwatch characters. They look like Cowboy Bebop characters and Evangelion characters or whatever, like, so you stop playing with the things you recognize.
For Overwatch,
The Fantastic Foreskins, yes. All right. So we're going to go into a topic.
For that.
What's up?
We need a band shirt for that.
A band shirt? The Fantastic Foreskins? So would we just draw foreskins? One of them stretchy, One of them made out of rock. One of them is a invisible dotted line, and one of them on fire.
We don't even have a Fantastic Four motif. It's just the Fantastic Foreskins.
Yes, but they would be actual foreskins. One on fire, one made out of rock.
But we don't have the Fantastic Four motif. It's just the foreskins.
All right. It's just one Fantastic Foreskin or two. Right. Okay. So I want to preface this by saying that this subject bugs the fucking shit out of me. And perhaps the only person that I am siding with is the guy we're going to learn they banned from the game. Every single person that we're going to read about, their perspective and everything, the government people who are getting involved, every single one of them is taking personal responsibility and offloading it onto everybody. So that instead of the people who should be responsible, instead everybody else is forced to carry that burden. And they're doing things that are expedient over meaningful when it comes to handling the situation. And I am annoyed as fuck as a parent and as somebody who plays games that have the same problems, Minecraft, right? I'm very irritated by what we're about to read. Roblox chief safety officer sells $800,000 in stock amid backlash over banning a vigilante predator hunter. In an unfolding controversy that has sparked widespread debate on child safety and online gaming, by the way, included in my disdain is That Park Place, who is taking the side of the 90s religious right that for child safety, we need to take personal responsibility away from the parents and the players and offload it on society at large. Roblox Corporation's chief safety officer, Matthew Kaufman, sold over $800,000 worth of company stock shortly after the platform issued a cease and desist order to a prominent YouTuber known for exposing child predators. The timing has raised questions among users and advocates as the company faces criticism for prioritizing its image over protecting child protection measures. Michael, a 22-year-old creator who operates under the YouTube and Twitter handle Real Schlep, has built a following by posing as a minor on Roblox to catch and expose individuals attempting to groom children. His efforts have led to tangible safety results, including the arrest of 6 predators within the Roblox community over the past year. I will state again, the only person that we are going to read about in this section of the podcast that I do not have an issue with is this individual. He's doing the Lord's work. He's taken it upon himself willingly, and he is doing what needs to be done. In a video titled "Roblox is Threatening to Sue Me for Protecting Kids." What's up, babe?
I'm just vibing with what you're saying. I'm going to go for a run.
Okay.
You want to hear about the Roblox?
Oh, it's a long article.
Okay, well, my body's warm. I better run, man.
Okay.
Hey, no, you're not finished. All the shit.
In a video titled "Roblox is Threatening to Sue Me for Protecting Kids," Schlep detailed his work, stating, quote, "Within the last year, me and my team have gotten 6 predators arrested within the Roblox community." He emphasized that nearly all those arrested admitted to prior offenses against other Roblox users. Schlep's motivation stems from personal trauma. He revealed in the video that he was groomed on Roblox as a child by a popular developer who, quote, "manipulated me and frequently exposed me to gore and not safe for work material and loads of other stuff that a kid should never see."
Just so everyone is aware, in Roblox you can make your own
Developer.
like levels and games. So when they say developer, they don't mean like an official developer of Roblox. They just mean someone who who makes.
They call
Roblox
them
games.
experiences. So you can make mini games and levels and experiences for the community at large to opt into playing, kind of similar to like Mario Maker, where you could create levels and let the community play them, but more elaborate in the sense that it's not a side-scrolling game, and you could code in more advanced things, right?
Yeah.
The experience nearly led him to take drastic self-harm actions. And when his mother contacted Roblox for help, the company dismissed her concerns. Despite this, Schlepp continued using the platform, eventually channeling his experiences into advocacy. Here's the same tweet that's right there, right? Hey, Ted Cruz, I live in Texas. Could I have a 5-minute conversation with you about Roblox? I've gotten 6 predators across the country arrested from it, yet they sent me a cease and desist. I was groomed on Roblox as a kid by a child predator. There's been lawsuits in Texas right now regarding Roblox's negligence towards child safety. I would love to get in touch. I'll be sending an email to your office. Huh. Interesting. Here's the cease and desist. His team has collaborated with law enforcement, reporting cases to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and appearing on local news to demonstrate evidence of predatory behavior. One notable case involved tipping off police about a 21-year-old attempting to lure a 13-year-old, resulting in an arrest. On August 9th, 2025, Roblox sent Schlepp a cease and desist letter accusing him of violating platform policies by engaging in, quote, simulated child endangerment conversations, sharing personally identifiable information, and directing users off platform. Now, I'd like to pause for a moment and make a statement. Although it's bullshit, and although it is harming their reputation beyond belief, I can at least understand where Roblox is coming from in some of the choices that they are making when it comes to policing the platform. I'll expand on that later. The letter, shared publicly, states that his actions are, quote, exposing our users to increased risk, and warned of account closures, prohibiting him from creating new ones to evade enforcement. Roblox further claimed that vigilante efforts like Schlepp's increase the risk of more users being exposed to bad actors. In response, Schlepp refuted the claims, explaining in his video that his methods adhere to standard predator catching protocols where predators are supposed to be the ones talking sexually to you, which I guess just means he's not attempting to entrap them other than by presenting himself as a child rather than a grown-ass adult, so that the predators go after what they perceive to be a child. Because they wouldn't be interested if they're like, hey, my name is Pete. I'm in my 30s and I work at McDonald's. You know, like, they're not into that. He expressed frustration over Roblox's inaction on reports, saying, quote, every account I've ever made on Roblox has been terminated, and Roblox sent a cease and desist letter to me. Not a single Roblox predator I've gotten arrested has faced any action similar to this. I have no words. Since then, all of Schlepp's Roblox accounts, some dating back to when he was 8 years old, have been terminated. Roblox has defended its actions in a blog post titled How Roblox Partners with Law Enforcement, posted on August 6th, 2025. So just so we're clear on the timeline, they posted this before sending the cease and desist. It was probably in the pipeline that they were going to be doing that, but they posted this first. The company acknowledges that vigilante groups may have, quote, the public's interest at heart, but argues their methods are harmful. Actions taken by vigilante groups increase the risk of more users being exposed to bad actors and can delay enforcement efforts by both Roblox and law enforcement. Roblox emphasizes that law enforcement professionals are best positioned to investigate potential crimes and urges users to report violations through official channels such as the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's Cyber Tip Tool or Roblox's Trusted Flagger program. The company highlighted its proactive measures. Quote, as part of our proactive moderation systems, we leverage advanced detection and rapid response protocols to report possible illicit activity, violent threats, or other real-life harms to law enforcement. We are focused on relentless innovation, and our work on safety is never done. Roblox partners with the FBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to escalate threats and improve safety. But critics point out that over 70 million daily users and only about 3,000 moderators. The platform is struggling to keep up. This stance comes amid ongoing lawsuits alleging Roblox fails to protect minors from predators. A July 2024 Bloomberg investigation noted that the platform has become a, quote, hunting ground for predators, where they shift conversations off-platform to avoid detection. Just days after the cease and desist, and amid growing calls for Kaufman's resignation, the chief safety officer sold 6,000 shares of Roblox Class A common stock on August 7th, the day after the statement was made, at $133.67 per share, totaling $802,020.
You know what that's like?
Good.
That's like the Titanic hitting the iceberg, and then the captain saying, "Okay, yes, we hit an iceberg, but it's a little iceberg, and we're the Titanic. We're an unsinkable ship. Everything's fine." And you go a second later, you look at the captain.
He's grabbing the silverware. And he's throwing them on the lifeboats.
He's grabbing everything. He's prepping the lifeboat.
Man. Everybody remain calm, untying the jib, right? Lowering the boat down.
Everything's fine. I'm just going to go check the hole.
Yeah, so he unloaded 6,000 shares, totaling $802,020. Meanwhile, politicians have also been invested into Roblox stocks. And we see here, Jim Banks, Republican of the Senate in Indiana, has sold $1,000 to $15,000 worth. Daniel S. Goldman, Democrat of the House in New York, has bought $15,000 to $50,000. And Nancy Pelosi, across two trades, has sold $100,000 to $250,000 and less than, or I guess greater than 1,000 of stock. This was the 26th of January and the 13th of January, the most recent being the 26th of June from Jim Banks. So Chibi Reviews brought this up. I don't know that this necessarily means as much, obviously, as the guy selling it the day after the statement acknowledging their predator problem. But there is a greater conspiracy at play here that I think some of these sales warrant. And I think that overall, the bigger picture, the top-down view of everything going on right now with the internet and with video games and with for the children is largely something where I feel like these sales have a little bit more of a nefarious, reasoning behind them than otherwise. The transaction was filed with the SEC under a pre-adopted Rule 10b-5-1 trading plan from November 2024, leaving Kaufman with 301,223 shares. While such sales are routine are routine for executives, the timing coinciding with the controversy has fueled speculation. A Change.org petition calling for Kaufman's resignation, citing his role in the blog post, which he wrote, by the way, and handling of safety issues has gained traction. I mean, if he sold, then wrote the blog post, then bought after a dip in stock price, yeah, that would be even more egregious, right?
I think that'd be illegal at that point.
The events have ignited outrage online. On Reddit, users criticized Roblox for seemingly protecting predators over victims. Prominent Roblox creators like Creekcraft have spoken out, with videos titled Roblox Banned Schlep, amassing hundreds of thousands of views. Safety advocates argue that banning vigilantes like Schlep could deter reporting and worsen the predator problem. Schlep has called for broader awareness, urging in his video, quote, "The most important thing we can all collectively do right now is share what is going on with Roblox. Tell your parents, tell your congressman, tell a journalist."
Tell Randy Gonzalez.
He has no plans to return to the platform, but intends to continue his advocacy elsewhere. As Roblox navigates these safety challenges, the incident shines a light on the tension between user-led initiatives and corporate control in ensuring online safety for children. The company has not issued further comments on the stock sale or specific allegations beyond its blog post. But in the last week, that Park Place has written 4 fucking articles about this, so you know that a lot more has happened. Roblox sparked outrage after comparing vigilante predator hunters to the actual predators they stopped. This shit gets so fucking wild. Roblox Corporation released a statement on August 13, 2025, defending its decision to ban users it labels as vigilantes for exposing alleged child predators on the platform. The company likened these individuals' actions to those of actual predators, claiming they impersonate minors, approach users, and lead conversations off-platform for mature discussions, violating Roblox's terms of use. Now look, I said previously, I can understand, though I don't agree with, Roblox's handling of the situation, because there is an autistic adherence to the company-wide rules that state that we cannot allow an endorsement of people taking conversations off platform to a place where we can't control it. Because anything that gets said once they say, hey, let's hop on Discord. Hey, what's your Facebook? Hey, do you have a Snapchat? Right? All of those conversations take the ability from Roblox to protect the users away. So they don't want to endorse people doing that because it hurts the overall authority of their rule. The only problem is that rule is fucking impossible to enforce. And there's no fucking way that a predator, especially the worst ones, are going to be stupid enough to have their goddamn conversations on platform.
Also, I think that Schlep also said that he wasn't pushing off-platform stuff. He was only, if they asked to go off-platform, he would go.
Yeah.
So if he was kind of pushing them to go off-platform, I think that would also be like, you shouldn't do that.
So they have more good reasons for what they did with Schlep, but optically they're horrible, right? So like they have logical sounding reasons to pull away from supporting Schlep as a vigilante. And I totally agree with their reasoning there. But the optics of it and the lack of having a backup plan that fills the void Schlep was filling is the problem. This characterization has sparked intense backlash from creators, gamers, parents, and parents, amplifying calls for CEO David Baszucki's resignation amid ongoing child safety scandals. Titled, "More on Our Removal of Vigilantes from Roblox," the blog post explains the company's monitoring of vigilante activity, which initially involved reporting safety concerns and providing feedback. However, Roblox claims that these efforts evolved into problematic behaviors. Quote, "Instead of just reporting on safety issues, vigilantes started impersonating children and actively sought to connect with adult users. Those conversations mimicked inappropriate behavior and actively encouraged other users to connect on other social media and messaging platforms, thus bypassing Roblox's own safety systems." Again, I understand that Roblox has a hard time dealing with the fact that once people leave their platform, they can no longer escalate up things that are getting out of hand and leaving the realm of safe for children. When a child gets in the van for the predator and the predator drives away, it's a lot harder to catch up than if the predator was talking to the child at the park bench, right? A key quote underscores the controversial comparison. While seemingly well-intentioned, the vigilantes we've banned have taken actions that are both unacceptable and create an unsafe environment for users. Similar to actual predators, they often impersonated minors, actively approached other users, then tried to lead them to other platforms. So, in this situation, they may not be talking about Schlep specifically, but Schlep is among the most popular, well-known vigilantes because he's putting this stuff on YouTube, partially to raise awareness and probably partially because it benefits him as a content creator. Roblox emphasizes that such actions normalize prohibited conduct and hinder official processes, as vigilantes often delay reports to stage confrontations or create content, potentially leaving offenders active longer. Again, that's very key here, right? If we have to give Roblox the benefit of the doubt, this is an interesting statement they've made. By allowing the vigilantes to operate in a way where they're bound by creating content about the grooming activity, it creates a situation where they can string out, the engagement with the predator because it provides them with more salacious content for their videos. And so by waiting to escalate it to the police, it allows that user to also be communicating with others. So if you are letting the groomer in because they think that you're a child and you're waiting for them to start posting dick pics and inappropriate content, they could also be doing that to real children who aren't part of the sting, is the argument that Roblox is making. Okay. Now, the problem here is that multiple things can be true simultaneously, right? Like, this isn't a bad point, but the action being taken on the grounds of this point actually makes the problem worse rather than better. The company defends its tools, noting that in-app reporting captures metadata for faster reviews and law enforcement referrals, leading to 24,522 reports to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 2024 alone. It also highlights bear in mind, that means on average 500 reports per state in the United States. Per state. Like, I need to remind you, as a parent, something that's been very obvious to me is that predators go where kids are. It does not matter what it is, if it's Roblox or Minecraft or anything else, YouTube. If kids are there, predators will invade that space. That's the fucking point. A predator's not going to go to a bowling alley with a bunch of middle-aged men in a bowling league if they are trying to prey on children. They will go to a playground. They will go somewhere else because the target is kids.
So what you're saying is we need to take our kids to the bowling alleys because they're safe spaces.
Yeah.
We need all kids to wear fake mustaches so that they look too old. And then predators will no longer be interested. All kids must have fake IDs, right? Sorry, pedo, I'm 18, right? It also highlights the Trusted Flagger program for verified organizations, but warns against off-platform evidence which it cannot verify independently due to fabrication risks. The statement appears aimed at justifying the recent ban of YouTuber Schlep, who has gained notoriety for videos exposing alleged predators on Roblox. On August 10th, 2025, Schlep shared a cease and desist letter from Roblox. Last article said it was August 9th. I don't know what the hell it is. Accusing him of violating terms by staging inappropriate chats and interfering with safety protocols. He claims his investigations, which involve decoys posing as minors, have led to 6 arrests after sharing evidence with police when Roblox allegedly ignored reports. Schlepp's methods, while praised by some as filling gaps in Roblox's moderation, are criticized by the company for bypassing systems and supposedly endangering users. This isn't isolated. Roblox has faced scrutiny for similar bans, with vigilantes arguing the platform's scale, millions of daily users, makes official tools insufficient against grooming and exploitation. The statement ignited fury across social media. Is that the right one? Yes. Roblox has tripled down in their latest newsroom post, outrageously comparing me to actual predators because my decoys tell adults that they're children. We use the same tactics that the FBI, the ICAC, and local police departments use in their own operations to catch predators.
I would take that with a massive grain of salt.
What? The fact that he's using the same tactics or what?
Yeah, like, has he been trained? I don't think he's been trained.
I totally agree with that sentiment, right? That just because you do the same thing the police do doesn't make you police.
Also, just because you do the things you think the police do, right? Like, does he have a manual, like a training manual to say, oh, okay.
It would be better for Schlep to join the police academy or whatever to become, in the roles that they hire people to do. He's had success doing it already. 6 people in the last year, right? He knows how they think because he was the victim of one, right? I'm sure the story's not over with Schlep. I'm sure that he'll eventually go that route. So he highlighted here, similar to actual predators, they often impersonate minors, right? As though that statement means fuck all. So he goes on to say, Roblox CSO, Chief Safety Officer, Matt Kaufman's latest response to the situation implies that because our decoys aren't real children, the predators that try to meet up with them aren't safety issues. Quote, instead of just reporting on safety issues, they reinforce this by describing our catches as mimicking inappropriate behavior. If a predator is trying to meet up with who they think is a child for sex, that's not mimicking inappropriate behavior. It is inappropriate behavior. To which this other user highlighted the same image he was sharing and said, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but doesn't this kind of imply that if it were minors catching the predators as vigilantes, then it would be fine because they aren't, quote, mimicking inappropriate behavior? To which Slep says, yes, the statement doesn't even make sense. It's legit insane. So he goes on to say, towards the end, Roblox boasts about their trusted flagger program. Yet, despite me asking for a direct line for nearly a year, Roblox has never contacted me in any way or offered me access to such a program. I'm still more than happy to work directly with the company, and I would ask for nothing in return. This would be a great opportunity for Roblox to repair the damage that they've done to their reputation. He also noted that a past participant in the Trusted Flagger program was a convicted sex offender, questioning Roblox's vetting, and urged supporters to sign a petition by U.S. Congressman Ro Khanna demanding transparency on child safety. Mark Kern said, the gaslighting is off the charts, ladies and gents. Roblox has released an official statement claiming that vigilantes like Schlep are just as bad, effectively, as the actual predators they helped jail. I'm sorry, the vigilantes are not targeting children. If it's true that Roblox did nothing with the reports filed and instead banned the vigilantes, that's a big problem for them. Roblox has taken down a Schlep tribute game. Roblox acted quicker on a tribute game with 12.6 thousand visits than they did Teddy's online dating condo games that have been played by potentially hundreds of thousands. Roblox will take down a game honoring the player they banned for exposing predators on their network in 24 hours. But they are at 1,300 plus days and counting on games that literally target kids with age-inappropriate material. Mark Kern also highlighted inconsistencies, noting Roblox removed Schlep. That was the thing we just read. Schlep was the user who was responsible for the capture and arrest of 6 predators in Roblox. He tried to share this info with Roblox, but he says they took no action. So he went to the police. Roblox banned him instead and sent him a legal letter. You can't even mention his name in-game. Roblox is moderating users for saying #free Schlep in-game. Your text chat breaks the rules. Free Schlep, #free Schlep. Your text chat may be suspended if you break the rules again. Another post revealed Roblox moderating in-game mentions of #free Schlep with users filtered for supporting him. Developers plan protests for August 15th, changing game icons to Free Schlep, while viral TikToks and Reddit threads labeled Bazuki as enabling predators. Parents shared stories of children encountering gore, mature content, and inappropriate conversations fueling distrust. The controversy has propelled a Change.org petition titled Remove David Bazuki, launched on August 9th, to over 50,745 signatures, and as of August 14th, nearing its 75,000 goal, which is bullshit because the goals are automatically raised all the time as soon as you reach them. The petition states, the children of Roblox are at stake of what the CEO is allowing. They are allowing predators to exploit children. This needs to change. Roblox is supposed to be a safe and creative space for children. But under the leadership of CEO David Bazuki, that safety has been repeatedly compromised. It accuses the company of prioritizing other concerns over protection, allowing harmful and exploitative behavior to thrive with insufficient accountability. Shared widely by influencers, the petition reflects frustrations with Bazuki's past comments, such as that advising uneasy parents in a March 2025 BBC interview, quote, if you're not comfortable don't let your kids be on Roblox. Honestly, it's the best fucking advice he could have given. And it's the same advice that I give. My kids do not play on Minecraft servers with other people. They play local ones together. That's it. Keep your kids isolated from the outside world that wants to prey on them, because predators go where your kids are. A separate petition by Congressman Keina calls for congressional oversight, gaining traction amid the uproar. Roblox, a platform with a massive appeal to children since 2006, faces multiple lawsuits alleging failures to prevent predatory actions against children, with a Chicago firm representing over 400 minors. Cases include a 13-year-old reportedly kidnapped after online interactions, described as every parent's worst nightmare. Despite tools like AI verification and parental controls, critics argue they fall short. Again, personal responsibility. It's your fucking responsibility. You don't go like, what? Why didn't you save me from predators? Save your fucking self. If you don't want your kids to be lured off platform, shown graphic content, and brought into a place where they get kidnapped, keep them off games that allow them to interact with predators. It's that fucking simple. It is not hard. Roblox counters by highlighting successes, such as contributing to 24 U.S. arrests since 2018. Schlepp got 6 this year. You're bragging about 24 since 2018. No. Well, you're going to wait till your mom gets home. No. Close the door.
But Dad, I want to play Roblox.
My kids will never play Roblox.
No.
Roblox counters by highlighting the 24 arrests since 2018, including Arnold Dr. Rofatnik Castillo's 15-year sentence in 2022. The company insists it partners with law enforcement and uses AI alongside human moderators, but vigilante actions risk contaminating evidence. Some defend Bazuki, arguing the platform's scale makes perfection impossible and parents share responsibility. Okay. Weighing things as they are, playing devil's advocate here. In the wrong hands, it obviously is a good idea to discourage vigilantism because they are correct. If somebody is watching Schlepp's videos and decides to get inspired and do it themselves, and they don't do it the right way, where, for example, they move the conversation off platform to something like WhatsApp, where like the messages evaporate over time or whatever. And they think, okay, I'm going to screenshot them. That'll work. I'll just do that. And then they try to present that as evidence. And then the child predator says, that's photoshopped. That's not me. I didn't say any of this. And they deny all of it. You know, then they've gotten away with their activity and they're free to prey on more people potentially. Right? So I do understand and agree that Roblox has a point in trying to discourage vigilantism. And that's why it would make way more fucking sense to bring the vigilantes into the fold of their company and have them lead the charge. Give them a full fucking team that he can develop into being able to stop this shit for the sake of your own fucking brand.
Yeah. There was also recently a whole thing where like people, content creators, were doing these sting operations, and they, instead of trying to get them arrested, they were just going and luring the predators into a public situation and then essentially just beating them up. And it's like, well, because they're not going to be able to call the cops, because if they call the cops, it's, well, what were you here for, right?
Yeah. To have sex with a minor.
Yeah. So, but you don't want that, because then all of that work for the, like, being a sting operation goes out the window, right? You can't ever use that as like evidence against the pedo in that situation. And then also there was like this situation where one of those guys that I believe were the type that like lure the guy to try and beat him up ended up getting shot. So I'm sure Roblox doesn't want that on their list of things that they got to deal with either. So
being a vigilante seems fun to people who grew up reading Batman. And some people experience a high from engaging in very dangerous activity as a vigilante. But it is fucking dangerous. And people forget. You know, it's not like you're just going to say, hey, man, what do you have to say about this now that I printed out the part where you showed your dick to someone you thought was 12 years old? And now that person's an animal backed into a cage, and their response is, I have to kill this person before they expose me because my life is over, so I might as well harm them.
Well, there's that too, but also in the one case, I think he was literally I think the guy shot the other guy because he was getting attacked, and he's like, I'm going to die.
Yeah.
Like, out of self-defense, I need to shoot this person. And then there's also the people that are like, I need to shoot this person to squash the story so that this doesn't get out. But so both situations could happen, I suppose.
Let's catch up on the chats here. Roblox should encourage more people to catch predators, not ban them. It reminds me of the grooming gangs that got away for years because the government thought it would hurt diversity. Absolutely. Look, I finished my rewatch of Attack on Titan last night with my son. We got through the finale. And I talked to him about what the series is attempting to convey at different moments. And for anybody who hasn't watched it, get the fuck out of here, because it is the greatest story ever told. And I had to walk my son through the thought process of why Reiner held so much guilt. Because the rumbling would not have occurred if Reiner had just gone home after Marcel had been consumed. But the thing is, Reiner needed to prove himself because Marcel selfishly lied about his brother Porco to ensure that Marley wouldn't give the armored titan to Porco and instead would give it to Reiner. And so the lie, the white lie, the guilt that came with choosing to try to bend the truth and save a loved one evolves into a situation where as soon as Reiner is put in harm's way, when Emir shows up, Marcel pushes him out of the way and gets eaten because he has guilt over the fact that the thing he's trying to save his brother from, he cursed Reiner with. Sorry, my wife's been locked out.
we're gonna get a mini monologue or manifesto here. It's gonna be a preview of what's to come.
So he cursed Reiner with the thing he was trying to save his brother from, which gave him guilt that caused him to lose his life with Ymir. Then Reiner's put in a position where he's been verbally like acknowledged as not being deserving of the position that he is in. So now he has something to prove, which pushes the rest of the team forward, even though they lost 25% of their team, right? And that unfolds, and it's like the domino effect cascading of not choosing the virtuous path, right? Whereas another character, Jean, is perhaps the only character in the entire series who, despite acknowledging how much life fucking sucks for him, routinely chooses to do the right thing, the hard thing, to take on personal responsibility. And over time, eventually, he actually gets the outcome, though you only really see it in the time lapse at the end of the series, that he had sought after his entire life, because he earned it by not shirking off responsibility. And ultimately, I think that is the situation that we find ourselves in, that the responsible thing is to acknowledge reality and uphold truth above all else. Objective reality. And instead, we live in a society where people are more interested in creating and trying to meticulously maintain a beautiful lie. In the case here of the diversity in London, and trying to silence everybody, which, don't get me wrong, like, understand everything happening in the UK with the quote unquote Online Safety Act to protect the children is at its core about controlling the adults who want to call out the truth, while the government is trying to uphold the lie because it is beautiful to them and they want it to be the truth. And they will literally burn the entire world to the ground to uphold that lie until it is too late to overturn it and return to truth. As we have seen over the last 15 fucking years in the UK. Old man also said, there's an investor group that follows everything Nancy Pelosi invests in. So far, their returns are better than any of the big investor groups. Yeah. People have thoughts that automatically mirror the trades.
There is a little bit of a chicken and an egg situation with that.
Yeah, because it actually makes the trades even more valuable. Because if you sell immediately when Nancy Pelosi sells, then you selling causes the amount of sales to increase dramatically. So every decision that Nancy Pelosi makes drives the value because everybody's following it. Right? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, essentially. If Nancy buys, then everyone that now follows that stock thing is going to see, this is the new thing to buy, and then so they all flood that
drives up the value.
Yeah.
And then when Nancy sells, everybody else sells, and they all get it right as it's going down.
So ironically, the bill that was trying to stop governors from and senators and lawmakers from making money illicitly under the table is now allowing them to make money above the table by just having their stocks be public, and then everyone saying, oh, well, that must be the thing to buy.
Yeah.
Because everyone's kind of bought into this, well, they have the in. So it's like following the guy that's calling like the fixed match. Like, I can't think of a movie that's not, but there's definitely been movies like,
Daredevil.
the fix is what movie?
Daredevil.
Probably. But like
his dad was supposed to throw the match. That
Lucky Number 11 is the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they're like, oh, the fix is in. Like everyone piles in on this one horse because everyone knows the fix is in. That kind of thing.
Totally. I mean, sometimes you see these horse races. I mean, I don't watch the races, typically, but every once in a while you'll see a horse fucking eat it. Like the horse goes down, the jockey gets crippled, and the horse gets put down because they trip. And you got to ask yourself, did somebody with tranquilizer from off in the stands somewhere, like out of view, shoot that fucking horse and cause it to fall because it wasn't allowed to win? Any place where money is on the line, this shit's gonna happen, right? Well, man says, what if the Predators met the Punisher? It would be a great crossover. Yeah, let's bring in that vigilante. Schlepp does work with the police department in Texas. There is a special unit that set up sting operations against pedos. Are we talking about the Epstein files? Oh, no, wait. That's an entirely different group protecting child predators. Man, I don't want to get into the weeds on the Epstein files right now, but I will just say that the way Trump has handled them has been so apocalyptically bad that I can't imagine that it's not like an elaborate setup for something. Because first of all, when Trump was first elected, he put more child predators away than any president before him, possibly all presidents before him combined. They had sting operations routinely. They were putting away hundreds of predators at a time. And then if you needed to distance yourself from the Epstein list because, oh no, I'm in it or something, the way to go about that is not to release footage showing that he definitely really killed himself, never mind the fact that there's a minute missing, right? That's not fucking how you do it. And any idiot is going to recognize that, first of all, it would not be hard to make that missing minute in, video editing appear like it's not missing. It would not be hard at all. It is definitely a deliberate effort to create a perception that there's an obfuscation going on. Personal theory on Epstein is that Trump is deliberately creating a universal outrage surrounding what previously was only a Republican issue. Only the Republicans cared. And I can tell you right now, I know for a fact that Trump is not on the Epstein files. And I can say that because there were 4 years where Biden was in office and they tried to impeach Trump. They tried to assassinate Trump. If they wanted to end Trump's political career, they had 4 years to arrest him for being in the Epstein files, and they didn't. And that tells me that he not only is not in there, but opening that can of worms would have caused more harm than good to the people currently in the White House in those 4 years. That's all I can say about it. Now, I don't remember where I left off. The company insists it partners with law enforcement and uses AI alongside human moderators, but vigilante actions risk contaminating evidence. Some defend Bazaki, arguing the platform's scale makes perfection impossible and parents share responsibility. Yes, I argue that. I'm arguing that right now. I would argue that parents have the sole responsibility and that Roblox does not have any responsibility to protect your kids because they can't. Because it is fucking ridiculous to assume that they even could. It is 100% the parents' responsibility. As backlash mounts, with Qatar banning Roblox over safety concerns and stock dips amid PR fallout, the statement may exacerbate eroding trusts. While petitions rarely face resignations, while petitions rarely force resignations, they signal demand for accountability. With lawsuits ongoing and protests looming, Roblox faces pressure to prove its commitment to stopping predators beyond words, or risk alienating its young user base in an industry increasingly scrutinized for protecting vulnerable players. Continuing, Roblox has been sued by the state of Louisiana, alleges platform facilitates endangerment of kids. Again, I fucking despise every single person that we are reading about, because every single one of them, possibly not Schlep, is doing what they're doing for self-aggrandizement. And they are twisting the scenario in ways that benefit them rather than the personal responsibility required to do the right thing. Louisiana Attorney General Liz Muriel announced on Thursday a comprehensive lawsuit against Roblox Corporation, accusing the popular gaming platform of enabling the endangerment of children and failing to prioritize safety measures. The suit, filed in the 21st Judicial District Court in Livingston Parish, marks what Muriel believes to be the first state-level action of its kind against the company. Look at me. I'm making history. I'm doing this wonderful thing that is super popular amongst parents by saving their children. I'm going to be tough on Roblox, and I'll get reelected, and I will rise in the political atmosphere because people will love all the actions that I'm taking to take their personal responsibility and offshoot it to society. Fuck these people. The complaint alleges that Roblox, which bills itself as the top gaming site for kids and teens, has created an environment rife with predators and harmful content by neglecting basic safeguards. According to the filing, the platform facilitates the distribution of harmful material and allows predators to interact freely with minors, often leading to real-world harm. Investigators point to a recent case in Livingston Parish on July 15, 2025, where a suspect was arrested for possessing illegal content while actively using Roblox and voice-altering technology to pose as a young girl and lure children. Roblox is overrun with harmful content and child predators because it prioritizes user growth, revenue, and profits over child safety. They cannot save your children. You are holding them to an impossible standard in order to prevent yourself from having to take on the responsibility that you, as a parent, must take on. Quote, every parent should be aware of the clear and present danger posed to their children by Roblox. Yes, they fucking should. And they should be the ones doing something about it, so they can prevent the unthinkable from ever happening in their own home. Roblox, founded in 2006 and headquartered in San Mateo, California, boasts over 82 million daily active users and hosts more than 6.4 million user-generated experiences or games. This is what we were talking about previously. Company data reveals... Go ahead.
I don't know if you guys had this, but in Canada, we had the, cigarettes cause cancer... ads forcefully plastered on the packaging of cigarettes.
Yeah.
And so some of them had a I don't know, black guitar-y lung and this is what your lung
they have a cautionary tale image posted on it so that when you buy cigarettes, you are making the cognitive choice that I am willing to give myself a debilitating disease, to effectively kill myself over my addiction, right?
To be honest,
it's a brilliant strategy, because what that does is it absolves the tobacco company of the liability of you getting the cancer, because now you've been warned and you still chose to do it.
Yeah.
The alternative, though, unfortunately, in the state of California, we have a bill that was passed that requires every single restaurant to put, and anywhere you buy anything that has chemicals in it, they say this establishment sells products that the state of California acknowledges causes cancer.
Yeah,
and so
then it's on everything, so you don't care.
Everything. It effectively means it doesn't exist because you see it fucking everywhere. The warning has lost all meaning because it's literally on every single business, every single one. You know, it'd be amazing if I saw a sign that says, we do not use any chemicals or materials known to the state of California to cause cancer. That would be a breath of fresh air to give somebody that accolade that they actually avoid all of these carcinogens. Guess what? There are so many carcinogens that are allowed in everyday products that it is fucking impossible to avoid them in modern society without being a member of the Amish community. It's fucking impossible.
Mm-hmm. So, well, I was going to say I generally don't really agree that the state should have to should be able to force tobacco companies to put those.
I would love it if Roblox came with a warning: your kid will get raped.
Yeah,
if they play our game. That's fucking great. I love
that's where I was going with it. Like,
warning. And don't get me wrong, literally all games say user experience cannot be guaranteed in online play, or whatever the phrasing is. Ratings change when you involve online play, right? We do not promise that you won't get raped in online play, right? Company data reveals a heavily youthful demographic. 20% of users are under 9 years old. Another 20% are between 9 and 12, and 16% fall in the 13 to 16 age range. 56% of users are under the age of 16, or under the age of 17, I should say. The fact that, like, you know, you've got, what is that, like 34% that are over the age of 17 is already pretty staggering, right? I guess that would be 44%, right? Yeah. Anyway, despite this, the platform imposes no minimum age requirement, lacks robust age verification, and doesn't mandate parental consent for signups. That Park Place is pushing hard for religious right advocacy for the children, forced control. This setup, the lawsuit claims, enables predators to masquerade as children and allows minors to access inappropriate content without barriers. The worst fucking thing that you can do is give parents a false sense of security on the platforms that their children are on. To remove the necessity of their vigilance is the worst fucking thing you can do to a parent and child. Knowing the dangers in the world is what makes you make safe decisions. Pretending they don't exist is the reason that we have this problem. Specific examples highlighted in the suit paint a disturbing picture of the platform's underbelly. The lawsuit further criticizes Roblox's revenue model, which revolves around in-game purchases of virtual currency called Robux. This is the one place where I'm going to give them a little bit of leeway, because I do agree that this is a bad setup for a game largely played by children. So the game has in-game purchases of virtual currency called Robux. Children, often obsessed with acquiring Robux, have been documented offering to, quote, do anything for it, including sharing personal information or engaging in risky behaviors that lead to exploitation. So, the fact that they've built a system that allows users to lure other users with the promise of Robux is very dangerous. It would make way more sense, though would probably make them less money, if instead Roblox was a subscription game the way World of Warcraft was. You want to play it? $5 a month. That's it. It's $5 a month or whatever the fuck your price is going to be. That'd be a much safer option for children. And isn't it ironic that like a game more geared for an older generation like World of Warcraft uses this, but Roblox uses the thing that allows targeting children so much easier, right? Doesn't oxygen slowly kill you? To live is to die. California can't protect their people from everything. The process of using oxygen to generate energy within our cells produces reactive oxygen species as a byproduct, which can damage cells and contribute to aging and various diseases. Fuck oxygen.
Hate the oxidization process.
Don't hate the aging, hate the oxygen, or whatever. Bloomberg reports cited in the complaint described predators, quote, hanging from the jungle gym in this virtual playground, using it to reach kids and escalate interactions to other platforms or offline meetings. Under the Louisiana Unfair Trade Practices Act, the state accuses Roblox of deceptive marketing by portraying the platform as safe and educational while omitting warnings about its risks. I can't imagine they don't have some form of disclaimer that says online play should be monitored by adults or something to that effect. Additional claims include negligence for creating a public nuisance through inadequate monitoring and unjust enrichment from profits gained at the expense of vulnerable users. The National Center on Sexual Exploitation has previously flagged Roblox on its Dirty Dozen list, warning that it remains too high risk for kids without fundamental protections. Mural's office also notes a stark discrepancy in reporting. Despite Roblox's massive user base, this is quite the fucking statement, where over half of U.S. children under 16 play monthly. I'm pretty sure what you meant to say, more than half of the players are under the age of 16. Not half of the U.S. children are playing it. The company accounts for less than 1% of child exploitation tips received in Louisiana over the past 5 years. This, compared to the state's skyrocketing reports of online crimes against children, from 171 in 2010 to 16,000 in 2024. Again, predators go where kids are. When kids spent their entire 2020, 2021, 2022 online because you locked down the fucking country, of course, predators found them because that's where the kids were. Suggests severe underreporting and insufficient proactive measures. The lawsuit argues this low number isn't because the platform is safe. It's because Roblox detection and reporting systems are inadequate. Again, multiple things can be true simultaneously. This is probably a true statement. But the answer to this statement is not to put your personal responsibility on Roblox, who cannot protect your kids. It is not fucking possible. There will always be a way around it. Just like we just described previously on the podcast, where the UK rolled out the Child Online Safety Act, where you have to give them a facial scan of yourself, and they use Death Stranding 2 to bypass it. You will never be able to create a fucking walled garden paradise where children are safe. It is not ever going to happen. There will always be an exploit in the system. You cannot protect them. The best you can do is prepare them. The same way that for entire millennia, parents have warned their children not to talk to strangers, not to get in the van of somebody with a fucking puppy. The whole thing we've been doing all this goddamn time. Prepare your children for the dangers of the world. Do not try to protect them from it by offloading that responsibility onto fucking Roblox. That's goddamn retarded.
Do not make unsafe journeys. Do not go out into the sea.
If anyone knows that video.
The suit seeks a permanent injunction to halt Roblox's alleged violations, including mandates for improved safety protocols like age verification, content moderation, and parental notifications. What does that fucking sound like to you? A driver's license? A facial scan? Doesn't it kind of sound like internet ID? Oh, isn't it weird how the solution to every problem on the internet is more government control? God, that's a little weird, isn't it? It also demands restitution for the state. Fuck you. Disgorgement of ill-gotten profits, civil penalties, damage, and attorney fees. If successful, the case could force Roblox to overhaul its operations and set a precedent for other states grappling with similar digital threats. Fuck you. Roblox did not immediately respond to requests for comment on the lawsuit. However, the company has faced prior scrutiny, including individual lawsuits from parents alleging similar failures. In recent years, Roblox has introduced changes, such as restricting messages for users under 13 and offering parental dashboards. But critics, like Mural, argue these are too little, too late. I swear to God, you know how many people probably allow their children to play these games, waiting for a predator to come after them, so that they can then fucking sue the mega corporations for putting their children in danger? Like, I'm so fucking disgusted by how culture will shirk off responsibility for easy gains, right? Or worse, out of laziness and shooting it off to society. Amid ongoing lawsuit from Louisiana and broader scrutiny over child safety, Roblox has sparked fresh controversy by banning users it labels as vigilantes who attempt to expose predators on the platform. This is recap. Critics argue that bans protect predators by discouraging exposure, especially given Roblox's history of lawsuits alleging negligence in preventing exploitation. So again, just to be clear, critics are arguing that banning the vigilantes protects the predators because it discourages exposing them. This is true. Again, multiple statements can be true simultaneously. If you go after the vigilantes who are trying to protect kids from the predators, you create an environment where the predators are emboldened because you've created an environment where becoming a vigilante or reporting the behavior of different users might get you banned from the game you play. So then you turn a blind eye and you let, again, the responsibility fall to someone else.
I don't know if I agree with that sentiment that, oh, well, I'm not going to report this real interaction I had because I might get banned.
Well, not an interaction you have, but seeing it happening to somebody else. Having a guy come up to you and be a little bit weird, just enough that you're like, this guy's a creep, go fuck off, right? And then in the back of your mind knowing, telling that guy to piss off does not remove him from the game. He is now able to go find a real child, and then who knows what's going to happen. But because Roblox has disincentivized me to do anything about it, because I could lose the game that for whatever reason an adult is fucking playing, then now I am disincentivized to report this character who is doing this thing, because the perception among players is that reporting them will get you banned instead.
Well, I don't know, man. It's like reporting the person isn't getting you banned. It's reporting the person after you or along with you, playing along with them, going off platform, like
but
doing all those other actions.
You understand that if you start to get creepy vibes from someone,
I get that.
If you start to get creepy vibes from someone, your options are let it continue to confirm your suspicions and then try to report them, or block them so that you don't put yourself in a situation where it seems like you're a vigilante and therefore your account gets banned, just as Schlepp's got all of his accounts, even his childhood account where he was predated on by a predator, even getting all of your accounts removed, right? Like they've created a punishment for like if they perceive you as a vigilante because you didn't immediately, report them when it wasn't over the line. But then it's like it's a catch-22 where I can report them now when they are acting a little strange, but they haven't done anything overtly over the line, and then it doesn't go anywhere. Or I can keep talking to them until they try to send me a dick pic or something, and then report them, and then I might get banned because they might perceive me as a vigilante. Like the situation that they're creating is untenable all across the board.
I understand what you're saying about, well, if you don't, like, if you just block them and move on, then like they're not going to get to the threshold of where they would get banned.
Mm-hmm.
But Schlepp and is doing something. He doesn't really give a shit if they get banned. He wants them arrested, and okay, that's good. Like they probably should be arrested for something.
Do you understand that the effort that he took that got them arrested got him banned?
No, no, I get that, but I'm saying if you're not going that step of like, I want to get this person arrested, and you're just saying, I want to get this person banned because they're a pedo creep in my comments, asking for dick pics or something, that's not going to get you banned. What's going to get you banned is...
But ask yourself this. If I were playing a game and somebody thought that I was underage and started creeping on me, and then I got them banned and not arrested, what stops that person from going after kids in a different game like Minecraft?
I mean,
I understand your point. Roblox has created has made it so that there is no winning when it comes to dealing with predators.
Sure.
Now you can't trust your gut. Now you can't pursue getting these people arrested, or like letting things get to the point where you can then report on them to Roblox, who by the way apparently is so woefully understaffed that they aren't even going to get to your shit until they've already let the predators go after more people.
Yeah, that's a separate problem, but I don't think that people should have the moral requirement to get every person that's ever asked them something stupid on the internet arrested.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay,
I agree.
I'm gonna get you banned, maybe,
and I think that what you said, but it is the parents' responsibility to keep their kids safe, not some average Joe. But the byproduct of the policy that Roblox has implemented ensures that the parents who are shirking off that responsibility, you're almost guaranteeing their kids are now in harm's way, because the person who would be willing to pick up that responsibility, the mantle of that responsibility, is now punished for doing so.
Yeah, I just see a difference between getting someone banned in the game and taking the steps required to do that.
Let's take it outside of the game for a minute. Previously, we talked about the woman in China who collapsed, and the man performed CPR on her. And the online commenters were like, "Oh, he's copping a feel." And that Japanese personality who had been injured and became a quadriplegic or whatever, she decried it. Like, the fact that we are so fixated on the potential that somebody might, have touched your breast while palpating your chest to try to get your heart beating again, is putting a situation out there where women will die because people will be afraid to help them, right? So, like, imagine that you're a surfer, right? And you surf on a daily basis. It is your life. And then you find yourself in a situation where you see a woman who is starting to drown, and you rescue her and bring her to the beach, and you start performing, CPR, and you save her life. But in the process of trying to get her out of a rip current or whatever, her top comes off. And so you've been performing CPR and her tits are bouncing around, and you save her life. But because of other people, now you're banned from surfing at your beach, and you have a house fucking on the shore, right? Like, this is a similar scenario to what I'm describing in Roblox, is that you now are playing Roblox because it's something you enjoy and it's just something you like to do. And you could get banned from playing it by just simply doing the right thing. And because now you choose possibly, you now have a roadblock, a speed bump in your decision to do the right thing. It creates a scenario where the harm gets bypassed off of you onto the next person. And when it's on you, you're a fucking adult and you can handle yourself. But when it's on the next person, that person might be a child, right? So that's the situation that they're creating by making it like a field of landmines to try to do the right thing, that you now aren't able to.
I get what you're saying. I just disagree with the analogy.
Okay.
And I think there's a distinction, and I don't think that reasonably you should be afraid to report something if something bad happened, because the difference between, oh, something bad happened to me, I'm just going to report it, and all of the steps Schlepp took is like huge, that I don't think anyone reasonably would have that fear of just.
The problem is, I think that the perception in the greater community right now is that if I do anything even close to handling it on my own, I could get banned. And
well, if you're
it doesn't matter if you. It doesn't matter if you go, even only 1% the direction that Schlepp did, because Schlepp goes all the whole 9 yards.
Yeah,
he gets the police involved. He does
completely disagree with that. If you're just reporting it, like, I don't see why you would have to worry about getting banned. Like, that's, and if people started getting banned for just reporting, like, oh, this guy wanted to go off platform, I want to report him.
But do you understand that this is where it becomes dangerous, right? Because on the one hand, if you just start to get that, this guy's being a little weird, right? I'm going to just to be safe, I'm going to report him. Versus, this guy's being a little bit weird, I want to see where this goes, and then I'm going to report him. Now you're crossing the barrier where, to Roblox, they may consider you vigilante. But if you report him before you cross that barrier, now Roblox is getting overloaded with seemingly innocuous reports. To now, their already small staff of 3,000 people is already getting overloaded with things that are not even actionable, because it never got to a place where it could be a bannable offense by the predator, right? So now you've got a catch-22 where it's impossible to actually solve the problem, because the person solving the problem then gets banned from the platform by solving it. And at the same time, not going that far to solve the problem puts you in a position to report something where nothing can be done because they didn't go far enough. And then when a kid is experiencing it, see, because this is the big problem. A fucking kid does not hit the report button unless their parent has already pre-framed the experience to prepare them for the possibility that they are going to experience some predation on the platform. The same way that some kids don't ever get the memo not to talk to strangers, and other kids do.
So, okay. So that's a whole other problem, right? And I agree with you that that is a problem. I'm just talking about specifically people worried about reporting. I don't think that there should be I don't think that's a realistic argument to hold. It's like, oh, I'm worried about reporting because I might be banned too. Like, no, you're not going to be banned unless you're also doing the things that he did, which is a lot. Like, that's not a normal behavior for a normal player.
But let's take it away from the perception that the players are grown adults. A 13-year-old starts having a weird experience with somebody and says, you know, I this doesn't feel right. I could report them, but I watched a YouTube video, or I saw on Twitter or on Reddit, they were saying that this could be considered vigilantism. And so it would be safer for me to continue to play this game that I like to play if I don't report.
Well, see, I think that's a failure of communication, because
I 100% agree. And because Roblox is incentivized in order to try to, you know, do damage control, and everybody is incentivized to try to make it about themselves and aggrandize themselves, such as this Louisiana lawmaker who's trying to pander to their constituents by acting like they're tough on, you know, predators and especially the companies that endanger the children, instead of saying to the fucking parents what they need to hear, which is, hey, bitch, this is your fucking responsibility. Stop trying to offload it to a corporation who, even in a perfect world, could never protect your kids. It is your goddamn responsibility to have these discussions with them, to give them an online safety, you know, protocol to go over. You know, when my kids decided one day they wanted to ride their bike around the block without us. And I sat my son down and I told him, you know, I gave him options of what to do in hypothetical scenarios. I told both my kids, if you're ever going across on your bike or whatever, maybe you're right outside the house, maybe you're not, and somebody drives up in their car and tries to start talking to you, you should go to the house, especially if you know who lives there, of whichever one you're in front of, and knock on the door like it's your fucking house. And then when the people open the door, you let them know that somebody is trying to talk to you, right? And that you need, you know, their help in order to go talk to those people so that you can get away. And then you come straight back home. You know, I gave my kids like 15 different scenarios of things that may occur at some point, and I gave them solutions so that if they're ever in those situations, they have an idea of what to do instead of a panic of not knowing what to do. Because what predators do especially is they prey on kids who don't know what to do, and then they guilt them. They guilt them for not responding. They guilt them and act like, oh, I'm just being your friend, buddy. I just wanted to offer you some candy. Well, I'm sorry. I just wanted to, you know, they do whatever it takes to play on the psychology of a child in order to predate on them. You know, it's like, I don't know, man.
I understand what you're saying.
Sickened by the level of, you know, pretending that everybody in this is doing regarding the fact that they want to make it somebody else's problem instead of the parents every step of the way.
To your example specifically about the 13-year-old who's like, oh no, maybe I shouldn't. If they're thinking that, it's because of articles like this that say and repeat lines like, oh, well, this kind of policy is going to stop people from reporting stuff because they'll think they'll also get banned. And repeating that line is going to make the kids think, oh, I shouldn't report this. You know? But if they don't repeat that line because it's not true, You're not going to get banned if you just report something that that happens that's bad.
Mhm.
And
Well, I guess
the kids
again,
aren't going to have that
the
mentality.
issue here, and this is the thing. This is what I was talking about with Attack on Titan. Roblox banned Schlep, and they handled it the wrong way to save face and protect themselves. To the point where the guy who wrote the article addressing the problem sold his stocks in the company. Again, they're out to save themselves and spin the narrative and make it something that is not their fault or not in their control, and trying to obfuscate every step of the way. And in doing so, they handled it poorly. And they created the perception that now creates the problem at hand. Right? Meanwhile,
I don't think
we have the
any of their
advocacy
actions
groups.
has created that perception.
I think that there was a better way to handle it rather than banning every one of his accounts.
I think if they had have banned, you know what? So I don't know exactly what he did. If he maintains that he followed them off platform as opposed to encourage them to go off platform, like, and again, he said, "Oh well, I did everything that the cops do." That's what he said. If that's true, then okay, fine. But I don't know. I don't think he has had training, so I don't know if he has actually done everything the way the cops have.
Assuming JT Vega is correct here, saying Schlep does work with the police department in Texas.
But so that's words, okay? Fucking words, man. So yes, he has worked with the police by sending them the documents and having them arrested. Yeah, but has he had training? Has the police worked with him to train him, to tell him how to do stuff properly? That's a big difference than, oh, I've worked with them by giving them shit.
Again,
like, I don't give a shit if you give
this
them
goes
shit.
back to personal responsibility. The right way to handle things for Schlep would be join the police force, get in their task force, be a part of the solution here. The vigilante thing is something he is actively doing. He is pursuing this almost in a vengeful way over what happened to him when he was a youngster playing Roblox. So ultimately, again, not a single party here, and I want to give Schlep benefit of the doubt because at least he was actually trying to do something about the problem.
Yes.
But even he is going about it the wrong way.
And what I was trying to say was, if he is doing it by the book and whatever, and he isn't the one that's initiating the off-platform because that's like a big thing. If he initiates that, then I think he needs to, like, just, I'm sorry you did something wrong, but like that's a big thing. It's in the terms of service. It's not like, oh, you did something wrong that's like this nebulous, oh, maybe that was wrong. No, it's very clearly in the terms of service. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah. So, but if he's just following them, that's different.
Man says,
hold on, I'm not saying Roblox did great on this. Like, they should have, at bare minimum, been able to look into each of these people that he reported and ban those accounts as well. Like, if he's getting banned, the predator people should also be getting banned, right? At the bare minimum. So I'm not saying that Roblox is they're perfect or anything. I'm just saying that I don't think that the idea that, oh, well, their actions in banning him are going to cause people to report less. It's like, only by saying that, only by perpetuating that idea is going to, like, manifest that reality. Like, if you don't perpetuate that idea, it won't ever happen.
I would agree with you that we are entertaining a hypothetical scenario that may or may not come to pass, depending on their perpetuation of the concept. However, the solution still remains, regardless of which hypothetical scenario ends up coming to pass, that ultimately the responsibility is in the parents' hands.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Old Man says, I've seen comments saying they won't help because they are afraid of being accused of something.
For
Also-
various different things, that's always the case, right? There's famously there's that case of the New York person getting raped on the train, right? And no one did anything.
Mm-hmm. And again, that goes back to the UK rape gangs. They create a scenario where the people doing the right thing are punished, and the people who stand by are mocked online for not doing anything, but at least they don't go to fucking jail. You know, look what happened to what's his name? The blonde guy who choked out the black guy on the subway.
Penny? Is his name Penny?
Daniel Penny, was that it?
Yeah, something like that.
It's like you fucking wonder why people won't step in to help you when you're getting raped on the subway. You know, this shit happens all the fucking time. And the only people who get punished are the people who actually took on the hard task and the responsibility necessary to do something about making society a safer place.
But I do think that there is a line of, like with the Daniel Penny thing, I don't think he crossed that line. But if he saw some people being in an argument and then was like, took out his knife and stabbed someone because they were in an argument, it's like, no, like, oh, well, he was harassing the people on the train, like they were in an argument. That doesn't mean you get to go stab him. Right. So
and see, this is a problem with current
going
society.
To be a line.
You know, this huge problem with current society is that we have a lot of mental health issues. We have a lot of developmentally challenged individuals, and those people will process events, especially having seen, you know, again, I grew up reading Batman. The concept of vigilantism was so appealing, and I just want to be a hero, right? And I see a situation that my perception of it and my hope to one day stop a crime and be considered a hero clouds your judgment, gives you tunnel vision, and lets you intervene in a situation you have no part of, right? And that results in bad things happening. Old Man says also there's a chance of being killed in trying to stop an assault or being prosecuted for causing harm during a rescue. Yes. See, and this is the problem, is that we have people, and the worst thing, we have third parties who are so ready to be offended on your behalf, even when you are perfectly willing to thank the person who rescues you, that we've created scenarios for which society is going to struggle to survive over the fact that we aren't able to do the right thing without getting punished. No good deed goes unpunished, right?
But I do want to maintain that, like, there is a line, and even though your intentions may be a good deed, I'm doing a good deed. If you stab someone for your good deed, like, that's wrong. So, like, just because you're like, oh, well, I'm trying to do a good deed, doesn't mean that you shouldn't be punished.
Sure.
Right? So, and whether or not Schlepp stepped over the line, I think if he did, he barely stepped over the line. But if he did, that's one thing. And whether or not he should be banned, I don't know. Like, again, I'd have to know the exact details on exactly the conversations he was having. But to then think that, well, anyone that now reports someone is going to get banned, it's like, no, they're way on the right side of the line, right? They're not even close to the line. Like, and if those people are getting banned, that's another huge issue that Roblox should get reamed about, because that's obviously insane.
So he also said a man was stabbed to death protecting his girlfriend. His girlfriend had more sympathy for the killer because the guy was not right in the head. The world is sick, man. Anyway, coming back to this. Critics argue that bans protect predators by discouraging exposure, especially given Roblox's history of lawsuits alleging negligence and preventing exploitation. Schlepp responded by slamming the comparisons to predators as outrageous and vowing to continue his advocacy off-platform. This legal action in Louisiana comes amid growing national concerns over children's online safety, with platforms like Roblox under fire for balancing user freedom with protection. Parents and advocates are watching closely, hoping the suit will spur meaningful reforms in the virtual worlds where kids spend hours each day. Roblox responds to legal outcry and online disgust as Louisiana files lawsuit. Billions of reports. Things are looking more difficult for the makers of Roblox, the popular game aimed at children, which has become not only a sandbox for imagination, but unfortunately for those looking to bring harm. I fucking hate that park place. Everything is for the children and not, personal responsibility. Now Roblox is claiming they handled more than 1 billion reports of potential harm last year alone. The state of Louisiana is now getting involved in protecting minors playing the game and sending a message to other video games. The newest legal action comes amidst outrage from consumers over Roblox banning and censoring user Schlep, who assisted law enforcement in arresting at least 6 dangerous individuals who may have been seeking to use the gaming platform to take advantage of kids. Today, Louisiana Attorney General Liz Muriel announced, here's the announcement from the state of Louisiana. Today, Louisiana Attorney General Liz Muriel announced legal action against Roblox, the #1 gaming site for children and teens. The lawsuit, brought in the 21st, right? 21st Judicial District of Louisiana shows that through its online gaming service, Roblox has and continues to facilitate the distribution of inappropriate content aimed at children. So I should clarify. See this asterisk? They're going to go on to say, note, minor changes to some words have been changed in the Louisiana lawsuit, quote, to protect that park place from being flagged due to how bad some of these allegations are. We have denoted where we have adjusted phrases with an asterisk. Unfortunately, even when covering hard news, certain terms and phrases are very difficult to include in a news article due to algorithms reading those words and phrases as potentially being part of the site rather than coverage of the site. As a result, phrases were changed to keep the exact meaning while preventing damage in searches and AI results. Fucking cowards. So Roblox has and continues to facilitate the distribution of inappropriate content aimed at children, which exploits Louisiana's children. Knowingly and intentionally fails to implement basic safety protocols to protect child users from predators. Knowingly and intentionally fails to provide notice to parents and child users of its dangers. I find that unfathomable. I cannot even believe that is even being alleged. Due to Roblox's lack of safety protocols, it endangers the safety of children of Louisiana. Roblox is overrun with harmful content and predators because it prioritizes user growth, revenue, and profits over child safety. Every parent should be aware of the clear and present danger posed to their children by Roblox so that they can prevent the unthinkable from ever happening in their own home. Roblox is an interactive online game platform launched in 2006 that facilitates experiences for users. It allows and encourages users to communicate with each other in real time. There are nearly 82 million daily active users and more than 6.4 million experiences within the platform. The company reports 20% of users are under 9 years of age, 20% are 9 to 12, 16% are 13 to 16, and 44% are 17 years or older. Because there is no age minimum and requirements to verify age or parental permissions once you sign up, what are you going to fucking do? Check this box to confirm you're over 18. Okay, great. That's not going to fucking do anything.
I think for a game like Roblox, where it is a monetized game,
Mhm.
I think that a very easy way to
I mean,
age
I
gate-
imagine it's already, if you have to put in a credit card, that a parent has already done that process of permissions, right?
Yeah. So I don't know how they work, but the way I would set up a game like this where I know kids are playing, free account can't talk, right?
Yeah.
No communications at all. And then once you've paid for something, on that, like, we're gonna ask your age, and we're gonna say
We're going to take
on
your
the
money and get your kid molested.
on the payment form, like, how old is the user? Is this a child or a parent?
Mhm.
And then, like, the form of the payment will be the thing you have to fill out. That says, okay, this is my child, this is how old they are, and here's my credit card. And then if you filled that out, then that's our identity check,
Yeah,
and
you
then
can
you don't
only
have to
talk unless you give them. You can only talk if you give them your credit card information.
and then you don't have to do the whole I'm taking children's pictures,
Yeah.
because that's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Now there is a small gap, obviously, in that if your parent as a child gives you their credit card and says, here you go, but that's also parent neglect at that point.
I think the other issue with that is that Robux are sold as gift cards to
gift cards. I wouldn't account as that.
Yeah.
I would keep them as a free thing if they're doing gift card stuff.
Yeah.
Unless they enter a credit card on the account. That's when they would get upgraded to, okay, now you're either 9 to 12, 13 to 16, or 18 and older, based on.
They can only talk within your age group.
I don't know how I'd feel about that.
The problem is that it would be very easy to lie about your age to say that you're younger.
Yeah, as an older person, you could just say, okay, I'm 13. Here's my credit card.
The problem with this is that the solution that everybody who wants control is offering up is internet ID, right? And ultimately, this is only going to be used to create more oppressive measures on the populace. Ultimately, for the children is going to be the Trojan horse used in order to silence dissent, to ban users, to harass people in real life over their dissenting opinions, to target people. All of this shit is ban kids from playing games is preferable to silencing dissenting opinions, because it's something you can do to grow government power and prevent people from advocating for their own rights. This is 100% the worst possible outcome, is to try and make it about kids, but secretly doom them and their families to a dystopian future due to the rollout of internet ID. Everything about this should be opposed without question. Because there is no minimum age and requirement to verify age or parental permissions once you sign up, users can easily say they are younger or older than their actual age, allowing child predators to pose as children and for children to bypass any age requirement. Once registered, users have access to millions of games such as sports, role-playing, naval, fashion, and comedy. Other games which have existed on the platform, including Escape to the Island, Diddy Party, and Public Bathroom Simulator Vibe, are not as innocent. These games and others are often filled with explicit content and simulated inappropriate activity, such as mass violation of children in terrible, illegal ways. The recent report even revealed a group of 3,334 members openly trading illegal child content and solicited acts from minors. Look, I can go on Minecraft and I can write a book in Minecraft detailing graphic sexual depictions on a server. You cannot save everyone. It is not possible. It is a fool's errand to try. The better approach is to create a sense among the individual users that danger exists, to prepare you for it, rather than to pretend that they're perfectly safe, because then they lower their guard and are more susceptible to the predators that are there to prey on them. Just last month in Livingston Parish, law enforcement officers executed a search warrant at the residence of an individual suspected of possessing illegal child content. At the time of the arrest, the suspect was actively using the online platform Roblox. Notably, the individual was in possession of and had employed voice-altering technology designed to mimic the voice of a young female, allegedly for the purpose of luring and exploiting minor users of the platform. Again, just everything about this to me screams opportunistic exploitation of the DA in order to parade their solution to the problem by saying, like, look, a child predator, we caught them. Look at what I've done for you. All the children will be safe. If only I have more power. If only I am reelected. If only you give me control. Like, I fucking despise the way that they're going about this. For these and other reasons, Roblox is in violation of Louisiana law. The state is seeking permanent injunctive relief and prohibiting them from, quote, engaging in any activity in violation of Louisiana Unfair Trade Practices Act, representing that Roblox has adequate safety measures, restitution to the state of Louisiana. Fuck you. Attorney's fees, all additional civil penalties allowable under law, all additional damages allowable under law. Shares of Roblox Corp have more than doubled this year and have advanced over 115% year to date. Anyway, that's it for that Park Places articles on this. But I want to provide you some additional obvious things that should make your blood boil. A account on Twitter going by the name of Roblox_RTC says Roblox's VP of Civility and Partnership also serves on the boards for Boston Children's Hospital Digital Wellness Lab, the Family Online Safety Institute, and the Tech Coalition, raising questions about potential conflicts of interest. The conflict of interest is that board members of online safety organizations also serve on Roblox's board. As YouTuber Legal Mindset notes, this could be industry capture. While the institutions may be reliable, they may be under legal question in the ongoing Louisiana lawsuit. To which Madam Savi said, industry capture is an understatement. When you have communication heads from Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, not only part of FOSI, but also a rating board, it makes you ask questions. Thread, though showing a small glimpse into Tammy's web and how it connects even to the ESRB and the actual industry influence these people have. FOSI, interesting things to note. For the low price of $15,000, you can hop into the Cool Kids Club that features all the tops from all your favorite companies like Microsoft, Nintendo of America, Sony, Disney, AT&T, Verizon, Discord, TikTok, Tencent, and Google, and more. In fact, you will never know who you will find and what kind of background they have. Makes you wonder why they're getting involved in certain things. Family Online Safety Institute is the FOSI. She's talking about inquiring about a membership and how you get involved, what you can see on their website involving all these individuals from these different groups. Tammy, the vice president of civility and partnerships at Roblox, is the one they're talking about when they say Tammy. Right? Now, in addition, Tammy helped give insights into what teens want, noting how teens want more stories with friendship and less with romance. So why is Roblox trying to turn into a dating platform? But DICE is what is interesting to note, because that is related to the ESRB, because Patricia Vance, dear leader of the ESRB, is on the board of DICE, the same DICE that had on Greg Miller, who went on lamenting, fuck Donald Trump and fuck Elon Musk. Who's ready to find love on Roblox? Platform's cooking up a dating feature. Right, saying they say one and do the other, referring to Roblox VP spoke about what teens want, presenting recent research, right? DICE Board of Directors, she's on it, ESRB leader. DICE Awards, fuck Elon and fuck Trump, right? That's how they handled it. A society that protects criminals and persecutes victims does not survive long. Look at the UK. The government grab for power reminds me of this quote. Which quote? You never want a serious crisis to go to waste. Yeah, Rahm Emanuel said this. And what I mean by that is an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before. Yeah, Rahm Emanuel, the governor of Chicago. Is he governor now? Yeah. He's the is he the mayor of Chicago? It's so fucking infuriating because he's the sister city of like Osaka or something. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. These two are quite close and display it through their connections and what boards they sit on. Patricia Vance of ESRB was the one pushing age verification software with YOTI, now partnered with Spotify this year for age verification and World Economic Forum partner. But the FTC shot them down. She laments it herself. Don't take speculation. Anyway, here is Tammy directly interacting with information about Australia's age verification proposals from 8 months ago. The video, Andrew acknowledges no one wants to upload ID to use Instagram, acknowledges no face scanning is effective, tech isn't there yet, says this is a feel-good measure, references South Korea banning under 18s for a decade, but found it did nothing. China was the same outcome, and the data showed it didn't do anything positive. Nothing changed. However, he then says, I'm much more optimistic about places like here in the UK, where we are actually listening to young people. We're listening to researchers like myself in terms of making online environments safer, as opposed to sticking our heads in the sand and just pretending like this social media thing is just going to go away. Not a single fucking person wants the rest of the world to become the goddamn hellhole you've turned the UK into.
I also like you should just listen to me.
Listen to experts like me. Fuck off.
I do also want to say something that is like when a kid is sitting there asking their parent, hey, can I play this game? Can I do this? I want to do this. Everyone else is doing this. If there are restrictions that are not unrealistic, but like they're overbearing, right? There are too many restrictions on a kid's account. It gets to the point of a similar thing that you see with piracy in video games, where you have too much DRM. The DRM is crazy. I bought the game and I can't even use it because of all the DRM, and I was like, it would be easier if I just pirate it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you'll see the same thing happen with kids playing games and their parents allowing them to play the game, and then just eventually they'll just say, okay, here, I'll make the account. I'll be the adult. I'll mark myself as 18, and I will give the account to my child.
This is why Korea banning under 18-year-olds from playing games, China limiting gaming to only 30 minutes a day or whatever the fuck it was, did nothing to change anything. It did not work. You do not get to impose arbitrary rules on the populace. They do not answer to you. You cannot enforce it. They will resist. Fuck off. It is not going to happen. You are not going to gain control. We are not going to consent. Get over it. Stop trying to make it happen. It's not going to happen, right? Having to use your ID online means there will inevitably a huge data leak. Ever hear of the T app? Yes, we covered it like last podcast. They had to use a picture ID and all of the data was leaked. It's just like, especially with the age of AI writing your code, like everything that they're proposing is a dystopian nightmare. It literally just cannot get worse. I'm much more optimistic about places like here in the UK where we are actually listening to young people. We're listening to researchers like myself in terms of making online environments safer, as opposed to sticking our heads in the sand and just pretending like the social media thing is just going to go away. When asked if he believes companies should be held responsible, this is key quote 2. Quote, yes. So I think there needs to be a huge burden on these social media firms. First of all, they need to be able to share, to be forced to share the data that they have on young people, not with advertisers, but with researchers like me, so that we can actually unpick what the harms and the benefits of these online platforms.
That's hilarious. Give us the data so that we can make up a reason to like further like fuck you over, basically.
Yeah.
Right? Like
give us
the data.
We need to load the fucking gun and
we'll massage the data to make it look like your game's bad for kids. Oh, but if you pay us, then it'll be okay.
This is exactly what happened with the last article we were looking at when it came to Roblox. It's like, gasp! There was a person in Louisiana using a voice changer, pretending to be a little girl who had child exploitative material on their computer. It's like, yeah, and every other fucking state in the entire United States, right? Stop trying to pander to the Louisianians, or however you fucking say that, by pretending that the problem is only in their backyard. Oh, gasp! It's right here. My child wasn't safe. They could have been harmed by some random person somewhere in the fucking state. You know what you could have done? Stop them from playing Roblox. Monitor their behavior on there. Again, your fucking responsibility. Talks about tax money filling potholes and says they should go to understanding young people. Then follows up, ethical design code, setting a ban at 16. It absolves companies of responsibility. If something bad happens on a platform and the user sneaks on, the company says they aren't at fault. They have the best tech and they don't need to make their platform safer or better.
I will say that one thing that they should maybe look at is if a company has a specific amount of users, they should have a specific amount of moderation employees, right? And not just AI. Because it's like, okay, if Facebook had 2 people running the reports department, like you're effectively not gonna. The reports mean nothing because
well, see, and this is the hard.
There's like 6 billion people on Facebook,
and this is why I'm so goddamn triggered over this. Companies build into their budgets the fines that they pay. And so ultimately, when shit like this happens, rather than it becoming the company's problem, it gets offloaded. There goes that responsibility again onto everybody else to solve the problems because it's infeasible. We can't do it. And instead of recognizing that when we as a community, all individually to our own children, hold the responsibility to keep them safe and protect them by making them aware, just like we tell them not to speak to strangers, of the dangers that they will face on the internet. When I was growing up, my parents forbade me from ever entering an online chat room because of some, presumably, Fox News or whatever expose talking about children being predated on chat rooms. Guess what I never fucking did growing up? I never interacted in a chat room. Guess what I also never did growing up? I never got predated on by child predators in a chat room. Look, you will not be able to save your children from everything that could possibly harm them. It is not possible. That is the human condition. But you can prepare them for the harm that they may face. And that ultimately is the responsibility of each individual person on this planet. And when we acknowledge that responsibility and we don't shirk it off and try to make it society's problem, we thrive. When we don't shirk it off and we don't ban the people actually going after the predators, then those problems get fixed, right? Ultimately, we need people to be responsible for their own problems. This is such a sickening solution that they're proposing. And the bullshit, every single fucking time, it is always a Trojan horse for the goddamn children. Meanwhile, your rights, your freedoms, your dissent, your ability to disagree when the government has gone too far, when anybody has gone too far, is flushed down the toilet in the name of protecting children. It is the same bullshit every fucking time. It is all about control and data and giving government more control. These research groups usually end up government funded. Elon commented on Twitter about this, that this seemed like a backdoor way to control access to the internet by all Australians. And he goes on to answer, a broken clock is right twice a day. But no, I think there is a real human rights implication here. Young people have a right to information. Children have a right to play. I disagree with this. Children do not have a right to the internet. He does ultimately agree with Elon. It won't make things safer, but he still thinks what the UK will do, this was 8 months ago, will be the best. Again, what the UK solution is if you want to use the internet ID. And because the UK's rolled it out, it's rolling out everywhere. Allow me to show you. Rockstar Games reportedly implementing age verification in Grand Theft Auto Online to abide UK law. A data miner has uncovered Rockstar Games' upcoming attempts to ensure Grand Theft Auto Online will abide by UK law and potentially similar laws coming to Europe and the USA, namely age verification to stop underage users seeing illegal or harmful content in a game rated 18+. What the fuck? Do you think a single child is not already playing their parents' account? This game has fucking topless titty bars. Hello? The responsibility is and always should be in the hands of the parents. The parents do not get to sue Rockstar because little Timmy saw some fake polygonal tits. Rockstar should sue the parents, right?
For buying a game for
Seriously.
the little kid who's underage.
It says right on the fucking box. Rated M for mature, bitch. As social user medias were mocking and bemoaning the UK's Online Safety Act, one user joked they could still visit strip clubs in Grand Theft Auto 5 and Grand Theft Auto Online, the latter being the online mode of 5. Rockstar Games focused data miner, we'll call him Tez2 to the community, put a dampener on things with what they had uncovered. Jokes aside, Rockstar is planning to implement age assurance checks in the near future, rolling them out by region. You may need to verify your age to access GTA Online, or certain features like phone messages, text chat, Snapmatic may be restricted until you verify your age. We can see from the messages within the code, Rockstar Games potentially telling users, you must meet the minimum age requirement to access GTA Online. You must meet the goddamn age requirement to buy the fucking game. What is this insanity? The responsibility has already been given to the parent. For the game to be purchased, they had to go to the store. For the game to be purchased, they had to purchase it digitally using their credit card. The responsibility has been offloaded appropriately. What the fuck is this nonsense? Nonetheless, we also see other lines stating that various features are disabled until the user's age is verified, suggesting someone can play the game without having to prove their age. We must also consider this code as likely a work in progress before any official implementation. The data miner would later share a preview of age assurance in-game. This is not active yet. GTA Online. Therein we see the warning, please verify your age to access online features, as well as an options menu where turning various in-game communications on or off are used under age verification, and an error screen when attempting to use a QR code. The UK's Online Safety Act came into effect in late July, putting the duty of care onto all websites and digital services to avoid children coming into contact with illegal and harmful content. Yeah, I'm sure. You know what? You with the website that hosts all that illegal content, man, you better not be letting children there with your illegal content. Like, what the fuck? Can you imagine? Like, you're on the dark web learning how to blow up, buildings and shit. Like, whoa. Wait, first, I need to make sure you're of age. You don't get to see this illegal content without being of age, young man. This requires highly effective age verification for users on websites and services featuring communication, user-submitted content, or adult content. Violators can be fined up to 10% of qualifying worldwide revenue. Fuck you. Are you serious?
A pretty good way to stop.
10% of qualifying worldwide revenue. You know what would be a better? Seriously, if you really put that as the fucking law in the UK, my answer would be, guess I'm no longer available in the UK. How about that?
Unfortunately, Rockstar, I don't know about
10% of qualifying worldwide revenue. You willing to take that risk?
So Rockstar is owned by Take-Two. I'm not positive about Take-Two, but Rockstar, I'm pretty sure, is a UK-based company. So I don't think they have much of a choice.
They have every opportunity to no longer be UK-based. Can you not be UK-based but not sell to the UK market?
Rockstar headquarters is in Manhattan.
Haha.
No. Okay.
So there is also Rockstar North, which is in Canada, right? I think they might have a UK branch, but Didn't they? What was the other company? There was Take Two Interactive. It was like DMM or something. Was the other one that they used?
They got a North Leeds, Lincoln, London. They got
Trying to shut down the ranch.
They have 4 subsidiary studios in England.
Methods thus far include uploading a photo of a government-issued ID or their face, a credit card purchase, the age of user's email address, AI estimation, or simply blocking UK IPs. That's the solution. Block the goddamn UK IPs. The law has been criticized for overreach, ineffectual even in its purported goals, and resulting in outright censorship of free speech and criticism of the UK government. Fuck the UK government. It is surprising Rockstar Games are attempting to only restrict communications within Grand Theft Auto Online. While there is single-player content beyond what's part of Grand Theft Auto 5, other players online are supposed to be able to be part of the experience, not to mention user-generated missions and content. In fact, user-generated content is likely to play a large part in Grand Theft Auto 6, as Rockstar Games has spoken to Fortnite and Roblox content creators, meaning that the game's online component could also require age verification. Ergo, an underage user would be able to play Grand Theft Auto online. Would be unable to play it online. Or at least not in a way where they could see or communicate with others. This is despite Grand Theft Auto 5, and therefore Grand Theft Auto Online being not only rated 18 plus by PEGI, which is the ESRB of the UK, but also illegal to be sold to anyone under 18 years. It already fucking is it not? Or no, I guess you'd have to be adults only for that, right? Rated AO. Give me full penetration. Right. Meanwhile, Valve says Steam lost PayPal option because acquiring bank cut ties over content. All of this is connected, just so that we're clear. All of this is connected. Everything that is happening is marching us towards the Chinese social credit score internet ID. Steam users have been puzzled in recent weeks after finding out that PayPal was no longer available as a payment option in certain currencies. Now Valve has explained the reason. It wasn't PayPal itself pulling out, but one of PayPal's acquiring banks cutting ties with Steam over concerns tied to the platform's content. A Valve spokesperson confirmed that the sudden disruption came when the bank refused to process any Steam-related transactions, effectively cutting off PayPal support for a number of currencies. That means players in impacted regions simply saw their payment choice vanish overnight, not because of a technical issue, but because a financial institution decided that Steam's catalog wasn't clean enough to handle. The incident immediately recalls earlier controversies involving MasterCard and Visa, both of which have leaned on platforms like Steam and DL Site to remove or restrict certain adult or objectionable titles to stay in compliance with their reputational risk policies. While Valve didn't name the bank or the exact content under scrutiny, the platform is familiar. Payment processors dictating what kind of legal games can or can't be sold based on shifting moral guidelines. This is especially notable in the wake of the August 2025 U.S. executive order that explicitly bans politicized or unlawful debanking, instructing regulators to penalize financial institutions that block legal transactions based on ideology. Though the order is American, its logic shines as a spotlight on how global banking pressure can distort entertainment markets. If a single bank can dictate which payment methods work for the world's biggest PC platform, it raises uncomfortable questions about who really controls access to games. For now, PayPal remains unavailable for Steam purchases in the affected currencies, and Valve has not announced a replacement partner. Users can still pay through credit cards, prepaid options, and regional processors, but the absence of PayPal underscores just how fragile these arrangements are when banks decide to flex their moral authority. And lastly, Collective Shout are lying to people via their email newsletter to play the victim and try to get donations. They also reveal they specifically targeted payment processor execs too, apparently going after their partners to have them slightly scared. Apparently going after their partners have them slightly scared too. So let's look at this real quick. So they said, over the last 2 weeks, we have been subjected to the largest coordinated cyber attack in Collective Shout's 15-year history. Our team has been hit with a daily barrage of vile abuse and harassment. We have been bombarded with rape and death threats. Our images have been morphed into porn. We have been doxxed. Haters have circulated our photos and tried to find our home addresses. Protect the movement. 10 petitions were launched against us, full of false accusations. Elon Musk retweeted one of them. There are currently hundreds of YouTube videos slandering us. What has caused this vicious pile-on? It's to punish us for our success in getting a raft of games full of games featuring rape, sexual torture, and incest off gaming platforms, Steam and itch.io. As you'll recall, we sent an open letter to 6 senior execs at 7 payment gateways, calling on them to stop facilitating and profiting from gamified violence against women and girls, as well as thousands of you emailed the execs. But, meanwhile, OnlyFans is still okay. And Little Tay brought in, what was it, 3 million in 10 minutes for showing content that was recorded at 12:01 a.m. on their 18th birthday. Just pointing out that near children, the objectification of actual real people is still A-okay with all of these payment processors. But God forbid a game has rape in it. Dear Lord. Surprised Pyramid Head didn't get removed. Soon after, Steam and itch.io added new teams and conditions to confirm to the requirements of payment gateways retransactions they wouldn't facilitate. This resulted in almost 500 games coming down off Steam. Itch.io went further, pulling 20,000 not safe for work games for an audit to check for compliance to the new standards. This historic victory sent rape and incest simulation game defenders into a frenzy. In our years of activism, making lots of enemies along the way and being somewhat battle-hardened, the active misogynist cyber warfare is off the charts. Our opponents will stop at nothing to bring us down. They've made that very clear. That's why we need your help right now to protect our movement. A movement on track for its biggest year of victories ever, including this one. Our enemies are trying to destroy our operating systems. They've gone after our global allies, charitable partners, ambassadors, and other backers. They've tried to get social media platforms to shut us down, but we won't let them. Your tax-deductible gift today will help us protect our cyber systems from malicious attacks. Help keep our online spaces free of women haters and trolls. Help us collate briefs of evidence for police, e-safety, and our lawyers. Help uphold our freedoms and rights to continue speaking out. Send a message that we will not be defeated. Yes, I'll help protect Collective Shout. With your support, we will overcome. Thank you. Wow. Moral busybodies at its finest. Any thoughts on this before we move on? All right, moving on. Azure Lane ads in Akihabara have once again been censored. With Comic Market 106 right around the corner, the streets of Akihabara's Chuo-dori have sprung to life with bold Azure Lane advertising campaigns. However, not all bunny ears and cleavage are created equal. Some have been neatly covered up. The latest trio of billboard ads, the star-studded lineup featuring Dugay Troin, Masena, and Anchorage, once promised unfiltered fan service, but courtesy of some invisible censorship hand, the usual busty assets found in the train station visuals were notably toned down on Chuo-dori as well. Covered. Subtly covered. Changed. Yep. Anyway, earlier this year, the Santa Fe Mogadar and Voroshilov ads, another bold trio, were slapped with heavy regulation, especially Mogadar's live 2D display, which was practically given a top-to-bottom makeover. Then, in May 2025, a fresh 3-panel spread featuring Ofu, Oho, and Lion still had their curves modestly obscured. That said, one banner has managed to buck the trend. At the Daikokuya location, the Anchorage ad stands proudly scandal-free, untouched by censorship. Perhaps the only exception in the trio, and bound to leave many confused. I mean, I think that they still kind of covered it. Not really easy to see. Right here. They kind of covered that one with this stuff here, right? Just saying. This isn't the first time Azure Lane has been censored in Akihabara, and in fact, other games have been censored too, which is sadly becoming a more frequent phenomenon in the former otaku capital. You guys ready to move on to release?
Mm.
Don't worry, I got it. What do we have here? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Actually, I have
Oh
it.
no!
I got it all.
God damn it!
Share screen. Cyborg. Hello. I got them. Alright, so Discotheque's October slate is up. So you have Summer 009 versus Devilman, the complete OVA series. This is the one that was on Netflix. And then Golden Boy, complete series. I'm screen sharing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's coming out. And then we have Higurashi When They Cry, Season 1.
So all the disco stuff, all the discotheque stuff, I could be buying from Media OCD, right?
For full price, yeah. All of this is Shin-Chan, the English series. This is all of what Funimation put out. All 76 episodes or 78 episodes. And they changed up some of the animation or something to localize it, I guess. And then, not on Crunchyroll is Uroshi Kidoji, Sequels of the Overfiend. Which is 2 movies, 3...
I didn't realize this had a sequel.
Well,
movies.
It's
2
like
to
5
4
additional
and
movies that they just decided to put on one disc.
Yeah,
What's going on at the top there?
It's a porno. That's why it's not on
Oh.
Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
Are we going to talk about King Arthur and the Knights of Justice?
And then we also, it's also up on Amazon.
Arthur and the Knights of Justice.
And we have Darkstalkers, the anime series.
Darkstalkers, the cartoon, specifically the American.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The anime.
Yeah.
The animated series.
King Arthur and the Knights of Justice.
Yeah.
Coom, random Coom.
Although it's SD on Blu-ray.
Mega Man, the animated series.
For me, they're all the
Yeah.
same price. On,
SD on Blu-ray.
Stone Protectors, complete series.
Yeah, I had no idea about whatever the hell this was.
Kamen Rider, Amazon, on Blu-ray.
Now we need a Common
this
Rider
is-
eBay.
This is where Ouran High School Host Club, the movie, would be if the link wasn't broken. So there it is on Media CD. That's what that looks like.
I forgot about that.
Do you guys remember if I bought the first Urusuki Doji?
I don't know.
I feel like I did.
Terrifying Girls High School Women's Violent Classroom movie.
Yeah, all right. We know AC will definitely be picking this up.
Oh.
It's in my cart.
Is that,
like I said,
is that YouTube safe?
Yes. Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know.
Do you need a baby on screen?
Not anymore. Attack on Titan final season complete.
yes, we were not cucked after all.
I mean,
So previously I said I didn't think this would happen because I was under the impression that steelbooks could only hold up to 6 discs. And I have learned recently that they have an 8-disc steelbook out there.
wow.
For House of the Dragon Season 1 4K Blu-ray. And they're just, stacked discs on each, on two spindles on each side. Or spindle on each side. So yeah, this is all the final season, including the final chapters. 7 discs total.
Hilariously, I do have Urotsuki Doji Legend of the Overfiend on Blu-ray, released by Kita Media, not the Discotheque one.
So, yeah, it hilariously worked on the manifesto so long that Crunchyroll actually re-released the final chapters.
How dare you?
Yeah.
I'm doing everything I can. Stop making fun of me.
Dragon Ball Super Broly, the movie.
Boo.
On Steelbook.
This cover
Why?
looks so trash.
Yeah.
And as Putnam was discussing in Discord, Gogeta looks off severely. So
He's supposed to have half of his face be Goku and half of his face be Vegeta.
You mean he's supposed to be asymmetrical?
Yeah, he's supposed to, like, the Goku's cheek is a little bit more, like, pronounced. And you can maybe see the two cheeks being a little bit different, but, like, the hairline is supposed to be slightly different.
Oh. Yeah, that could be Vegeta. I can't get over on the side. I can only cut on half on this side. It won't let me do the other way. That's also.
It just doesn't look good.
Oh, wait, hold on.
And, like, the face looks too much
like...
It looks like they've taken the image of his face.
Look at the nose.
Photoshop. Yeah.
What is that brush stroke there? That looks so weird.
It looks like they took the square, like, image of his face and then stretched the top out so that it looked like, imagine holding a Bristol board with his face on it and then leaning the Bristol board forward towards the camera, like, so it stretches out his head. It looks bad.
So
I would
real
not
quick,
buy this.
Is there only the Higurashi Season 1 Blu-ray listed right now?
Yes.
Didn't they mention, like, the other ones too?
They announced that they had the other 2, yes. I find it funny that they put the main cover we always see on the back of this one.
Oh, fuck.
We also still don't know.
That already exists as a steelbook.
We also still don't know if this is the green tint or non-green tint version. I would, if you're considering buying this, I would wait for reviews before you buy it.
Scroll down again. Interviews with voice actors. Oh, what? You mean the interviews that they fucking
the interview that they removed with Vic? Fuck
Yeah.
them.
Anyway, One Piece Collection 39. Episodes 941 to 964.
Damn, I can't believe they're already like.
Then we have Ari Farida's From Common Place to World's Strongest Season 3.
I forgot there was a season 2 of this. I'll be real.
That's some good side boob right there.
Right
Yeah.
there, right front and
It's
center.
fucking terrible. No. I
And
went to the premiere for episode 1.
Why? Why
Very-
on earth is this a steelbook?
yeah, Fairy Tale 100 Years Quest, the complete season.
Get rid of Rahul Parini.
Not only is it a steelbook, but it's actually both parts of the season. So all 25
Which is
episodes.
nice, but like,
Yeah, it is nice for sure, but yeah, why a steelbook? What?
why a steelbook? Why not the classic? You know they weren't gonna do that shit DVD height. I wish they would have
Yeah.
to go alongside your other shit. But
They
you know,
just can't keep things consistent with this series.
yeah, because remember they did Zero, and Zero, believe it or not, is not a separate thing. It's just the tail end of the
Yeah.
first of like.
And then they never did collection sets for the final season.
Yeah.
So there's that.
And then there's a steelbook at the end of your collection.
Yeah. And then I'll become a villainess who goes down in history. Truly a villainess of our time. That's the only joke I can make. I'm sorry. My Hero Academia Season 7 Part 2. So this
That's
is the
actually
one...
like a decent cover. Holy shit.
And then they kiss.
According to the fan base, yeah.
Yeah. And this is the one I talked about when we were covering Season 7 Part 1. Only has 9 actual episodes on it.
Ah.
And the recap episodes, which aired at the start of the season, are in the special features at the end of the season.
I think we need to we need to start a petition to get rid of Rahul Parini and bring back Gen Fukunaga.
So,
Because those
and
always
then,
work.
of course, we got the Ellie for Season 7 Part 2.
Just ordered
Looked
it.
pretty nice.
Yeah, if they were all consistent, I wouldn't have minded. But like
Yeah.
Season 2 is just AIDS.
I'm locked in now, so I'm fucked.
Yeah. Well, I get to start over, kind of, sort of, until Walmart screwed me over. And was like, here's a DVD height of Season 5. Go fuck yourself. Why is it DVD height?
I
Why
don't
would
like-
you do that?
Are you guys seeing these discs?
Yeah.
They have the same artwork 3 times. Nice.
No. Look closer. These two are the same.
Yeah, I know, but it
These
has the
two
same
have the
image
back-
on it.
These two has the back. This one has the background from these, and then this one has the foreground.
Yeah.
That's
4?
that's annoying.
That's bullshit,
Yeah,
man.
just lame.
Fire Rahul Parini.
155 plus.
Remember, it's not you. It's not us. It's you.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! I hate this
One Piece
company.
Voyage Season 14 Voyage 7, 965 to 976.
How close are they with the collections? Like, I feel like they're getting ever so close here with the collections.
Well, the collection that we just looked at was the one that ended right before this starts.
Jeez.
So they're
I mean,
Right.
good news and bad news. It's like a double-edged sword. It's like on one hand, yeah, you have the like, hey, I'm glad they're cut up, and on the other hand, it's like, why buy the voyages then if they're just gonna
the collections are right around the corner right afterwards. And they're
literally
the
right around the corner? You know,
same price as the individual
Fuck
voyages.
these people.
And then we have That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime, Season 3, Part 2.
I didn't like Season 3 at all. I need to rewatch it, but yeah.
I like the books in Season 3 a lot.
You think if you rewatch it, you'll like it better the second time?
Maybe. Just I watched like the first 6 episodes, and I was bored to tears.
So what gets me over this one, this artwork we're looking at is the promo image for the first arc of season 3.
Yeah, for the first like core of season 3, and it's like
no, not even the first core.
Yeah,
like it finishes off
the first
in like
5
7,
episodes.
like I think 7 episodes or something.
7 episodes.
And yet here it is on the second half that has nothing to do with this arc.
So to quote AC yet again, fuck this company because they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Like this should have been the artwork on part 1, and they have a perfectly fine artwork for the arc that takes up the rest of season 3. That would have been perfectly fine for this. But no. And then here's the limited edition.
Which I have been suckered in to getting this.
It looks wider than the rest of them are.
It does, but I'm sure it's not wider. It'll probably be around the same.
You get a pin.
Cool.
Some art cards. And a booklet. And then they changed the background of the discs. Like, all of them previously were like bluish purple or something with rim on them. Now we've got green and red. Or pissed yellow and red. Like,
it's either urine or blood. The slime equals semen.
At least it's not the background and the foreground on separate discs.
Yeah.
Have you seen that episode of The Office when they go to the hotel room and Dwight shines the black light and you see all this shit everywhere? And he's like, "Oh my God, what is that? It's either blood, urine, or semen." Oh God, I hope it's urine. Why
the fuck is Rommerus on the back of it? Shit.
Yeah. I thought you said you watched season 3.
I did.
He said, "Why is that person featured on the back art?"
Because she kind of has a prominent role in making the labyrinth spoils.
I guess, but like I don't.
You know,
think she
this is my fucking problem with you, Reese. Like, prominent role in the season. That's what you needed to say. That's all you needed to say. That doesn't spoil anything.
Nobody knows what the labyrinth is if they haven't seen it.
But now when I watch it, now I'm gonna know. As soon as the labyrinth come up, I'm like, oh, that character.
Randy, you need
to just said in the season.
Drink a shit ton of alcohol so you don't remember anything on the
podcast. All right, how much longer for the podcast, boys? Do you think?
Randy, are you planning on
I'm either going to dip permanently or I'm just going to dip for a bit. How much longer?
I would say at least another hour, probably.
At least another hour? Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll still hang out then. I'm going to be out though for just for a little bit.
If you guys like to support the OCA podcast, you can try to shop at Stealth Weeb. If you're successful,
you get shirt.
Congratulations. You get a shirt. If you're unsuccessful, you can email me at stealthweebstore@gmail.com and tell me what size and color and destination you need for the product, and I will fulfill it manually at a lower price for you.
Oh.
Or you can just shop at ocapodcast.com/store, which so far as I know still works. Yes. Maybe if I finish the manifesto, I could fix all this bullshit in my life. Hey, look at this. The world's oldest manga is now a bra, thanks to Japanese lingerie makers' art history series. Wow. Peach John's master bra design draws inspiration from an official national treasure of Japan. Japanese lingerie maker Peach John. I mean, we've got Victoria's Secret over here, but Peach John sounds just as sexy. Likes to incorporate artistic flourishes into its intimate apparel, and especially so with its Master's Bra series. Whoa. This is like a femdom bra, huh? Which draws inspiration from the grand masters of the art world, whose have left their mark on history with their iconic works. For the series' latest design...
They're just spinning their graves. God damn it, I'm on lingerie.
For the series' latest design, Peach John is taking its cues from none other than the piece of artwork that's considered by scholars to be the very first manga. The Choju Giga, or the Choju Jinbutsu Giga, to use its full name, was painted all the way back in the 11th century. A series of picture scrolls, it depicts rabbits, frogs, monkeys, and other animals wrestling, frolicking, and otherwise horsing around. The use of inked artwork to create a series of humorous scenes of anthropomorphized characters is seen as a distant forefather of the manga of modern Japan. Aww. Peach John's bra and panty set recreates artwork for the first scroll of the Choju Giga, which is painted in the late Heian period.
Is this the first Pokemon battle? Is that what that is?
I think it is. Which was painted in the late Heian period and is now an officially designated national treasure of Japan.
Scroll up a bit.
What are you, gay? You scroll down a bit.
You can see perfectly fine on the bra.
It looks like the frog is like doing like water gun, you know?
Yeah.
The other three are all knocked out.
The rabbit's doing capoeira. Like coinciding with the release of the Choju Giga lingerie on August 13th, Peachon is also once again offering their Fujin and Raijin lingerie set based on the 18th century Wind God and Thunder God folding screen paintings of Edo period artist Ogata Cord. He lived in a tower and grew senzu beans, that guy. Yeah, just throw my bra and panties on that piece of wood.
I don't think that screams like comfortable to me, you know.
No. If anything, the embroidery would irritate the nipple.
It seems itchy.
Leaving you uncomfortably aroused all day. By nature of reproducing famous works of art, Peach John's master's bra customarily feature an asymmetrical design. In the case of the Fujin Raijin bra, the billowing cloth being held by the Fujin wind god and cackling ring of lightning surrounding the Raijin thunder god stretch subtly beyond the regular upper curvature of the bra, adding a touch of playfulness to the cultural significance of the cup's design. Fuck off. That's a touch of playfulness because it goes over the edge. No, it doesn't. Fuck off. Anyway, there's also the Van Gogh one. Eek, that's some makeup.
Why don't they showcase like the larger size bra so you can get more of the picture?
You can buy the thongs here, the non-wire bras here, and the tops here. Anyway, Nike and Yu-Gi-Oh! Team up for Joey Wheeler sneakers. Air Max 95 QS YGO shoes also feature a Japan-exclusive Junochi version. Wow, the Junochi version is the manga black and white equivalent, I guess. What is this?
I don't know why they get the black and white version and we don't. Is it so hard to just release both?
Anyway, that's it. All right.
They are also come with unique cards as well.
Oh, speaking of cards, Pokémon Happy Meal trading cards cause chaos at McDonald's branches in Japan. The Pokemon card battle at McDonald's was tougher than anyone anticipated. This past weekend, Pokemon fans in Japan had an adventure to go on, as McDonald's announced it would be giving away free Pokemon cards with its Happy Meals on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of August. For each Happy Meal purchased, customers were able to receive 2 Pokemon cards. One being a guaranteed standard Pikachu, and the other randomly chosen from 5 possible varieties. With the cards being limited in quantity, fans were prepared to go into battle to get them, including our reporter Maro, who got up early in the morning on release day to catch a set of her own. Doraibu suru. While Maro knew demand would be high for the cards, she wasn't prepared for the crowd she found when she walked down to her local branch at around 7:15 a.m. Even at her quiet countryside branch, the parking lot was full of cars, and there was a long line of vehicles for the drive-thru that stretched all the way down the road. Honestly, this feels like Japan feels like a model version of a real big city, like the little play set, like not Duplo. What was that like play? Like Playmates, maybe. Yeah, doesn't it kind of feel like a high fidelity version of like a pretending play set versus a real like city? This is the site she'd never seen before, and when she stepped into the store, she felt bad for the staff who were rushing around trying to fulfill everyone's orders. It was busier than ever, yet staff did a brilliant job of serving everyone patiently with kind smiles. While there were plenty of children and families there were also lots of adults like Maro, who were just as excited to pick up the limited edition cards. Although she'd ordered her Happy Meal in advance through the mobile app, she still had to wait 50 minutes for her order to be ready. But at this point, she was just thankful that she was able to even place an order, given that the cards were likely to run out before the weekend was over. Making the Happy Meals even more sought after was the fact that they came with one of 9 Pokemon toys, which are being released over the space of 3 weeks. We covered this last podcast if you want to look at that. Thankfully, due to her early morning efforts, Maro was able to receive her Happy Meal with its bonus extras. And before racing home to open her pack, she held her card set up in triumph as she left the store. After returning,
really stupid thing is, there's probably like not. Did it say how many cards there are in the set? There's like a number of cards in the set, and you got like one pack. Like, yeah, the
pack I think only has 2 cards in it. One is a guaranteed Pikachu, and the other is another random card.
After you're not getting all of them.
Exactly. After returning home, still sleepy from her early outing, Maro's mood lifted as she pulled out her breakfast. In addition to her apple juice, hot cakes, and hash brown, or hash potato, as it's known in Japan, Maro received Charmander's spinning ball sack toy. Nice. It looked even cuter in real life, and now the time had come for her to open the card pack and find out what mystery card she'd received. She got the guaranteed Pikachu with Ralts as the bonus card. Cards like these are super rare, especially when the campaign ends, making them even more special in Maro's book. After admiring their beauty, she ate her breakfast while scrolling through social media, where she found that the Pokemon Happy Meal craze had gone haywire nationwide, with some stores selling out by 7 a.m., and loads of customers lining up to collect them all. While many customers were genuine fans, it soon became apparent that some were resellers. Photos on social media showed large amounts of uneaten Happy Meals in plastic bags, wastefully left behind by those who bought excessively. Well, hello, Osaro. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Take note, everyone else, at the appropriate, responsible behavior of a viewer.
Be cool like Osaro.
There was a huge demand for McDonald's USA basketball trading cards years ago. Michael Jordan was the card everybody was looking to collect. In the end, it doesn't matter because they printed so many they were worthless. Not this time. Photos on social media showed large amounts of uneaten Happy Meals in plastic bags, wastefully left behind by those who bought excessively just to get the cards. After seeing all the happy families in the store with their Pokemon cards, Maro felt a surge of anger towards the resellers who were buying up all the Happy Meals and depriving fans of joy by depleting stocks to turn a profit. While she's happy that big chains like McDonald's can offer exciting campaigns like this, She does hope that they'll implement measures like limiting sales to one per customer or banning mobile orders in future. Okay. So that true fans of the franchise can get their hands on these Pokemon cards they want the way they're meant to, and not at premium prices. So let me show you a little bit about what she's talking about there. As seen on social media, customers have been showing off counters in stores that are lined with wasted food purchased only for the Pokemon cards inside. The promotion was originally due to run between the 9th and 11th of August, but was pulled after just 24 hours. So you can see them all lined up here. There are also a bunch of rather shameful posts all over social media from the weekend, most showing off food that was dumped by scalpers. At least there were also a few pigeons getting involved. Oh no! Another super chat shaming you guys works. Thank you. This is the most profitable podcast we've had in a while. We haven't even gotten to the OnlyFans content yet.
But at what cost?
At least there were also a few pigeons getting involved for some free grub too, silver linings and all that. Yeah. So, so first of all, these are the actual cards. So there's 6 of them, but you always get the Pikachu guaranteed. Here's the food that was ordered and not picked up, where they came in and grabbed the cards and shit out of it and then threw away the food.
So I have a little rant here. Like, they're being stupid. Okay. First of all, I don't know about Japan, but in North America, they allow you to buy the toy separate from the meal.
Mm-hmm.
Usually.
Yeah, but I think you have to go in to do that. It's not like you can mobile order that.
Yeah, I mean you'd have to go in. However, the last time they did the Pokemon thing here, they required you to buy the meal. And it's because what was happening was people were going to the store and buying a whole fucking box of cards and then just taking the cards. So they're like, okay, well, to stop those people, we're going to require you to buy the meal. And then this happens where the meals just sit there. And it's like, as a collector, I want to collect all of the cards. And if each pack has 2 cards in them and one of them's always Pikachu and there's 6 cards total, that means there's 5 cards that I need to collect. And I'm going to have like fucking 50 of the Pikachu. Which is fine. The Pikachu's cool, but that means at minimum I need 5 meals, 5 Happy Meals, and at more likely I'm going to need probably 10 or more, maybe 15.
Do you even want, like, seriously?
Personally, no. But like, if you're going for the collection,
do you want this one? No. 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 Maybe. I don't want it, but Pikachu's guaranteed.
Yeah, but
you can tear up the other card and throw it away. Who gives a shit?
If you're a collector and you want all of them, now you're looking at like between minimum 5. I'll say the maximum is probably 15. Happy Meals just for yourself to get all of the cards, right? And then it's
McDonald's all week.
Yeah, but then also they're going to sell out, and so it's like I got to get them now.
They sold out in under 24 hours. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like, so I'm going to buy my 15 meals now, and the meals are just going to sit there because I'm not eating 15 Happy Meals. Like I might eat 2. I'm not eating 15. So like they need to find a better solution.
So they also included this video and said tensions escalated at some locations, including a case where conflicting claims over missing cards prompted the police to intervene. But the previous article also included that video and said, though one customer did attempt to buy 40 Happy Meals in store, and they say Yonju, which means 40 in the video. So I think that's the real story here.
いや先に来てんだよ。お前何個頼んだよ。僕は4時からここ出ました。関係ない。関係ないでしょ。1人5セットだろ。1つの種類のセット。1人5セットわかんない。1つセットは5セットと申しました。中国人ですから。注文でいいよ。いけってお前。やって。7104で。注文していいよ。早く行け。邪魔だ。いいから行けや。誰でも待ってる。行け。常識ねえから行けよ。行けよ。邪魔だ。行けよ。
In America, we have full-on bloodbath fights in a Waffle House to the point where players of Tekken are requesting Waffle House as a stage for the future games because it is ubiquitous with street brawls. When I went to see Fireworks, we had a moment where Augie was hungry and we tried to go into a Taco Bell, and I started to pull out my phone to record just a moment of saying, just grabbing something to eat after the movie. And as soon as that phone left my pocket, there was the most racist tirade being spewed from a black woman at the Mexican woman behind the counter, to the point where Dan and Augie and I just noped out of there and didn't get food and went straight to the car to record the rest of the video. Okay.
Were you afraid of getting banned if you reported her?
I was afraid of much worse. And then Augie, after we finished, made us go to get him some food at a grocery store. And we stuck out like sore thumbs because we were the only white passing individuals in the store. And it was deeply concerning, especially because the movie we saw was literally on the corner of Crenshaw and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. The absolute worst part of town I can imagine. Meanwhile, in Japan, people fight because somebody ordered 40 Happy Meals. Like, I love Japan. I love Japan.
Imagine being a parent and you have 2+ kids. Each of them wants the full set.
Son, it's time to learn the value of money because you will be buying your own Happy Meals. Although I read in one of those articles, the fucking Happy Meal is $3.50. There goes my collection.
At least if you had 2 kids, then it's like, okay, I can order 3 Happy Meals and eat all of the food, right? Mm-hmm. So now if you're ordering 6 Happy Meals, that's 2 Happy Meals each. You could probably eat 2 Happy Meals each. And then you're ordering 3 Happy Meals each, you're probably not going to eat 3. But now we're talking about, you might get a full set by now, right? At 3 Happy Meals each. And then actually, you could probably do 4 Happy Meals if you have like 2 parents and 2 kids, right? If
you're smart, you prepped by seducing a McDonald's employee previously and making sweet love to her, so that when
like that ad
that comes up, they've already snagged like 15 different packs for you to ensure that you have everything you need for your collection, that you're going to stick in a goddamn binder and never fucking look at ever again, right?
Well, in this case, it would be for your kids' collection.
Possibly. So McDonald's Japan issues official apology over Pokemon Happy Meal reseller problems. Refusal of sales and mobile app account bans to be implemented following latest case of speculators spoiling fun for fans and upsetting regular customers. Sort of like how the Pokemon multimedia franchise has multiple branches that partly, but not perfectly, overlap, McDonald's Japan's current Pokemon Happy Meal promotion is a little complicated. The Pokemon Happy Meals went on sale August 8th, with a second-hand batch of adorable Pokemon toys scheduled to replace the initial lineup on August 15th and be available through August 21st. However, 3 days out of the period, August 9th through 11th, customers who bought a Pokemon Happy Meal got not just a toy, but also an exclusive Pokemon trading card game. Trading card game card, sorry. Needless to say, fans were excited, but unfortunately so were resellers, who swarmed in McDonald's Japan branches and snatched up as many of the cards as they could in order to flip them for profit during online auctions and e-commerce sites. This prompted angry reactions from ordinary customers and genuine Pokemon fans who were upset by the displays of greed and associated litter and waste. In response, McDonald's Japan has issued an official apology and warning through its website, which begins, quote, "An important announcement about Happy Meal sales," in McDonald's response. During our Pokemon Happy Meal set Pokemon card promotion, we confirmed that a portion of customers bought large quantities with the intent of reselling the cards, causing congestion and confusion at McDonald's branches and in their surrounding areas. In addition, there were instances of the associated food items being left behind at the restaurant or abandoned outside. McDonald's deeply apologizes for the inconvenience and distress caused to our regular customers. The crews working at our restaurants, residents, or the surrounding neighborhoods, and the owners of buildings in which our restaurants operate as tenants. Food waste in general is heavily frowned upon in well-mannered Japanese society, with shortages following World War II often regularly brought up as reminders of why food should be treated respectfully. And to clarify, the instances of Happy Meal food items being left behind aren't referring to someone who didn't finish each and every one of their French fries, but to resellers placing to-go orders for a half a dozen or more Happy Meals, extracting the cards and toys, and then just leaving the bags of untouched food sitting on counters or tables inside of McDonald's restaurants or dumping them on the sidewalk outside. Damn, even. In addition,
Japan also doesn't have garbage cans on the streets and stuff.
Yes.
So that's probably why it's like just on the street and not
it's
like
sad. McDonald's statements.
Garbage cans to put them in.
McDonald's statements then continued with, "In the future, there may be instances in which we impose stricter purchase quantity limits for specific Happy Meal sets and time periods. In addition, while we acknowledge that this is an inconvenience for our regular customers, during such periods, we may also place restrictions on mobile orders and deliveries. Details will be disclosed on a case-by-case basis." It's funny, like, I disavow wholeheartedly the effort behind all of this. But if they bring this shit to America with the English cards, I will buy all of them. In addition, during such sales restriction periods, we will refuse sales to those attempting to purchase amounts exceeding the limits, lining up repeatedly to make multiple purchases, attempting to intimidate restaurant staff, or otherwise failing to abide by the rules and behave politely. Moreover, customers, I'm gonna read the Sankaku Complex version first. In addition, McDonald's says it's working with flea market app operators to clamp down on the resale market that fuels these frenzies, as scalpers often flip limited goods for inflated prices within hours of release. Let me ask you, reading that statement, how does that make you feel about McDonald's efforts?
What efforts? Like shutting it down?
That they're working with flea market app operators to clamp down on the resale market. So they're working with Mercari and eBay and the like to try to prevent people from buying McDonald's Happy Meal toys and reselling them. How does that make you feel? Does it feel like a really good effort on their behalf?
I feel like I don't know why they would. Like I can't. Well, I guess maybe Japan has an anti-scalping law. I think they're harsher on scalpers in Japan.
They just hate them more.
But here,
laws.
I
love scalpers. Can I just gush for a minute about how much I love scalpers? Because scalpers make it possible to own things that otherwise you wouldn't own. Because you still could have gotten there first. But because your ass is fucking lazy, you didn't. And they beat you. But you have a second chance. For $100, you could own a fucking Pikachu card. Now, the reason I bring this up...
If the scalpers didn't buy it, you'd have more time to actually buy it from the legit retailer.
The thing I love about scalpers is the more of them that they are, the more it drives down the value of the card. So the reason I ask is because this is what Sankaku Complex phrased it as, and it seems significantly less impactful. Moreover, customers whose actions have clearly interfered with the provision of the promotion service when purchasing Pokemon Happy Meals, or who have records of making bulk purchases, will have their accounts removed from the official McDonald's app as per limits of the service. That is not the word I wanted to read.
They're getting banned for ordering too much. What if they got large families?
I meant to highlight this part, Blue. McDonald's statement closes by saying that the company is also asking for e-commerce sites cooperation in implementing more effective measures to inhibit malicious hoarding as reselling to the extent possible.
Hoarding. It's a hobby. It's not hoarding.
It's unclear, though, how much clout is behind this request, though, as the act of reselling the cards isn't illegal. So hopefully the other countermeasures McDonald's mentions will help alleviate the problem. I guess I put this in blue so that I would stop, then read this, then come back and read this, and then go here and say, the company closed its statements by promising to return to the Happy Meal's original mission. You know, being happy. Instead, it's been a nightmare meal instead of a happy meal. All right. McDonald's Japan versus Pokemon Happy Meal resellers. New purchase restrictions announced. I just want to point out. I drank the rest of this bottle and felt fuck all. I had a small amount of this bottle and am now struggling to formulate sentences. So I apologize. With new Pokemon toys on the way, McDonald's is trying to get ahead of the problems being caused by speculative scalpers. And what's becoming an increasingly common sequence of events, McDonald's Japan recently launched a highly anticipated Happy Meal promotion that was quickly marred by resellers ravaging restaurants and flooding the mobile order app to snatch up as many Pokemon trading card game cards as they could. Many of these resellers further showed their self-centeredness by leaving bags of untouched food behind on tables and pickup counters inside McDonald's branches, or even on the streets and sidewalks outside of them. With Japan being a country where selfishness, food waste, and litter are all heavily frowned upon by the vast majority of the population, genuine Pokemon fans, as well as regular McDonald's customers who just wanted to have the pleasant meal without ill-mannered scalpers swarming around and leaving a dirty mess behind, were upset. McDonald's Japan even felt compelled to offer an official apology about the situation. The chain also said that they'd be reevaluating their sales policies for certain upcoming promotions. And that's happening right away, with new restrictions going into effect on August 15th, when the second batch of toys in the current Pokemon Happy Meal campaign starts being distributed. Under the new rules, there will be a limit of 3 Happy Meals that can be purchased per group. How are you going to enforce that? How are you going to do that? I don't think it's possible. If I come back in No. If I come back in with glasses and a fake mustache, I don't think you're going to be having the balls to tell me I can't order 3 more. Again, that's per group, not per person. Okay, that's a little bit more. This limit is being applied not just to in-restaurant orders, but to orders placed through the McDonald's mobile app and delivery services too. Try to purchase 4 or more, and your entire order will be canceled. Some branches will also be suspending mobile/delivery orders entirely at certain times / on certain days during the afternoon.
I can't believe they already don't have ways to limit the stores getting overburdened with orders.
Look, if you just printed 10 times the amount, we wouldn't have this problem. It's a resource problem that resellers are able to capitalize and sell things at a premium. If you had just released more, none of this would be a problem.
Yep.
And everybody would have the bunch of Pokemon cards they don't fucking want and don't fucking care about because they got their guaranteed goddamn Pikachu and nobody cares about the rest of Routes or Sprigatito or whatever the fuck those other Pokemon were. Nobody gives a shit. You didn't even make them sought after cards. But because they're limited, now I fucking want one. And I don't actually want one. But if it was in English, I'd want one. And you did this to yourselves. And all you had to do was print more. But instead, you decided to make McDonald's have a big fucking black eye on their face where they have to come out and say, we're sorry, resellers suck ass, and we know that. But also, you can't do anything, and now you're banned from McDonald's because you ordered more than 3 Happy Meals. If you have 4 kids and you're solving Japan's birth crisis, fuck you. You can't have the cards because we aren't sure that you're not actually a reseller.
You're not real.
And because we previously let people order 40 fucking Happy Meals, now you're fucked. And one kid knows you don't love him as much. Enjoy that for the rest of your fucking life.
Imagine you're a kid and you're like, I don't know if you had siblings, but
I did.
Yeah. So, did you guys have Crazy Bones?
I did. When I lived in New Zealand, that shit was the craze. We got them in New Zealand before they came to the United States.
Yeah. So when they released in a little bag of like a little plastic baggie, and they had 3 in there, and I remember my mom going to the store buying one for us because we were like, oh, we want a crazy one, So she goes to the store, she buys a little pack, she gives it to us.
Let me give setting. Crazy Bones, for those who are uninitiated, is based on an ancient Roman game that involved actual knuckle bones, where you would flick the knuckle bone from your fallen enemy or whatever the fuck you got them from, and you would shoot them at each other. And Crazy Bones is a plastic version of that, where the knuckle bones are replaced with fun little characters with exaggerated proportions. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they're little plastic figures that you throw at other plastic figures. And there was larger ones that would be the ones you throw, and then you'd
the ones you
knock
break your finger hitting.
Yeah, and then you knock down the smaller ones. And
it's like the game Red Rover, right? But with toys. So you flick them across, and you try to knock over your opponent's toy, and then you get to like capture them or whatever.
Yeah, at least that's the way we played. Like if you knock them down, you got to keep them. Yep. Anyway, so they came in packs of 3. And so me and my brother, we were like, oh, can we have some? My mom goes and gets 1 pack. Not 2 packs, 1 pack. And opens it. And hands...
terrorist.
hands hands me one of them, hands my brother the other one, or like another one, and then holds the third one and says, and she said, I remember the comment. She's like, I know exactly why they put 3 in here, and it's so that people with 2 kids can't split it evenly. I was like, yeah, that's exactly why, Mom.
That's how they get you.
I think the idea is you're supposed to buy more than one because you're just it's not a conspiracy. You're just that you need more than one to play the game.
Please, it costs 99 cents. Years from now, people will scoff at apps that cost the same amount.
Sorry if I didn't bring this. I don't know if I connected the dots here, but how we got onto that conversation. I was thinking about a parent who bought like multiple Happy Meals, and they got multiple packs of cards, and they're like, oh well, we're limited to like X number of Happy Meals, right? So they can't buy more. So your 4th kid gets like the Ralphs, right? You can't get the Pikachu. We don't have enough Pikachu for you. You get the Ralphs.
Let me turn you guys into my therapist for a minute so I can remind you of my traumatic childhood where my brother apparently was more vocal about loving Digimon and Pokemon than I was. So that when we went to the live action, when we went to the Digimon movie or the Pokemon movie and they gave you a card, that my mom felt compelled to take her card for the ticket she bought and give it to my brother. To which she said, don't worry, if they ever put Dragon Ball in theaters, you'll get my card. And then fucked out the ass on that because that shit never happened. Right?
There's no card. There was a movie, but no card.
And then as a child, I got allowance, right? I never spent a cent from my allowance. And then when the PlayStation 2 came out after Christmas, I went to a friend's house and played Grand Theft Auto 3. I'm like, this shit's real fun. With my own money, I went to Funko Land and bought a PS2 and Grand Theft Auto 3. And then my parents bought my brother his own PS2 because I wouldn't share because I fucking bought it! You bitches! All right. Thank you for
the
being
drama.
My therapist. These regulations will be in place from August 15th to 17th. In addition, McDonald's has requested that customers refrain from contacting individual branches to ask about whether or not they have Pokémon Happy Meal toys currently in stock, implying that even if anyone is pushy enough to call and ask anyway, they won't get an answer. The countermeasure is by no means airtight. A team of resellers could easily circumvent the limit of 3 Happy Meals per group simply by lining up to order separately and not acting as if they knew each other. And there still doesn't seem to be anything preventing against speculators spending an entire day going from one McDonald's branch to another and scooping up 3 Happy Meals at each one where they're still available. Moreover, while the extra restrictions are in place from August 15th to 17th, the Pokemon Happy Meal toys are scheduled to be given out through August 21st, meaning there are 4 days where it could still be a Wild West style free-for-all in obtaining them. Still, making bulk buying a more time-consuming process for the first 3 days increases the likelihood that there will still be some stock left over for actual fans, including little kids. Fuck little kids. They're for me.
McDonald's kids don't have money. I have money. They're for me.
McDonald's Japan also says that it will be continuously taking feedback from customers and suggestions from workers into consideration and revising its policies to help ensure a happier dining / Pokemon hunting experience for people who are buying Happy Meals to have fun, not to make some quick cash. All right. In other news about McDonald's, the suntanned Hello Kitty Happy Meal toys are on there, or they're probably way past there because this is from July 5th. But because we covered the Japanese and their ability to be white and black simultaneously through the magic of suntanning, I felt like this was important to cover tonight. Suntanned Hello Kitty. She's not black. Stop thinking she's black just because she's tanned. The video is private. I couldn't show it to you. I'm sorry. Here she is white, unsuntanned. The videos are all private for some reason. All right, anyway, moving past that. Guess what? Chiikawa Bakery also launches a limited time menu of sunburned characters just to really rub it in that Japan is not a place for black people. It's for dark, suntan Japanese people. Get fucked. It's not about you. Moving past it. Also, Don Quixote now sells a bento of American corn dog ends. Hilarious. Hysterical.
Gross.
Reminder. I have the mascot of Don Quixote right here from all the times I shop at Tokyo Central. So, hot dog ends. Corn dog ends. American style corn dog ends. Just in case you weren't sure, yes, it is this fucker right here. The little slightly burnt part that is so delicious. Yum. Add mustard and ketchup. Eat with chopsticks. Life altered forever. Delicious. Wonderful. All right. All right, here we go. Bank staff save an elderly woman from, quote, astronaut needs 1.5 million yen to land on Earth scam. I think we've covered this before. An unusual romance scam has been foiled in Ichikawa City in Chiba Prefecture after an elderly woman was convinced that she needed to send 1.5 million yen to help a supposed astronaut land back on Earth. According to police, the incident happened in June this year when the woman in her 80s, who had met a man on social media claiming to be a university professor, was told she was currently in space. Was told he was currently in space as an astronaut, but needed money to obtain permission to return to Earth for vacation. Imagine being an astronaut, being sent into space, and then being billed for your return flight to Earth. Oh, you can't afford it? Well, get comfortable up there, astronaut. Following his instructions, she visited the Mitsubishi UFJ Bank Yahata branch to make the transfer. A female teller at the counter became suspicious after hearing the story, learning that the man had told the woman it would cost 1.5 million yen to secure a landing permit. Staff immediately contacted the police, preventing the loss. 3 female employees from the branch will receive official commendations. Oh, dear God. This award goes to the employees of the bank for saving this retarded woman from being scammed. On the 15th of this month for their quick thinking and decisive action in stopping the scam. Police continue to warn the public about elaborate online fraud schemes, especially those targeting elderly victims with far-fetched yet convincing stories. Okay, I'm going to invite us to end the show. We have more. We do. But I think it would be better to save that for a time when I am not drunk, because I want to go to bed. It is already 10:43 and I have work in the morning. How does that sound, everybody? Everybody happy about that?
Everybody's happy about that.
Nice. In Japan, it's illegal to buy 3 Happy Meals in Japan. Nice. Is this attack on reseller similar to the attacks on stream? On Steam? Yes, in some way it is. Do the native Japanese illegally dump? Not really. Good night, old man. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Getting the McDonald's Pokemon cards graded. At least Burger King had the Naruto event with no problems. I remember Burger King sold all of the Dragon Ball Z toys that came with cards, right? I still have those. They're in the storage unit somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know why I collected those. They're not really needed to be in my collection, but I have them. And I'll never forget. I even have the VHS that once you got all of them, you mailed in the proof of getting them all, and then they sent you the VHS of Piccolo and Goku getting their driver's license. I even have that. Believe it or not.
Wow.
Yep. If only it was a DVD that was exclusive to the Burger King lineup, then I would be very happy. Instead, it's a fucking VHS that actually stands out because there's something slightly different about it that I can't remember off the top of my head in the lineup of VHSs. But I also have those in the storage unit. Anyway, we're going to end the stream because I would like to go to bed and see my wife.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. I love you. Guess we're using the browser's entry because Reese hates you.